What's up, bro?
What, you don't think that dude was African American when he was born in Africa, bro?
You in gems as well?
And I knew. I actually think.
Oh,
I actually think that dude is. I mean, if you're born in Africa, what do you want to call him? European African American? Like, how crazy are we gonna get?
I don't know what you would call him, but you wouldn't call him African American, you know? He wouldn't identify as African American. So I'm
It
not
is
sure what you
usually
would
used
call
for
him.
black people, but yeah.
Exactly, yeah. I've never seen a white South African being referred to as an African American.
Weird.
And
If
I'm
there was a
sure
white guy, if a white guy
Mhm.
rolled up and he said he was African American, I'd be like, shut the fuck up.
Exactly, yeah. Like no one would like take him seriously. Like black
It
people
was
would be
like
offended by that.
he explained it though, like, yo, I'm from Africa. What if you had
Yeah,
a really
it's
light skinned What if you had a really light skinned black guy? Right?
yeah.
You maybe had albino. Maybe he was an albino.
Yeah, I think the issue is when during the time the word was made and used, you know, either South Africa wasn't a thing or you didn't have that many white South Africans come into the US. So I think the word needs to be updated. You know, it's a very old word that was used for free black men in in America. You know, it only applied in America. It doesn't apply anywhere else. So
You don't call
they,
it like people from England don't call it.
English American, you know? Yeah.
They don't call them English American or nothing.
Y- Not really.
Like that's only an American thing.
Yeah, like when English people
African
come,
Australian. Like if an African guy went to Australia, you wouldn't be considered like African Australian.
I don't think so. I've never heard that term before.
Me
I don't
neither.
think so, bro. Yeah. I just think the word needs to be updated because we can't use that word anymore, you know? Because now you have white Africans, you know, you got brown Africans, you got so many different types of Africans and people are all over the world that it's a very old word. Like we need to change it or it needs to mean something different now. You get what I'm saying? Because I think the time we made that word, globalization wasn't the way it is right now, you know? Africans were in Africa, North Americans were in North America, wada, and then we just had this group of Africans that were taken to North America. So we needed a very special word for them because they were like displaced people, you know?
Dude, that shit is horrible, bro. I can't, dude. There's still slavery still exists today. I used to be a slave.
What do you mean?
About what? Slaves still existing?
No, how you used to be a slave? What do you mean you used to be a
Oh,
slave?
bro, I was forced to work for no pay and beaten if I didn't.
By who?
My dad, he owned a business.
Oh, is that, come on, that's not the same. That's like you working in the family business, right?
No, bro, no, it's not.
No.
Not at all.
But like
But
the
I'm saying
plan
that's
was
terrible.
you would take over the family business eventually, right?
No, he was a fucking cokehead maniac, bro.
Damn. Okay. I just find that
I'm just
odd to
saying it's
call it slavery since it's your pops, you know?
well,
Like
if you were forced to work for no pay and beaten, what do you call it?
I wouldn't call it slavery
It's
because
not
at the
like
end
I
of the
was doing
that's
chores,
like putting food on the table for everybody. You like eating off of that work. Is that really slavery?
bro. My dad was doing cocaine off that work, bro. This wasn't like a thing where I worked a couple hours a week, dude. I was putting in 40 hours when I was like 13
Jesus. I would
and
call
going
that
to school.
child labor. Yeah. How about that?
Whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying it just sucks that it's still, slavery still exists today
Yeah.
because
But
it's a
that's fucked
horrible
up,
thing
man.
to go through.
Yeah. Like what kind of work did he have you doing? Like what kind of business was it?
Bro, I was operating heavy machine. He owned a bakery. I
He
was
had you
operating heavy
operating.
machine. Yeah, this dude would have stickers right on it. Do not operate unless you're 18 years or older and shit.
You ever like get seriously hurt doing it? Any accidents?
uh, no, I never got hurt doing it.
That's what's up.
Nothing serious. Nothing serious.
Is the business still running?
Nah, he's in a nursing home.
So who's running the business now?
Nobody is shut down because he's fucking
Oh my
stupid.
god. Why don't you like revive it, bro? Come on.
Or he was doing 2 8 balls a night. I
Yo,
can't
man,
believe my
everyone's
man's.
everyone's got the vices, bro. Come on.
I'm just saying he drove it into the ground, and he was crazy
Word.
with the customers too. Like
Mhm.
his main account would get like a hundred loaves of bread a day, right? And they would call him like, "Hey, do you think you could send me 10 more loaves?" He'd be like, "Who the fuck? What the fuck do you think this is? You can't call me at the last fucking second. You guys are assholes." Like, yo, wilding on people. I saw him throw a loaf of bread at an old lady once.
What the fuck?
Yo, he was crazy with it, bro.
Maybe he was like stressed, raising you and shit. I,
Dude,
I
he
would be
was not
stressed the fuck
stressed. He was on cocaine.
out. Word, not playing. Yeah, that's fucked up,
Uh,
man.
yeah,
Yeah, at least you turned out aight, man.
dude, it took a long fucking time for me to snap out of it because I was a raging lunatic for
Oh, word.
like a long time, and it took me a long time to snap out of that.
What do you mean? Like you was like a rebel or some shit?
I was an asshole to people. I would
God
drive like a
damn.
nutcase. Like I just had a lot of his tendencies.
So like but are you still a lot like him or?
No, I snapped out of it. I
Okay.
realized that's not the way to live.
Yeah,
He's my
that's
dad.
fucked
He's
up.
supposed to teach me how to be a man, and he didn't. He did, but not the way a man
The
should
right-
be.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I'm
hear you,
saying?
bro. I hear you. Yeah,
Like that's the dad's job is to show your son how to be a man, how to
exactly.
live life. And it's monkey see, monkey do. That's what we do. If your son sees your dad being a hard worker, doing the right thing, that's what the son does. Usually, not always, but
Exactly. No, you're right. Yeah, I mean, damn, that's fucked up, bro. Jeez. But hey, you turned out aight in the end, so that's what matters.
oh yeah, I
But
wouldn't
what if?
change that. I wouldn't change anything. Every
Alright.
little thing that happened in the past has brought me to the point I'm at now, and I feel like I'm in a pretty good spot. So
Okay.
I'm
What
fucking
if you
absolutely. What's up?
What if your kids think the same about you? Like, damn, our dad's just a fucking weed head.
Dude, they don't even. I don't even think they know, bro. I mean, the
What?
older ones do. The older
Yeah,
ones do.
yeah.
Yeah,
They
like the
must
20-something-year-olds. The little ones
think the
don't
younger
know.
ones. You think they're not gonna find out if you
When
and the
they're
wife
older,
both smoke? Yeah.
she only smokes like on the weekends and shit.
Okay. When she's like taking it easy.
Yeah, she don't really like smoke like that.
Mm. Yeah.
But yeah, they'll probably find out when they're older, maybe.
But like, are you worried they might hold that sort of sentiment towards you? Our dad's just a
No,
weed head. He's always high. He never takes us to like our friend's house or to our rehearsals because he's always high as shit.
no, I take them all over
Or-
the place.
All right.
We're going to Disneyland this summer, bro.
Oh, for real?
And we go to the water. We go to the water park every winter.
Yeah.
Usually, we didn't go this winter. We went
Mm,
last winter, and it was mad boring because they had everything shut down because of the sea.
mm,
But they still had a couple things open, like the lazy river and shit. It sucked. Like the arcade wasn't open, and
damn.
the a lot of the stuff just wasn't open, so we didn't go back this year.
That's the one in Florida, right? This Disneyland or this is
Yeah, the one in
Disney World.
whatever the Florida one is. I don't know if it's World or
Mm,
Land. It's
mm.
okay,
Yeah, it's nice. I checked it out last year when I went down with Florida with my girl for the Ultra Festival. It was pretty dope. I
Yeah,
ain't been there since I was a kid.
we're driving it, so
Oh, damn.
19 hours. It's probably
Yeah.
only 16 for you. You're 3 hours farther south. But yeah, it's like
Yeah, but I
19
mean,
hours.
it was still like a 2-day drive for us, man.
Yeah, we're just gonna knock it out one day.
What?
My wife's
What
gonna
type
rent
of?
a. We're gonna rent like a Tahoe or something, some big
Hmm.
shit. Because we only got car. I have a car, and my wife's got a regular car. So
What you got like an SUV or what?
No, I used to have an SUV. I got rid of it. I just got a regular car now.
Okay.
We just got two cars.
Mhm. So what time are you guys gonna leave in the morning?
We're gonna leave in the afternoon. You can't check into the place until like
No, but I mean, what
3.
time are you gonna leave home to get to Florida
Yeah, we're gonna leave in the afternoon because you
and
can't check in
drive?
till.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you
Sorry,
can't check in till like 4 p.m. So we're gonna leave at like 1 or 2 or something that day,
you can't check
the
in
day
where
before.
at your hotel.
Yeah, which my wife got like an Airbnb kind of thing.
Oh,
The
nice.
Airbnb's banging though. It has like a park inside the Airbnb place. Yo, there's a game room inside the Airbnb, inside our own thing. It has like this Star Wars fucking thing game room. It's dope.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, there's like a
That's the
game
stuff.
room inside our room. Then there's another another game room and water park inside the area that
Hmm.
all the B and B, like there's a whole bunch of houses and shit, whatever it is. Airbnb, I don't know what the thing is, like a huge complex, but it has like a water park in it.
Okay. Yeah, that's lit. So you guys are gonna leave. Like, let's say you left today. You would leave today, 2 in the afternoon, and
Yeah,
then you would drive through the night, or
yeah, just drive all night. I told my wife I split it with her. It's
mm,
19 hours. I do 10 hours of driving easy, especially on the highway. That's fucking
yeah.
cake. I did 18 hours Uber one day. Dude, I used to drive. I used to deliver pharmaceuticals to nursing homes. I drove 24 hours one day myself. So
Crazy,
that'll be
man.
fine.
I
Well, the
can't
plane
imagine doing
tickets will
that.
fucking kill you, bro.
Yeah, but at least split it into like 2 days, man. Come on.
Nah.
That's crazy. But I mean, if you've done it before,
Yeah, it'll be fine.
mm. I'm guessing you just taking the youngins, right? You're not taking all of the kids.
No, the old ones are going. Oh, dude, this fucking thing we're doing. We're taking my mom. This thing we're doing sleeps. Some people are flying. Some people are gonna come with us in the car, in the
Okay.
SUV or whatever.
All
But
right.
this thing sleeps like 20 people.
God damn.
Yeah, like every bed has a bunk bed like built on top of it. It's crazy. Like it's
Nice.
weird.
How much you paying a night for that?
I think
You
it's like
know,
300. It might have been three something.
for all of you?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
That's a good deal.
Yeah. We couldn't afford to stay in the fucking Disneyland itself. You know how much they charge?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That shit crazy expensive.
They're fucking bugging with it. We're
Yeah, I
barely
remember.
gonna. We're only going to the park for two times while we're there for 2 days because the tickets are fucking wild expensive.
Jeez.
You know, it's like $100 something a person
Yeah,
to get into one of the parks.
it's fucking ridiculous, man.
Oh, you all right?
Talking to me?
What's up?
Are you talking to
No,
me, Jeremy?
no, I was talking to the kid. I was talking to the kid.
Oh, oh, okay.
He's mad because I shut my bedroom door. Oh,
Let
you
me
want to go
in.
mess up all daddy stuff.
Let me in. Trouble. Wait a sec. Okay, there we go. Was I there? Crimson arrows. How do I go? How do I go?
What are you doing?
Playing video games, man. You can
What
watch what I'm
game?
playing. Is it
What game you
streamed?
playing?
Horizon Forbidden West. Just check out my stream.
I can't look right now.
Oh, wait, wait.
What the hell's a little boy?
Hmm.
Have a little breakfast. Look. What? That means.
Yeah.
Yo, where the fuck's Geo been?
I don't know, bro. I've been asking all fucking evening and morning. Where's everybody? That's why I was in Gems. It was so quiet in here.
We were bumping yesterday.
Yeah. It was pretty active yesterday. I guess
Dude,
everyone's
it's
taking a
weird. Like
break.
some days it'll be like crazy busy. I mean, other days it's dead.
Yeah. Don't make sense sometimes. Wesley, Dash, and Courage. So it's on the way. So you like teaching the little one to like read and stuff, or
Yeah, I'm trying.
how's that going?
Tough.
Yeah. Same with my daughter, man. It
No.
wasn't easy. My mom's got that shit unlocked, though. I don't know how she gets her to do it.
Yeah, we finally got him to wear glasses. He's supposed to be wearing glasses, and every time we tried to put him on, he'd fight us, rip them off instantly, and finally, my wife just recently got him to start wearing them. Like we can actually set him down with the glasses on now, and he won't like rip them off. Before I used to have to hold his arms the whole time, and it'd be a struggle. We'd have to like tag team him basically. Like I would hold him, she would put the glasses on. Now we got him to just wear the glasses.
Nice. Damn. That's messed up, though, that he needs glasses so young.
Yeah. Dude, I'm so fucking tired, bro. I was gonna go. I had a plan to do DoorDash every day for the next 100 days, but I can't even fucking do it today. I'm exhausted.
Yeah, take it easy, man. Don't push. I mean, just do it when you need to, maybe. Or I don't know.
I don't ever. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a day off. I'll do it Thursday and Friday, maybe. That's how you get lazy, though.
Is it?
Yeah, man. I know how this goes. Like, I'll do it tomorrow. That's why doing Uber, Lyft, or DoorDash or something for a living is dangerous for that because you could just be like, let's just take the day off, take it easy. They'll do it tomorrow. And you could just
Exactly.
keep saying that.
And you
Like,
never end up getting
I
back
got
on it.
today. You're like, I'll do it tomorrow. I'll take it easy today. And then Tuesday comes, you're like, well, I got the whole rest of the week. Before you know it, it's fucking Friday and the week's over and you haven't done anything.
Holy shit.
I honestly wish I hadn't even gone back to the school job. I mean, I only do it part time, but
Yeah,
it's
I
a
think
fucking hassle.
you was getting too comfortable with the being at home, taking it easy thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I should have just stuck to DoorDash though, because honestly, like I'm making $70 in like 3-4 hours. I only need to make like $1,000 for my bills.
A month?
Yeah,
All right.
so it's not. It's fucking. It's easy to do with DoorDash.
Or I don't know, why not like set up a schedule and say you're gonna do it Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
That'll
do
work.
it every chance I get.
Okay.
When I'm not completely fucking exhausted. I'm definitely doing it every Monday because Monday I'm refreshed from the weekend and I wasn't up crazy late the night before. Like now I'm up. I don't get home till like quarter to midnight, and then I wake up at when everyone's fucking alarm clocks start going off in the house at like 5:45. So it's not an ideal amount of sleep for me.
Yeah.
Hey, why don't you have some breakfast?
What's that, my bitch? Yeah. I know. I used to do the stay-at-home thing as well, but I mean, I was busy studying at the time, so it
You're
was
busy what?
easy. I was busy studying at the time, so I'll just stay at home with my daughter while my baby moms would go to. Well, she was also studying, but she was working at the same time, so. Fuck. Do I claim this shit? Here we go. There we go.
Come on, kid. We gotta have some breakfast. Your bus is gonna be here. Come on, we have some breakfast. You gotta have some breakfast. Here, here. Look at it.
Go up here though.
This is really unlike Geo. Like I'm worried.
Well, you think something happened to him?
I hope not.
No, I doubt it. I mean, y'all were up till late yesterday, cause I came home and I forgot to log out of my Discord, and I could hear you guys talking on my mic. You know, you guys were up till late. I'm sure he's just sleeping.
Oh, he
He
was
was
on
on.
last night.
He was on about 3 hours ago. Yeah.
Oh, all
Yeah.
right. I didn't see him all last night. All right.
I do think he said recently that he was going to be pretty busy, that he wouldn't be on as much. I forget exactly
No
why.
doubt.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yo, did you hear what Sean was saying last night, Nate, about ordering weed?
What were you guys saying?
Sean said that you can order weed from states where it's legal to another state where it's legal, which means you can get shit for dirt cheap, bro.
What?
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to order a tiny amount, uh, maybe later today, and then if that shit goes good, I'll get a bunch. But because yeah, right now, if you want to get something, you gotta go to Massachusetts. They charge like $70 for like a half gram of vape juice, which is fucking insane. Because in Cali, they're giving it out for like $20 for a gram. Like Grim, I think Grim said he sells this for $25 for a gram of vape
For
juice.
real?
Yeah, it's dirt cheap in Cali. That's what I'm saying. If I can order that shit and just have it delivered, that's crazy. Because those vape cartridges are banging. You ever hit one of those straight? I mean, a legit one from a dispensary.
Yeah, they're nice, man.
They're fire, bro. One hit, dude. I don't care how many years you've been smoking for. I've been smoking for decades on my little blunts and whatever.
Yeah. I don't like that stuff though, because it gets you too high, and it's like I can't really do much during the rest of the day, you know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're toast after that, but
Yeah.
that shit gets you nice. It's good for the end of the night when all your stuff's done. Or if you ain't gotta go nowhere or nothing.
Yeah. When did you start smoking?
Oh man, I was like about almost 30 years now. Shit.
Jesus Christ. You've been in it, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Would you let your kids smoke?
Did I?
Would you?
Not when they're 15.
What?
We were
But
wilding
you
back
were
then.
smoking when you were 15.
Bro, I was a little badass kid though.
Bro,
I
those are
was
some
I
double
was a slave, dude. I could do anything I wanted.
standards. Those are some double standards, bro. I thought you know, went through what you had to go through so that your kids ain't gotta go through it, you know, so that they're
Yeah,
free to
we
smoke
want
whatever they want.
we want our kids to have a better life.
Uh-huh. Does I mean, doesn't that include better weed and better access
Dude,
to it?
they got better weed, bro. We were smoking that Mexican brick brown shit. I don't want to hear it.
That fucking Reggie, yeah.
Dude, that wasn't even Reggie. That was just straight up dirt weed. I think we used to call it dirt weed.
Damn.
You don't remember that? How old are you?
I'm 28. I mean, I've smoked some bad weed before, but
Bro, this shit was all over the place, dude. It was this Mexican brick brown. It was like brown, right?
yeah,
It smelled like had a very distinct smell to it. It was totally bricked up. It was like a rock, right? The weed was like a rock because they would compress it into bricks.
yeah.
And yeah, it was terrible, dude. At least a
Hey,
third of it would be seeds and stems. You had to smoke like 8 blunts to catch anything.
Jeremy,
I'm
did
not
you
Yeah,
even joking.
did you say that you smoke menthols? Is that did I hear that correctly
Yeah,
before?
I smoke menthols. I roll my own now, but
why?
Yeah. Well, have you ever tried this? This is something I accidentally did, and it turned out okay. You get a mint container, like whatever mints that whatever packet they come in, and then you put a couple of bits of bud in there, just let it sit for like a few days, and then you chop it up, smoke that, and it actually has like a menthol effect on your throat.
oh no, it's
It's
not
pretty
a
good.
problem. The weed's not a problem anymore. It used to be back in the day. It was that bad.
No. I'm just saying, like, just do it if just try it. Not if the weed's bad or not. Just even if it's decent weed, you try it, and if you like that menthol hit, which I'm sure you do because you smoke menthols, then you might like it.
Yeah.
Give it a go.
Mm, Why do you smoke menthol though, bro? Like, what the fuck? Ain't
Oh
your
man,
balls gonna drop off or something?
I don't even need them anymore.
Oh,
Sit right here. Sit right here with the daddies. Right.
as you are. Do 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 do. The fuck is here, man? Fuck path. Oh, fuck off. Crowd just saying. Scrooge just saying. Come as you are. Do do do. Do do do.
No, we're not going outside yet. Oh,
There we go. I make it. What was y'all listening to when y'all would get high? Like what was banging in the early '90s, man?
Biggie, Nas, Wu-Tang, Mobb Deep.
Oh, what?
There's a whole bunch of like people that came out with like, you know, we weren't really on that West Coast shit.
Yeah,
Cypress
fuck the West
Hill,
Coast. Yeah.
Cypress Hill, a lot of shit. Dude, the early '90s was the best era for rap. Mid '90s. Hey, what's up? What's up? You want to do that? Like Wu-Tang was bumping, bro. Mobb Deep.
The 36 chambers.
Oh, well, Cormega.
Comega, yeah. No, who was it? No, Comega and Noriega, right?
No,
No,
Noriega was dope.
Comega was with who? Well, wasn't he
It
with
was
Nas and them?
it was Capone and Noriega.
Capone and
They were
Noriega, yeah,
their first album was bumping.
yeah.
I was watching that shit a few months ago. A couple of the songs off of that. That CD had a lot of good songs on it though. We did a little Onyx.
Onyx, ooh,
Onyx was big back then. Yeah.
yeah. No,
Do 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 do
the
do.
boys, the boys. Yeah, sticky fingers in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Onyx went hard. What about I don't know. Who else was hard then? Oh, shit, don't come this side. Come this side, faggot. Get out the way.
Dude, a lot of Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang was big, bro, because they all came out with, well, not all of them, a lot of them came out with solo CDs in between the double disc and the first one.
Yeah.
So
Who's who's
they
who's
were
who's was your favorite?
probably Ghostface.
Iron Man, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that shit was
that was
fire.
fire.
Zizza was
Yeah.
dope too, though. That's a tough call, man.
Nah, for me it was definitely Iron Man. Iron Man, Jizza, and then Raekwon's Cuban Links.
Oh, Raekwon's Purple Tape was Ghostface was all over it, dude. That's why.
Yeah.
It was Ray and Ghost. Ray and
Oh,
Ghost was like Jada and Styles back in. They used to do it like back and forth thing. I'll tell you who
yeah, exactly.
the best non Wu-Tang member though was Capadonna. He was
Yeah, but
fucking fire, bro.
he was fire. But for me, Redman, you know,
Redman was dope. That's right. Red and Meth.
Red MF. Yeah, but I mean, my favorite Wu Tang member is Ghostface, but definitely, I would say Jizza and Meth were the best rappers in the group.
Yeah, Meth. Jizza had some banging CDs, bro.
Yeah,
His Liquid Sword shit. Oh my god.
Liquid Swords.
Yo,
If you
Redman was
live
dope
in
though. I had a whole bunch of Redman CDs back in the day.
oh, same. Oh, I love Reggie fucking Noble, bro. Like I love the
Hell
guy.
yeah. He's raw
Oh,
diggy too. He keeps it
for
real.
sure.
Like he did MTV Cribs. They wanted him to go rent a crib. He was like, "Fuck that."
Oh, why? Cause is his cribs fucked up or what? It's not big enough.
Yeah, it's like uh, I forgot. I haven't seen it in mad long, but it wasn't like anything. Like you go in everyone else's crib, it's like a mansion. You know what I'm saying? His shit wasn't nothing.
That's
Bro, he keeps it
crazy.
real, bro. Yeah.
That's what's up, though.
Smart man, you ain't why go broke? Why get a mini mansion? You know, people don't realize if you got $5 million and you go spend $1 million on a crib, you know how much upkeep and maintenance and taxes are in the crib. You'll be broken in 10 years off of that if you don't have money coming in like that. MC Hammer style.
Yeah. Yeah,
There
rap
was a
ain't what it used to be, man.
there's still some good stuff that comes out.
Who do you listen
Cassidy's
to?
still now. I mean,
I
it
mean, but
depends on.
doesn't Cassidy just do the battle rap now?
No, he
Always
comes
getting
out with
murdered.
what's up?
He's always getting his ass murdered, yo.
No, he
Yeah.
does good. He does good. I'll tell you who got murdered.
Oh,
Cannabis.
oh yeah, but
Cannabis
that
went and did
was
a rap battle. Did you see that?
I saw that. That was actually
Dude, he
sad.
showed up with a broken arm. It was sad, I know. He showed up with a broken arm, said he got abducted by aliens and had his like, dude, what are you doing? He had
Yeah, that
two
was
uh,
man.
you should have seen the Frank Stacks parody they did of it. It was hilarious. Uh
Yeah. Nah, man. That just broke my heart seeing him that way, you know?
yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, like god damn.
The lyrical miracle.
Mm. And he used to go hard, bro. Like Cassidy had
Yeah.
bars.
Well,
Crazy.
dude, Cat he still drops a dope ass like freestyle on YouTube at least once a year. He killed it at the he killed it at the backpack. The no, what was it? What was it? Some event. He had a dope ass freestyle on. He's still killing it, bro.
Yeah.
As soon as I get my kid on the bus, I'll find that freestyle for you.
Right.
He was on stage. I think it was Team Backpack, or it was right before. It was right after Joel Ortiz and them did their little cipher. That was fire too.
Oh, the whole what was that group called with Royce and was Joe Budden in it?
Yeah,
Slaughterhouse?
no, this was something else though. This was like a team cipher or a Team Backpack cipher or some shit. I'll send them to you. They're dope. But Cassidy had a dope ass verse after that.
Mm. Yeah, I mean he goes hard. It's just like one verse and freestyle a year. Like that ain't really much, man.
And
Yeah.
Lil Wayne
That's
puts out some good shit
that's the
once in a
problem.
while.
Like these guys are old, you know. Like they're not like they
Yeah,
got yeah. Like I don't know. It's even weird still seeing them. They look old. They look
I
like
know.
us, you know. Because
I
when we
know.
were younger, it's like they were older than us. Now it's like somehow they're the same age as us. Like they're like you look at them and you're like, damn, this dude like me, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got baby mama drama, you know. It's that is the third, bro. He just like me. But 10, 15 years ago, this guy was the man, you know. This guy was in clubs. Yeah, times change, man.
How's it going?
Jeremy being neighborly.
What's up?
Howdy, neighbor.
Received another visit from Olven himself. He was pushy, but stood my ground. And dare I say it, I even got my own back. Yes, I did.
I'm listening.
When I made his meal, I used 3 inches of salt.
Here's that Joel Ortiz one. This shit is dope. I'm gonna DM it to you.
Right.
This shit was dope, bro. I'm gonna try to find that Cassidy one because Cassidy killed it.
Peace out. Pause my game.
I'll tell you what, yo, I'm gonna post you this old Cassidy one first. The audio is terrible, but he fucking kills it in this shit, dude. The audio is literally terrible though.
Yeah.
He fucking rips it on this shit. He's just like in a house party or something, but he kills it.
Well,
Oh,
listen to this.
Sniper. And this was the recent good Cassidy one, the Legend Cipher. He went off on that one.
Oh, I've seen this, man. I've seen this. The Jolo T's one.
Yeah, that was a good one. That Cassidy one's old, bro. That shit's old. It's like 25 years old. Look how young he looked. He looked like when a kid in that.
Okay. Jesus. Yeah, he was Lil.
Yeah, his lyrics are banging though, and that fucking. I wish that audio was better.
So much ice on my watch, I'm not feeling my wrist. I just don't like that he acts so New York when he ain't from here. Like he keeps on talking about New York legends, you know.
Where's he
Talk
from?
about isn't he from Philly?
Oh yeah, he's from Philly. Philly, that's right, Philly.
Yeah. Talk about Philly rappers, you know, what the fuck?
Oh, him and Meek Mills got into it big time. Oh, he ripped Meek Mills, bro. He killed him in this one freestyle.
It's nice. Sound better than them better ones, and I'm a new artist. Let me hear this new one.
Yeah, the new one's dope.
Legend Cypher.
Twister, shout out to them, legends. I go by the name of Cassidy though. Let's get to it. I'm so still. I never took it to the doctor before. I never had my own shoe and foot locker before, but I'm balling. It's free drop the ball. My life a movie. If I wasn't black, I would have won that before. Did you ever pop the chopper before? My bull shot it before and pulled his arm out the socket before. The chopper never played soccer before, but it got kicked though. Shoot to kill, you still, but I frick though. Flip snow cell 3, going by 6-4. They cook it to the oil, snow Crisco's, make the loop. I never hesitate to shoot, I let it clip. Quick as Eddie Murphy. Remember when he that bitch toe? I ain't from the six, no. I'm from Philly, but I'm still rapping back and watching this show. I started from the bottom, but now I'm on top of niggas list, so I know they hate when I kill them with this flow. Just know I'm in the trap, holding a clip.
Oh shit! All right, let me stop because this is on the live stream. No, this is fire, bro. This
He
is
kills it
fire.
later on. He does the alligator leg scheme, dude. It's dope.
Yeah, nice. Cassidy.
But
Yeah.
yeah, his flow is like his flow's like fucking monotonous. But I mean, it's like the same flow over. We just kept hearing the same like style from him. And it's not a bad style, but it kind of like got a little old.
Yeah, like he hasn't really developed this style. He still sounds today the way he sounds. Like listening to them, he sounds the same. Yeah, he hasn't changed now as how he sounded in the beginning. If that makes sense, I don't know.
Yeah, but he's got dope bars though.
Oh, he does. He does. Balls is fire. No doubt. Cassidy. Person, let's go put this on.
For that free meal?
Yeah, this game's become too intricate. Oh, close. Simple. Better loss. Oh, I gotta pay for shit. Mm.
All I see is, are you just on a map?
Oh yeah, hang on. No, I was just paused, man. I was just responding to an email on my phone. I was trying to figure out where I gotta go now. Hold up.
Just like Wizards and Warriors shit.
No, bro, it's game 5, Jeremy. You're about to find out. You're about to fuck around and find out. This game pretty cool, man. If you got a PlayStation 4 or 5, you should definitely buy this. Do you game much?
Nah, I used to be a huge gamer though.
Oh,
I don't
word.
even play that anymore. Yeah. I had 3 PlayStation 2s one time stacked on top of each other because I was I used to multi-box. They call it this one game, EverQuest Online Adventures.
Uh-huh.
Best MMORPG I ever seen.
EverQuest. I think I've heard of it. But like explain it to me. So how does having 3 PlayStations help? Like how are you playing on all 3 at the same time? I don't get it.
Oh, it was like so what you would do is you would get a team of 4 people
Mhm.
and you would go around, run around and kill monsters, but there was camps, so you could just sit there. You didn't have to like run nonstop. It's not like these games these days where it's nonstop running. I can't even stand this shit anymore. I feel like I'm working. The EverQuest game was fucking lazy. Like I could just run to a camp, city fix my gear, buy whatever I need, and then run out to a camp. And the mobs would just respawn fast enough to where you could just kill one and then kill another one. But then by the time you were done with like the 3rd or 4th one, the other one would be back already. So you didn't have to like run around nonstop. You could just like grind it out. And I had controllers. Well, I put a rubber band around one of the buttons, macro
Uh-huh.
controller, so it would keep doing the same thing. So I would have the healer I was the tank. I would like control the tank manually. And then the healer would just heal me nonstop. I got to a point where I didn't even have to touch anything anymore. It was like detrimental to my progress if I even touched the controller at the end.
Sounds like cheating though, isn't it?
Oh, that's definitely not legit.
Yeah. Sounds like you was
I don't
cheating,
know.
bro.
You call it what you want, whatever. I mean, yeah, it's kind of unfair to other people, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't like ruin the game or anything with it. You know what I mean? Everyone still like did their shit. I didn't like affect anyone, really.
All right. Because it just sounds like you would end up being overpowered at the end of the day.
Oh, it definitely made me more powerful. Yeah, I would get more like skill points, and I'd get a little more loot than your average person. Yeah, but it
All right.
wasn't anything like too crazy. It's not like I was glitching in a rock and killing a boss or something and getting all the loot for myself or something crazy, you know. Like I would
Yeah.
just go somewhere off to the side and just kill monsters nonstop.
Nice. You ever played any like popular titles? I don't know, Final Fantasy, Metal Gear, Tekken.
Tekken?
Yeah.
I played all those games you mentioned. I'm the fucking champ at Tekken though.
Get the fuck out of here. I would watch you.
Oh my god, we're gonna do pull ups, Tekken. What else? What
Yeah.
else do you want?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
else do
It's
you want?
on. It's
Pull ups and
fucking on.
Tekken.
Tekken definitely. I'm gonna watch you, Jeremy. It ain't even funny, bro.
I get on the ground and just lay there. Come at me, man. You can't fuck with me, dude.
I'll fuck with you. I'll just like jump and like down punch you, bro.
I roll
Like
right
I'm
out
just
of that. I roll and I'll end up being behind you, and then we'll be back to back, and I'll do the sweeping kick, bro. I'm telling you, dude.
nah. Come
I'll do
on, man.
that sweeping circle kick
Fight fairly, bro. What the fuck? But
Wei Long got
technically,
that kick where he sweeps you on the ground, and he
yeah.
flips you up, and then he kicks you while you're in the air. That shit's dope. Because once I do that move,
Oh, Lei
yeah,
Wulong, yeah.
the guy that can just lay on the ground. Yeah, he's fucking
Yeah.
crazy with it.
Yeah. And he got all these different styles like crane and and nah, he's
Yeah, you
he's
got
he's
snakes.
fucking badass.
I'll
You
tell
should
you who
watch me.
else is nice.
Oh,
Who else is nice? Beck. Kicks, bro. I'll kick the
back,
shit out of you with Beck.
back. Oh shit, that's old school. That's like Tekken what? But which Tekken are you talking about?
Made them up till 4. What number are they on?
They're on 7 now.
Then?
Yeah, like fuck this game. Let me actually get Tekken 4 on, Tekken 7 on. Show you what's really good, bro.
What do they got? I don't know. I don't even know. You might fuck me up at Tekken 7, bro. I don't even know.
It's cool. We can play 4, 5, Tekken Tag, Tekken 3, whatever's clever, bro.
I'll tell you what. I'll fuck you up in some GoldenEye, bro. You have no chance.
Yeah, Jeremy, don't say that,
No
bro.
chance at GoldenEye, bro. I used to
GoldenEye.
go to. All my friends went to colleges. They're all over the place. One kid went to Binghamton. Another kid went to Oneonta. First off, I was the best in my city. And I would go to my friends' colleges towns. We go party and shit or whatever. Have a 64 there, and some of his frat buddies would be like, "Yo, I'm the best in my city at GoldenEye." I'm like, "Oh, I'm the best too. Let's play." And I would smoke them, bro. It wasn't even close.
Word. Okay, maybe,
used to
like if you're that good.
smoke blunts. Yo, I got like 100,000 man hours of mine. We used to smoke blunts for like 12 or 15 hours a day and just play Bond all day, all nights. We would do
Okay.
nights.
You might beat me, maybe.
I'm telling you, I was sick with it, bro. Like it wasn't even. One of the guys got so good
Mm.
that used to play with me all the time that we couldn't even be on the same team anymore because we used to have. I always had 4 people. People would come watch. Like 6, 8 people in my little 1-bedroom apartment sometimes just because they would want to watch. Some people would play. They would take turns and shit.
Yeah.
Other people would watch, just come to watch though, and hang
Mm.
out. Not just watch. Fucking watch us play Bond. But
What about Halo? You ever
bro,
got
I
into
got
Halo?
so yeah, I'm filthy at Halo, dude. All those shooter games. I got so good at Bond that I would just be strafing the wall. You know how you get the little yellow buttons and you could just like sidestep.
Yeah.
That's how I would walk. That's how I would move, bro. Because I would just be facing. I would just walk up to a wall as soon as the game started. Just strafe along the wall so nobody could see where I was.
But you don't play fair, Jeremy. Like you got all these little
Dude, listen. Fair. There's 2 things. There's only 2 rules: what a man can do and what a man can't do. Captain Jack Sparrow.
Word. I don't know. I'll be very frustrated playing with you, bro, because you don't play
Yeah,
fair.
it's not fair, bro. I'm not playing fair, no
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Hey, hey Nate,
Yep.
we've got to
What's up,
start a
Pencil?
GoFundMe. Hey, buddy. Hey, Jeremy. We've got to
What's up,
start a
man?
GoFundMe, right? We've got to start a GoFundMe for
Mhm.
Jeremy so he can get some new AirPods from North Korea, right?
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Is it really bad
well,
again?
Yeah. The echoing.
well, yeah, and it
What
clips. It
the
just clips the
fuck?
start of it, Jeremy. I've been telling you this for months, my friend.
I
I've been
know.
telling you this for months.
Yo, I think it was my phone. I don't know if it was my phone or Discord did an update and they fucked me.
Yeah, well, it's been an issue.
Dude, I had
say.
I had the same setup for years. Like my setup didn't change.
Because I remember in Brandon's it was okay, Jeremy. Like there was no dramas in
Blues.
Brandon's. But anyway,
Dude, yeah.
it is
Even when
what it is. It is what it is. So, are we going to put things in a vacuum today? Or are we
I don't know,
going
man.
down there?
Today started off pretty slow, Bandsaw. VC's been quiet the whole morning.
Oh, really? Oh, well, we're
Yeah.
here now, so watch it. It'll pick up. I could not get for the life of me, and I don't know if any of you guys understood it, but when Moyoc had the example of 2 bottles in a vacuum, and one bottle was sealed, okay, then, but that bottle, right? If you could pull a vacuum in a bottle and put a lid on it, right, there was a vacuum in the bottle, right? But it had a lid on it. And the other bottle didn't have a lid on it, right? And you then all of a sudden now that you pull a vacuum,
Then you
but
put a lid on it.
no, it's still open. Percent was saying that the one with the lid on it was denser than the one with the lid that was off it. I'm sure he was saying that.
Yeah,
And it
the
was
one with the lid on it. The one with the
So,
lid
so,
on it is denser, more dense.
yeah, but
so
how
you
can it be if there's a vacuum inside it the same as the vacuum around it? How can
Okay,
it
wait.
be?
Okay, wait. There's there's two bottles. One of them
Yes.
gets sealed. One of them gets sealed outside the vacuum, and another one's just open.
No. Moyoc, I may have heard it wrong, Jeremy. This is why I'm confused. I thought that Moyoc said that we get a bottle, we pull a vacuum in the bottle, we put a lid on it. So inside the bottle is now a vacuum. Okay,
Yeah.
then. And then there's another bottle that doesn't have a lid on it at all. Now, both of those bottles are put into a vacuum is pulled, okay, then. But now the one with the lid on it apparently was denser than the one with the lid that wasn't on it. Now, like I said, I may.
The one with the vacuum in it is more dense. Yeah, I know that doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't, because to me now they're both exactly the same. They've both got a vacuum.
Yeah,
but
no,
what was his reasoning for the
Oh wait,
one?
hold on, Nate. You're saying you one of them has regular air in it with no lid, and the other one has a vacuum inside of the bottle.
No. One
They're
of them
both
has
empty.
yeah, they're both empty, but the one with the lid on it, a vacuum is pulled in the bottle, and then the lid is put on top of it. Okay, so now
Yeah.
inside the bottle is a vacuum. Okay, but it's got a lid on it. The other one has no lid on it. Now both of those bottles are now
They're at the
put
same
in the
vacuum. They're at the same
yeah,
vacuum level.
exactly. So now
The one
they
with the
both
lid
got
on it is more dense.
Why?
oh. Do you know what
Because
I'm saying,
the
Nate?
one, I know what you're saying. I know the
Okay,
example.
okay, cool.
The one
Why
with the
though?
lid on it is more dense now.
Why?
But how can it be? Because it has a vacuum in it too, the same as the vacuum on the outside.
The one without a lid, you're not going to count the inside of it as part of the bottle. You're just going to count the glass part, the one that doesn't have a lid. But the one that does have a lid, count that whole thing, all the inside, and you know what I'm saying, everything. Not counting the lid itself, but you have to
Yeah.
count the air. You now have to count the air that's inside the bottle. There's still air in it, right? It's not a perfect vacuum, right?
Perfect vacuum.
No.
Both of them are
Both are a
empty, Jeremy.
perfect vacuum. Yeah, both are a
Oh,
perfect
perfect
vacuum.
vacuums.
Yeah. If you could pull, like, it's a hypothetical, obviously, Jeremy. So if you could pull the perfect vacuum in that bottle and seal it, okay, and then the other bottle that's not sealed, now you put them both in the vacuum, you pull the vacuum, to me, they've both got a vacuum inside of them.
But what was Percentage's explanation? Why was the one with the lid on all of a sudden more dense than the one without a lid, even though they're both in perfect vacuums?
You know what? I honestly couldn't understand it to even try and explain it to you, Nate. I was confused by it, and then I had to check out of the conversation. After that, I went to bed for a few hours and
Okay.
stuff. So, but it was going on for, I think him, Moyoc, and Zanuck were arguing about it for fucking a few hours.
I have
Can
an
you
idea.
believe
And what was Zanuck and Moyork saying? That the density is
they
the
were the
same?
same? The same. Yeah, the same. Yeah.
I have one idea as to why, but
Okay.
I don't think that's something Percentage would think. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
don't want to talk for him. I notice he's on
Yeah.
definite mute. I would like to actually go, hey, explain it to me again. But yeah. And then
Yeah.
prior to that, you heard the bloody discussion about angles, Nate?
I heard that. Yeah, like we had it, and then I had banter. It was so weird. The exact same convo you and I had. I had it with that WhatsApp guy right after you
Yeah.
left. But it
Right.
was the exact same combo. We first disagreed. He had the exact same point you had, and then we ended up
Yep.
agreeing the exact same way you and I did. It was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the way you kind of gotta look at it,
Mm.
right? Because we aren't in disagreement at all, Nate. Like we agree 100% on how you would obtain that angle, right?
Mm.
We're both on the same page, but Zanuck and Gummy Bear say that you don't have to draw these straight lines, and it's like you have to establish these straight lines at that point to be able to get the angle,
Yeah, but
right?
what Dale was saying is something I kind of tend to agree with. That if you wanted to establish that angle using geometry and figures, like if you wanted to graphically do it, you would have to do the straight lines and things. But you could also just do it mathematically using equations. Obviously, now if I just did equations, all you would have is numbers. And if I wanted to represent those numbers to you, I would have to draw shapes and lines and things so that you understood,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
what these numbers are representing.
but those numbers, Nate, represent, right?
Straight
Um,
lines, yes, definitely.
a straight line, right? They
Yeah,
represent a straight, and that's what I even told them. I said, just because you're not drawing the straight lines, that mathematical equation is actually representing a straight line. You heard me argue with them, and Jeremy, I can argue with them as well. These equations, this calculus that they use, are representing straight lines to establish this angle. Right? Even though they're technically not straight lines, I can agree, right? But the equation is establishing the straight line for you on your behalf, so you can work out that angle.
yeah. I mean, there are some equations which won't do that, like simple ones. If you just want to calculate like a simple slope, y equals mx plus c, very simple slopes. But yeah,
Yeah, but
definitely, the more
is that a,
complex
is
it
it
gets.
is that a slope of a straight line though, like a gradient that just goes in one straight line in one direction, or are we talking
Yeah,
now about a curved slope? So yeah, okay, so that simple equation,
Yeah,
right, is
yeah.
also two representing straight lines of
I had
of that of that slope.
I
Hey,
had
Lightwater,
I had a thought about it, Bandy.
yeah, mate.
Why they had to uh, um, stay on the slope, because they have a formula
Hmm.
and they can then let go of a straight surface as a reference point for the angle.
Hmm. Hmm.
So they don't want to compare it to a straight line as a reference point, not even the straight line along the curved path, but a straight line as a reference point that you need to get an angle in a number.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
yeah,
and I think that is because they are so proud to have this formula and they don't have to comply to a straight surface then to get a specific angle. They want to stay on that slope, even though a slope means 2 points
yeah,
where an
yeah.
angle is in between. That's the definition of a slope.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think like water too. It comes because of being in this realm too, right?
Yeah,
They think that if they have to admit that it's a straight line, then in some strange way they have to admit to flat Earth, the two aren't even connected. Or the two ain't even connected, but it's just like, oh, we can't give we can't give an inch because we have to give a mile,
yeah,
type of thing.
yeah,
I think that's where it comes from a little bit as well, because Nate and I had this conversation too for about an hour, right? And we went backwards and forwards, um, and we both came to the same conclusion, and we were both happy at the place that we met, and I can accept with with a mathematical equation, you are not technically drawing a straight line, but it is establishing lines. So you are working out that angle. You are establishing directions with that calculus or the equations or whatever you use, and that's what you're establishing to be able to move on, to the next part of that curve and the next part of the curve. But it is, it got very, very semantical yesterday, really. Like I couldn't believe the resistance, to be honest with you, Lightwater.
Yeah,
And
I came up with the
Well,
example of a vector program that works with points, and you can create. So you have for instance, a line with 2 points. That's a straight line, and you can create a point in between, and then you can make a curve in it by moving the handles. But it can only be a curve if the handles are in line with each other, so they form a straight line.
yes,
So and there's no other way. When the handles are not in line, it's no longer a curve, but an angle, and a hooked angle. And then Doofus said there are curves outside vector programs, and then it's magical. My argument is magical put outside of reasoning, and I find that a kind of disappointing. But he already said in the conversation, "Listen to my words," as
yeah, I
if
know.
we are not all expressing our argument with words.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
words do not need to be kowtowed to.
No,
Uh,
not at all.
no.
Not at all. Some of the most basic arguments just get so heated sometimes too over nothing really. It's just like, come on. But anyway, it's kind of where we are too.
yeah.
Uh,
But I do get where they're coming from.
look,
I just feel
I
most people would use straight lines. But if you're a really good mathematician, you don't need to.
no. If you're a really good mathematician, no. But like I'll come back to it, Nate. That those equations, that calculus, even though you aren't drawing straight lines, they're establishing a direction of a straight line that you can determine that angle. Right? That's what the equations are doing. Because if you were to plot out that equation on a piece of paper, draw out that equation, right, it would establish straight lines. Okay. Um, because you are establishing a direction of where that angle is going, aren't you? All right.
Yeah.
That's what the equations are doing, Nate. All right. I know you sound a little bit hesitant there.
Yeah. I would say it depends what kind of equation, what we're trying to calculate. But I would give it to you that in most instances, in most situations, yes, these
What,
equations you use, they would describe some other type of straight line, but they're
okay.
always
Can you
very.
can, can you give me an example, right, where anywhere along a curved line, right, at that point, right, because this is what the equation establishes at that one particular point, right? Can you give me an example where at that point these equations don't establish a direction, right, which in a roundabout way is a straight line or is a straight line, okay, to determine that angle? Right? We're not drawing straight lines, but it is establishing a direction, right? Even if it isn't a line, so to speak, right? It's just a direction, but the direction is, if you were to continue that direction would be a straight line, okay? Right? It wouldn't be a curved line; it would be a perfectly straight line. That direction. Can you give me an example where the equation doesn't actually do that, so you can work out the angle?
All right, I'll post an image.
Okay.
When you establish an angle, you have to have a reference system of up, down, left, right to what that angle relates to.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, you can say for every point it's 30 degrees. 30 degrees to what? To the point itself, because a point can always be rotated, and it's still a point. Do you hear my point?
You see my point? You slipped on my
Actually,
point.
I can't post this because this is what you were saying. This is a straight line. Let me think, Ansel. Let me
Okay,
think,
let me
cause
see. Yeah, you know,
yeah,
you know,
cause you caught me off. Yeah,
yeah, but you know,
yeah. I know what
we
you're
have
saying.
we have reasonable conversations, Nate, and I want to, I want to get this thing through from way to go. But if you think that something can be, I would like to see it genuinely, Nate.
Mm.
I really would. Um, so, have you got a response from your mate from NASA?
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, no. I mean, he responded and he said he would look into it,
Oh,
but he
cool.
hasn't got back to me with the final solution.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I sent another email to NASA, Nate.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And
asking him if I could rent out the vacuum chamber in
what?
Ohio.
You could rent it out.
Yes.
Yeah, so
What?
what? Rent out that whole vacuum tube? How big is it?
Yeah, it's 122 foot high. All right.
How would they get it to you?
I'd go to it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want them to put it in a box and send it over to me.
Oh,
What?
okay. So like, if you can just rent it out for like a
A
week and just
day.
do some experiment,
A
or a
day.
day.
It'd
Well,
only take a
wouldn't
day.
it, wouldn't you need more time to like do the experiment more than once? You know,
Why? How many
just
times do you think
for
I've got to put
accuracy.
a? How many times do you think I've got to put a rocket on a pinwheel and light it up and get to see if it works? It only take once to do it.
Yeah, yeah, but just to make sure you've accounted for all variables. Different test
No.
scenarios.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'll have all day, so I reckon I could do it a couple of times.
yeah,
But yeah, they ain't going to rent it out to me, so I've got
yeah.
I've got no qualms with what the answer would be if they do get back to me. But hey, look, it was it was put out. Oh, you haven't even asked if you can. It's just like, well, fuck you. Watch this. I'll ask, and we'll see what the answer will be.
Yeah. They most likely won't even respond. That's the messed up thing.
Yeah,
You
well,
might only get a response late in the year, and
yeah. Well, that's on them. It's not on me.
yeah,
I've done what I can do.
exactly.
But it'd be interesting actually if they did say yes and how much it would cost. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Maybe next time try and say you're part of a school or an
Ah,
organization.
I did. I
Okay,
did
okay,
this
good,
time. Yes,
good.
yes, yes, yes. Well, I basically said it was for research and educational purposes.
Okay, you might get a response.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
But they might
Okay,
say something like they need a formal letter. They need something from the dean at your institution.
that's easy. I can Photoshop something.
Yes, you got
Copy
this
and
all
paste.
figured out.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Yeah.
report you, Bandy.
you would. You would very well be the fly in the ointment, Clovis.
Absolutely. That's what I've been trained to do for years now. Dub
I
on people
know. Exactly. You and
for
your bloody
flouting the regulations.
Yeah, being so. Gotta play by the rules, bro.
can't believe. Yes. Well, I don't actually think we've debunked the moon buggy scenario yet, though. I
You're
think that
kidding,
needs a
right?
bit more
But what's the
investigation.
moon buggy?
You don't know
Thing
Well,
about
the
the
debacle?
dust? Oh, you.
No, not the gin argument. No, not at all.
Okay.
yeah, no.
The hatch size, whether or not the buggy could fit the hatch, whether or not it could be extracted from the hatch. The dimensions apparently, didn't match.
Tell you what, though, Globus, when you see that thing unfolded and flopping all around, it looks like the most flimsiest thing ever, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to
Bending
absolutely
and
agree.
bowing and all over the
It looks
place. and
like a bed frame with wheels on it, basically.
pretty much, and a pretty
Well,
flimsy bed frame at all. And then all of a
yeah, a
sudden,
really
you're going to
shitty one
get
from IKEA.
you're going to get a big fat astronaut putting his ass on that.
Yeah,
It'll
exactly.
break in two.
Yeah, yeah, it was flimsy looking, that's for sure. That's what you get for, what was it, 35 mil, something like that.
Well, yeah.
That's what 35 mil gets you.
Tell you what, when they were doing it in the wherever they did it to test it the first time, whatever that footage was, wherever it was,
Yeah.
it didn't look like the easiest thing to unfold or get out, actually.
Yeah, that's true. The amount of moon buggy videos that I get now on my YouTube feed is just so annoying. It's just
Oh,
constant
really?
videos about it. Yeah. Oh, that's just so annoying.
Mm. Yeah.
Light
Yeah,
water.
see, if it had have been that light water, I would have believed it. If it actually had have been that, that looks sturdy, robust.
Yeah. What was that? Does anybody know the purpose of the little aluminium strips on the tires?
The strips.
It's like, yeah, if you look at the tires, the moon buggy tires, they've got like these aluminium strips, sort of in the form of like plate armor style. Like they're check them out. Yeah, let's see if I can find a picture real quick.
Because you can't have air tires in near vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which then on its return debunks the other car in space, right?
Yeah,
Huh.
absolutely.
Are you talking like the mud flaps
No, on the tires
on the
themselves.
tire,
You see,
like almost like snow chains?
It looks like weaved metal.
yeah, but on the
Oh.
yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that.
Yeah. No, I can't.
It doesn't really look like a tread, does it?
Mm.
Does it look like those tires could grip anything? Like, especially on a very dusty surface with it doesn't like I don't know. I personally would have put something more akin to mud tires there on it.
Yeah, big knobbies or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
mean, what do I know,
that makes
right?
more sense. Like all terrain tires.
Yeah,
Right.
especially for something that is very sandy looking.
Well, it makes a lot of sense to have an all terrain tire going to a terrain that you know nothing about.
Yeah,
Too.
yeah, that's
No,
logical.
we'll just put on normal road tires.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's our first thought. Just normal road tires.
They just look very slick. Like, I don't know. I just don't see much tread on
Yeah.
them.
No. I agree with you, Clovis. They definitely look very slick. But yeah, no, I'm sure they'll have a
An
reason
excuse for
for
it.
it. Yeah, some sort of story.
Yeah, yeah.
Some sort of story why they did.
Yeah. The
But
moon
yeah,
landings, I don't know much about. Yeah.
are you you're a
Express
believer?
Yeah, I believe we've been there, but I can't really talk too
Really?
much to the landings. Yeah.
Even with all the dodgy footage and all that sort of stuff, you still.
I haven't looked as deeply into the footage as you guys have. I've watched one or two documentaries, and yeah.
You know, my brother, that's a staunch glober. At one stage, he was like, he didn't believe in the landings at all.
Mm,
But when I came out with flat Earth and sort of put it to him, I don't know if I've been over this in the past, but he did get aggressive, and then I mentioned the moon landings, and I mentioned, you know, the fact that he previously sort of didn't believe in them, didn't think that they were legitimate, and he's like, well, actually, what I think about that now is that, yeah, they didn't go, oh, sorry, no, they went, but they faked the footage because they, you know, something along those lines, anyway.
yeah,
You know, because of the
yeah,
space race with Russia, blah blah blah. So I'm
yeah.
just like, oh, okay. Funny that you think that now that I'm coming
Mm,
out with this.
uh,
Yeah,
I've actually heard that too, that they actually did go, but they had to fake the footage that they went there.
yeah,
So
yeah.
it's just like, yeah.
That is weird.
Mm. But come on, mate, you've got to think. You can't see that a recycled washing machine landing on the moon looks a little bit sus.
It's like a washing machine. Yeah, I mean, definitely. There were times where I thought it was sus. I had my hesitations, but I mean, I've done things to verify it for myself, so I'm cool. Obviously, I
Mm.
can't verify the footage. I'm not really a photo or video expert, so that's hard for me to comment on. But I've done other things that have satisfied me.
Look, yeah, look, don't worry about the shape of the Earth, right? The moon and the shape, well, they're two totally. Because I know many people that believe that we didn't go to the moon, but they still believe in the shape. They're two totally different topics, kind of
Mm.
connected, but at the same time, two totally separate topics as well. But you know, just the fact that that thing had to land on the moon, right? With its thrusters throwing dust all over the place, Nate,
Mm.
and it's landed down. Now you don't see in the photos, you don't see any disturbance of the uh, the impact of those thrusters on the ground itself, right? You don't see any dust everything is so pristine, clean. Um, no dust, no. I'm not saying like a crater, but you if you if you were to get, say, a bicycle pump and take it down and take it outside and blow it straight down into the dirt, like it's going to disturb that ground around it. No, like you're going to see some sort of impression of where that pressure has hit the ground. There's going to be a disturbance of some shape or form. You don't see any of these things at all in any of the
Mm.
footage. It just looks like they've lowered this thing with a crane onto the ground, right? That's kind of what it looks like.
I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it to you. Some of the footage does look dodgy. It does look a bit weird, but it's hard for me to conclude on that, you know?
Mm,
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah. But I mean, seeing other people, you know, bounce right off the moon, having done it myself with a friend, you know, like, what do I now, like, weighing up, you know, my personal experience, seeing other people having done it, and then comparing it to this footage from NASA. Oof, you
Well,
know?
bouncing radar off the moon or laser lights off the moon are, once again, Nate, they are completely separate things to us actually landing on the moon with a
Mm,
recycled washing machine. Right?
I hear you.
Absolutely.
They're completely different things.
Mm.
All right. Just because you think that you've done it and other people think that they've done it, right, and have done it, right, and you've got a particular reading of one form, shape, or another, with what you've done, it doesn't mean that we've actually been to the moon at all.
I
Right? The
hear you.
two, yep, they're not connected at all.
It's not definitive, but I mean, it puts the idea in your head. I mean, okay, there's moon bounce, and then there's, you know, bounce and laser off of the retro shields. If you're able to bounce it off the retro shields, and you know the time it takes matches the predictions we have, it makes you think, okay, maybe there is a retro shield there, and if there is a retro shield there, a man must have put it there. Whether they're American or Russian, we don't know, but mankind must have put it there, you know? It's not absolute proof, but that's like logical, deductive steps you would take,
Okay. Well,
right?
uh, you're they've told you that you're bouncing something off a retro reflector. Okay. Now, let's just say that you are bouncing something off something, right? It doesn't actually mean it's a retro reflector, no.
Fair.
Right,
It
right.
could, yeah,
You or like it could be the moon itself, or it could be any number of things. It doesn't necessarily have to be, you know, a
yeah,
compact mirror that they pulled out of
yeah,
their back pocket.
they could have put something in the sky that I'm bouncing it off of. Yeah,
Well,
I
what?
hear you. It's not
Yeah,
conclusive.
yeah, not at all.
Bou-
Oh, I
Bouncing off
Yeah.
the
don't
dome,
think.
of course. That
Yeah,
would.
it could be bouncing off the dome. I totally hear you guys. It's not conclusive, but the point I'm trying to make is I'm not gonna figure out what the truth is looking at NASA videos. I'm gonna have to do a bit more, and the bit more I've done has satisfied me.
Mm,
You know? Yeah.
yeah, yeah, but bouncing bouncing something off the moon, right, isn't evidence that they've been to the moon, right? They
Fair,
are,
fair.
yeah.
But what would you do then? Aside from looking at NASA videos, how else could you, you know, satisfy yourself that we have or haven't been there?
Well, first, I would want to see something other than a recycled washing machine. All right, that'd be number
But
one.
all
Right.
right, but you're not gonna see that. You know, no one's gonna give you
So
footage of the moon except for NASA. That is the only source for things landing, people walking, whatnot
yeah,
on the moon.
yeah, and coming from the point of view that I think that the moon, well, how I view it, I think it's a solid object, right? And it's obviously in front of the stars. Okay, then now, is it possible for us to get to where the moon is? Well, yeah, it's possible for us to maybe get there. I would want to see something. Well, I would want to see. I think it boils down to where they tell us the moon is, Nate, right? And what conditions they say the moon is in. Okay. So I would want to see a number of things. I would want to see that test of a rocket in a vacuum. I'd want to see that for number one because they're telling me that the moon is in 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum. Okay, this is what they say. They've never backed away from this. Everyone says this. Okay, so I'd want to see a scaled down version of a rocket actually working in a vacuum. Number one, that would be my first criteria. So then now that alleviates uh, any query I've got them actually working in the rocket, working in the environment that they claim that it's working in. That'd be number one. And number two, I'd want to. I think I'd want to see, complete, full, uncut footage from Woe to Go, and then when they're on the moon itself, right? Especially today. Okay, let's don't worry about yesterday, but with the technology that they have today, right, with the cameras and the video equipment and all that sort of stuff, if they say that they're going to the moon this time, I would expect them to set up some sort of video system that does give us complete, unadulterated, 24-hour a day footage, where we can quite easily see things, and the raw footage, not manipulated footage in any way, shape, or form. I want to see the raw footage that isn't doctored in any form, right? Just to make it look pretty, right? I don't want to see I actually want to see what it does actually look like from out there. So they would be my criteria. Seeing a scaled down version, seeing the launch and landing from Woe to Go, and having them set up some sort of photography, video sort of stuff that we have access to that isn't adulterated in any way, shape, or form. That would give me more confidence in what they tell me. Yeah, I think they're fair and reasonable requests, really.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot to ask for, though. I'm not sure who's gonna ever give that to you. But
Well,
yeah, you
what?
can ask.
Okay, then. Why would it be a lot to ask for? Okay, I'll concede. I'll concede 1 and 2, right? Just for the sake of the argument. Okay, then the testing of the rocket in a vacuum and seeing full uncut footage from Woe to Go. Let's just put that to one side. But the third request of actually having some sort of video equipment up there, some sort of photography equipment up there that is unadulterated, that we do have access to, that we can scrutinize ourselves. I think that is very, very, very reasonable. I would think that these people of NASA, these scientists, that they would want to have it themselves, right? For the quest of science, they would want it. It shouldn't be up to me. Right? They're not fulfilling my desire. This would be a desire that they should have themselves, Nate.
But the thing is,
To
Vansol, they feel they already have it.
really?
Yeah, they feel they've been to the moon. They have all the footage, all the evidence. They know rockets can work in space. Earth is a sphere. To them, it's a settled thing. It's done science. You know.
So some little scientist or some little astrophysicist wouldn't
Mhm.
want to have 24-hour access to video footage from the moon pointing towards Earth. Are you telling me they wouldn't want that?
I don't think so. But why do you think they would want that? Like, what would they do with that footage?
They would look at it.
Uh huh. They would look at it so
Well,
they can just see the Earth.
well,
I mean, they
Nate.
already have access to that footage. They are satellites like the Himawari and whatnot. You know.
No, well, we're talking about footage where we can see the whole Earth in one particular frame all
Doesn't
the
the
time.
Himawari give us that?
Well,
Takes a
no,
picture of the Earth every few minutes.
we don't get it because we only get images that are stitched together and manipulated. We don't get unadulterated images. No, we don't get them.
Hmm. Is it possible to get that? Like, do we have a camera that doesn't matter, even if it's at the sun looking at the moon, it would be able to get a full detailed. Sorry, at the sun looking at the Earth, it would be able to get a full detailed view of the Earth. Do we have cameras like that from space?
A
I don't
camera
know.
that's near the sun, looking at. Well, I've
Or
never heard of one myself.
or a camera anyway in space. I mean, or okay, so you're saying the Himawari doesn't give that? This the Himawari gives composites? Is that what you're saying? I thought it takes
Well,
whole pictures.
No, it's
the
definitely
picture,
composites.
yeah, the pictures that we see are composite. And they're laid and they're stitched together. Every single one of them that I've ever seen presented has been manipulated in one way, shape, or form. And I don't want you to take that word manipulated, like, but you know, they're altered. They're not the pure image, like the image itself. All right,
Yeah. Okay.
all right.
There's some altering done. Okay.
Yeah, exactly, all right. And like I said, you know, to have something on the moon set up on a tripod, right? And boom, you know, stick the feet in the ground, right? It's there all the time. Happy days. Like, and people like Chronic, right? Because why would they want it? Because people like Chronic, that's what they do with their life. Nate, they just look at things. Right? This is their job to look at things. So why wouldn't you want another access point of looking at things and examining things? I think it would be. I'd presume it'd be right up there on the want list. Me, yeah, because the answers, you know, the response. Well, why would they want it? To me is just it's weak. It's a weak response. It's a weak answer. You'd want it because you are scientists, like you are studying things. Like this is what your job is when
Yeah.
you're looking at the Earth or you're looking at stars and what you'd want every possible vantage point that you could get to view what you think is up there at any one particular time, because you've got, you know, you said the Himawari, so we've got the Himawari in one particular spot. Okay, so that's one particular spot. We have whatever it is, Starlink in another particular spot. Right, we have
Mhm.
these things in a particular spot. All we're doing is putting another camera in another particular spot. So the more vantage points you've got, the better off you're going to be. And you're covering more space. You're getting more vantage points, many different fields of view that you can compare this picture to another picture all the time. Like, to me, that's science. Let's cover all bases. Let's not leave anything out. We're going there right? You know, instead of packing golf clubs, pack an extra camera. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, all right, call me crazy. All right, maybe it's too much to ask, but
Stop making sense, Bansa. You're giving me a headache, man.
oh, I'm sorry, SC. I'm sorry, buddy. But there we go, mate. Didn't see you there.
Good. Listening in on the moon saga.
Oh, yeah, I know. Well, um, did you hear the question that Nate posed? Like, what would satisfy you that we'd been to the moon, Montreal? Would you have any requests, any criteria that would give you more faith that we could at least go there the next time we're going to go there?
Yeah, actually, I liked your response. I'd like to piggyback on that. Exactly. Uninterrupted footage
Yep.
from launch. We see the
Mm-hmm.
horizon, it turns into a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we see the other ball, it gets smaller. We land
Mm-hmm.
on it, game over. We go home. It's over.
Yep. Beautiful. Happy days. It's pretty
I'm
easy.
I'm gonna be slightly more pedantic with what would sway me, if I may.
Okay. Of
I would
course.
love to see, and I would concede, I would concede a whole lot if I was shown a scaled down version of what's said to be occurring with our atmosphere here. So, i.e., the gas pressure gradient that eventuates in a a vacuum for all intents and purposes. 10 to the minus 17 torr. It doesn't have to be that value itself, because I that's probably impossible to achieve here. But any lesser torr level I would accept. But yeah, I'd like to see this gas pressure gradient system eventuating in that in a vacuum. So I don't want to see the gas equilibrating and filling that that void. I want to see it how it's said to occur here. Yeah, I don't. That could be asking for too much, because they're going to involve gravity with that. But those are my parameters.
Yeah. What about well, with the question in mind, like going to the moon? What would your parameters be to go? Yep, we're at this time. We won't worry about last time. This time we've been there. What would you like to see? Apart from your
No, definitely, yeah. The uninterrupted footage, although I think that can still be manipulated. I mean, in this day and age, the trigger with footage. I mean, we can easily be tricked. But I mean, I might still take that on board. But, that would have to be secondary to my other sort of requirements. Purely because in order for me to even take that footage on board, I need to know that the medium that said that they're traveling in, that they purport to be traveling in, actually exists. And after that, yeah, I'd be open to a lot more, and I probably wouldn't even scrutinize footage as much as I do now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's why I said seeing a scaled down version of a rocket actually working in that medium.
Yep, that's another one. That's another one that I would definitely agree with.
Yeah,
Yep.
I definitely want to see that as well. Because if you're going to claim something is so, you should be able to show it is so. Because we do have the facilities to actually do that. Well, they can't say
Yeah.
that they don't have the facilities. We do actually have the facilities where they can actually do that. So yeah, I said, I'd want to see that, in conjunction with everything else I said, as well as them setting up, instead of retro reflectors, set up a bloody camera, that we can have access to, 24
Yeah.
hours a day.
Yeah.
And things can, and 24 hours a day, things can be married up, with this scrutiny. They shouldn't be worried about the scrutiny if things marry up
Mm-hmm.
at all. They shouldn't be worried about it.
Yeah.
But they should actually be proud to go, come on, give it your best shot, sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
Because this is real, this is reality, this is what's happening. So they shouldn't be hiding or weaving or ducking from that scrutiny at all.
Yeah, absolutely. But as Nate said, I don't think I think we're asking too much from the only people that will be able to give it to us. I mean, I don't think they're going to provide or even cater to our
Yeah, NASA
disbelief.
wouldn't give this to you.
That's that's the issue. For whatever reason that may be, I could speculate that that's because they don't want it, because they can't, or just purely because they're
What
we're
they would
small
give you,
fish.
yeah, what they would give you is just the raw data of the images, which is what they give everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lame excuse. How about a
It's
commercial
not an
enterprise?
excuse. That's the truth. That's what NASA do.
That's not the truth. They pull the wool over your eyes, and you're playing a lawyer for them. How about
Okay,
a commercial
that's what
enterprise?
NASA tell us. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
think what
bought
he's
the whole
saying,
thing,
SE,
bro.
is
Sorry, you
I'm
believe
not.
the whole thing.
I actually have to defend Nate here, because what I think he's just saying is that that's going to be their response. He's not actually defending them, if I'm right.
Oh,
exactly.
then my bad. Yeah. Of course, that's
Yeah.
going to be their response. Of course.
Yeah, that's all they're going to give us purely because, like I said, either they can't provide what we're asking for, or we're small fish that they don't want to involve themselves with.
Yeah, I've heard that argument before, and my counter to that argument is this: fine, they don't own us anything, and which they do because it's the American taxpayer money. But that's besides the point. How about a commercial enterprise?
What do you mean?
Well, let's say they can get a rover up there, right?
Mhm.
And they can have a camera facing Earth. Can you
Like
imagine
SpaceX,
the advertising? Sorry?
like SpaceX or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you imagine now how much Apple is willing to pay for, an eye on the Earth, and they can superimpose like a spinning ball, and you have the commercials running there? Can you imagine the value of that? Just from a money making, a business thing.
I hear you, but like I'm saying, to most people, these are settled sciences. So even if Apple got these really amazing images of Earth from the moon and they were real and authentic, most people wouldn't care, because in most people's minds, we know what the Earth looks like. Like we've seen pictures. It's not that interesting.
Well, Nate, if you don't think that these companies are interested in advertising
Mhm.
in space, well then I would rebut that with saying, well then, Elon Musk had no problems in trying to advertise in space by putting a car out there. So
Yeah,
that was a huge form of
ad, yeah,
advertising, right?
yeah.
So
But that's doing something that's never been done before, according to most people on Earth. We've never seen a car in space before. So if his company can put a car in space and have someone driving it, that's a big publicity stunt. But to get really nice images of Earth when most people feel they've seen billions of pictures of Earth from space, you see what I'm saying?
well,
Yeah.
having a Coca-Cola neon sign on the moon or the Golden Arches too hasn't been
That's
done.
what I was going to say. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
would
should be
definitely
cool.
sway me.
Yeah.
A
Yeah, I've
big
said that
Apple
before.
logo
A
on the
nice
moon.
laser show, right?
Yeah.
Put up a
Yeah,
laser
for
robot.
sure.
Yeah, and you're broadcasting. That is not only a good idea; it's priceless. They would kill. They would kill to be the first to do that.
Yeah.
They would.
Imagine, like you said, SC. Imagine if Apple or Android, Samsung, one of these, Google, right, said we are going to pay for a camera to be on the moon, pointing towards Earth, right? And then, right, here's the app where you can access it for 99 cents. You too can have this app, right?
Yeah,
And access it. Everyone in the world would pay 99 cents
I would.
to
I'd be the first.
exactly. There
Yeah.
you go. See, so just putting a camera alone, like, you don't even have to put neon signs or anything like that. Just having a camera, which isn't going to disturb anything. They'll leave moon buggies and retro reflectors and golf clubs on the moon. Why not just leave a camera on the moon too that people can access? It seems,
Yeah,
well,
and not only that, it's going to make us money. Lots and lots of money.
exactly.
Yeah, but you guys know that these companies aren't interested in making money.
No,
Exactly.
no,
Yeah, exactly.
What?
not at all.
What do you mean? I don't understand. Globus.
I think it was tongue in cheek. It was
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bottom line, there's
That would
no
over my head.
sound reason not to do that. We have eagle cams, we have dog cams, we have backyard. You just Google cam, live cams. There's a cam on. There's ant cams, bear cams, polar cams, penguin cams, but not a moon cam. Come on.
street corner cams, building
But who would?
cams. They got
How
Yeah,
how how would we maintain that moon cam? Would we send someone to the moon every 3 months to do maintenance or what?
Why would you
Well,
maintain it? We have rovers running around Mars for years now, 10 years. Just put a solar pack on it. It could gain electricity, right?
how do how do
And
they
broadcast.
maintain things like the Himawari or the rover that's on Mars or these sorts of things? How do they maintain these sorts of things?
I think they put out there for like 10, 15 years and then they're brought back, like they
There you
live
go.
out their
No, they're
full
not brought
lifespan,
back. No,
aren't
no.
they? Or
They're
or
just
are they
left
just
there.
left there? Okay, they just left there, yeah.
Yeah,
You just send another rover in 10 years up. No big
that's
deal.
right.
A better one, more advanced,
You got plenty of
sharper,
cash.
brighter, faster.
I hear you guys, and I actually feel like I am starting to sound like I'm defending NASA, and I don't want to
Mm.
sound like that. So I will
That's-
concede that since we have all of these other cams everywhere, it is interesting we don't have a cam on the moon. But I would also say for most people, a cam on the moon taking pictures of Earth when we've seen so many pictures of Earth, it wouldn't be that interesting. But I'm gonna leave it there because I don't want to sound like a NASA show.
Oh, Nate,
Too late, mate.
you would be the first person, Nate, to log into a cam looking down on Earth. You'd be the first person.
Oh,
Don't tell me
really?
you
I
would
could do it right
too.
now, Benzo. I could go onto a YouTube live stream of a satellite looking at Earth, but I mean, that doesn't interest me.
If they had a cam from the moon looking at Earth, you wouldn't be interested in looking at that? Come on, Nate.
I might look at it for 10 minutes, and then I would go do something else, Benzo.
There you go. But you'd
You
be
looked.
interested. Exactly.
Yeah.
You've been talking about it for more than 10 minutes, and you're saying you wouldn't view it for more than 10 minutes? What a joke.
Talking about it for more than 10 minutes because these guys are talking about it. I mean, I'm talking to them about it. I'd rather talk about something else, but I can't control the room, Rock here. That was a pretty dumb point to make.
No, it's not. It's pretty dumb on your part to say you wouldn't view something so amazing, but you would talk about it, not viewing it, and make up
See
reasons why they don't have it.
plenty of images of Earth. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see it now, and they have the laser technology to do it. You guys must have seen this whale. They make it appear coming out of the floor of a basketball court, and they can make dragons in the air, right? Well, imagine a double arch McDonald's sign. How much they'd be willing to pay for that?
That'd be huge.
Yeah, that would be interesting. The golden arch on the moon.
Just you laughing and agreeing to that. Imagine the publicity that would gain. It's you can't. It's there's not enough money to pay for like a thing like that. You know.
I totally agree with you. If McDonald's went and put the golden arch on the moon, it would blow their competition out of the water. I totally agree with you, Essie. Like seriously, like that would be a big publicity stunt. It would be a big thing. Why they don't do it, I don't know.
Because they
But
can't, bro. Because they can't.
Mm.
That's why they don't do it.
Imagine chicken wings deep fried in 10 to the negative 17 torr. Oh.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
finger licking good.
We could freeze them easily over there.
Hell yeah, and cook them.
That's it.
Put them in the
Yeah.
pens.
Who knows, man? Who knows?
Our new light and fluffy batter, deep fried. In
Your
10
audio's
Low pressurized.
We'll have
Low
moon
pressurized
nuggets. Shout out Rakia.
moon nuggets.
Moon nuggets.
Guys.
Vacuum boiled.
Hell yeah.
Moon nuggets.
It's healthy. It's healthy, guys.
McMoon nuggets.
Fuck yeah, I'd have some. Maybe.
Go to the McMoon.
Maybe Mars can have a an athlete in Mars.
Maybe what?
Mars, the chocolate bar, Mars.
Hmm.
Maybe they can
Mars.
advertise in Mars. Yeah,
Yeah, they
Right.
should
with
do.
a big Mars bar in Mars. I mean, Disney already drew Pluto on Pluto. So
That's true, they did. You're not wrong, Smallman.
Nux goes
You see, you're laughing. Imagine how catchy that would be. It's invaluable. Invaluable.
Nux goes on.
And who's your audience? Well, the entire sky under the moon, the entire globe. So you advertise to what, 3 billion, 4 billion people at the same time?
Hmm. That's actually a good idea. Yeah.
Of course it is, bro. Of course. And trust me, I'm not the first one to think of this. Some advertisement guru thought of this way before me, you know, and probably shielded to the board, and they said, "Are you nuts? We can't do that."
Nugsfield.
Yeah, that's a special field, the Nugs field.
I guess it's the counter space for dielectric field.
It's the
That's
Nug
field.
boson. It gives matter. It gives matter to everything.
That's why it's the Nug particle, not the God particle.
It's the God Nug particle.
Oh yeah.
It gives mass to to everything,
To nuggets.
especially nuggets. Yeah, yeah.
The eggs nugget.
I would say it sounds fishy, but it's chicken.
Mailman, you're not Romanian, right?
No, I'm finished.
Okay.
Why?
I want to ask someone from Romania about this whole Romania Moldova thing going on. Apparently, they're going to become one country again.
I think the Dakotas is Romania. But he
Does
lives
he
in
come to the
UK.
server?
No.
He's in Gems, I think. He might be there right now.
Yeah.
He's not there now.
Hmm.
Fuck me, WhatsApp's even bitching about the memes. Jesus Christ. What a bitchy bitch.
Your audio is really bad, Smallman.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Uh,
understand what you're saying.
Is what?
any better now?
I think that's slightly better, yeah.
I think there's an issue with the fucking earphones. The other one just shuts down and it doesn't work. Weird.
Yeah.
He seems to be able to run rings around you guys. That's for sure.
Who's
Nope.
this?
What's up?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
WhatsApp. Destroys
What's
them.
up? Though?
He's so fucking dishonest that it's
Dishonest? Really?
yeah,
What?
yeah.
Oh, that's a mighty big claim. Let's put this
That's
claim
small.
to the test, right? What has he been
Yeah.
dishonest about?
I can start over from earlier today. I was talking to him.
Because
He said that most police are corrupt, and no evidence for that. And I asked for evidence, and then he asked for me to provide evidence, even though I didn't make a single claim. And then from there we went to I said that I served in military, and he said that I didn't serve because it's Finnish military, even though it's military service.
Is he also Finnish?
No, I don't know where he's from. He's saying that I'm from Poland at the time, even though I'm not.
From Poland. Okay. Okay.
And there's
I
a
thought.
lot of weird shit that he said, and there's a lot of things that he said that I said, even though I didn't.
Okay.
It's
I thought we were going to
pretty
get into
weird.
something more substantial, like
Yeah, that
he
was 15 minutes of the whole day. So
okay. I thought he was going to make like a wild claim that you need straight lines to be able to establish an angle. I thought this is where it was
There
going.
you go again, Bansa. There you go again.
He's trying to reel me into this, aren't you, Bandy? This is exactly what Chemo does whenever I go over there to Gems.
Yeah.
He'll bring up
Easy
sex
with the
music,
logic.
and he'll nudge me, and he'll nudge me.
Well, we do have a man here that is willing to concede, right? Because he is a man of concessions, right?
Yeah.
What am I willing
you
to concede now?
that we need to establish, straight lines or directions, all right? Because we agree on directions as well to establish an angle, right?
I would say in most situations, and it's what most
You
people would do. Yeah.
you haven't pointed out one situation yet where you don't have to.
Yeah, I was looking and then I got distracted by this small conversation.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. But you did
But no, but
concede.
I
You did
did something
concede.
with you.
Yeah. Mm.
Hang on. I think it might have been yesterday or the
Okay.
day before yesterday.
Look, we'd all be eager to see that you could establish an angle without straight lines or at least two directions, which establish a straight line.
Hmm.
We'll be very, very interested.
Yeah, it's gotta find what I posted yesterday or the day before. I think it's this.
Mm-hmm.
And,
what straight lines again?
Well, you need straight lines or two straight directions, mailman, to establish an angle. Are you going to disagree with that?
No, I think no.
Huh.
I think it's fair to say that,
Damn.
yeah, because if you use any device, an optical device, you see something. I mean, we can sort of assume that it's a straight line, even though sometimes doesn't actually matter.
So yeah.
Who is that
So
guy, mailman, and who took him away and replaced him with somebody else?
I know. Are you hearing this, SE? Are you hearing these concessions?
No,
Pretty
I've never,
You're a
I never,
whisperer, Bansa. You're a
I've,
ball whisperer. Damn.
I've never said that you like sort of you don't need sort of a straight line.
Oh, he's walking
Because,
it back
I mean,
now.
He is
no,
walking it
I'm saying that I have. No, I'm not walking. In fact, I'm just saying that I've never said that you can have like angles between just pure curved lines. I don't think I've ever said that.
Smart man.
Ooh,
Like, obviously, you can
there
just have
we
tangents, and on a
go.
globe, you can have a tangent to the horizon.
See, well then, you would be the exception, mailman, not the rule. You would be the
That's it.
exception.
Could be.
But we are all having a huge sigh of relief now, having these concessions. Huge sighs of relief.
I am awake, right? I'm not asleep. I did wake up. Okay.
SE.
Let me
Hey,
slap myself.
how hard have they fought this, SE? How
I
hard have they
know.
fought it?
I can't believe it.
yesterday,
You know, I wouldn't fight it because I mean, obviously horizontal is just perpendicular to vertical, and if vertical is a straight line, then horizontal is. But
Well,
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Wow.
no
Look at
problem. Yeah.
this, man.
damn. Whew.
Obviously, there's no physical horizontal line when you use sextant. It is
Hold on.
just an assumed
Now we
line.
had to go and blow it.
yeah. I was gonna say.
That's
Hold on.
it's
I was
obviously there's no physical line from the sextant to the horizon.
You just said there's no
Otherwise,
physical horizontal.
yeah, because there's no physical line from the sextant to the horizon. Not physical, just optical.
Yeah, but the water. How about the water itself? If you have,
That can be,
let's
that,
say,
that can be curving. Doesn't matter.
let's say we have a lock system with water in it, closed on either side, like not moving. Would you call that level and horizontal?
No, just I would call it level, but not horizontal.
So you would call it level, but not horizontal. How would you think it would compare if you were to look next to the horizon? Let's say you had a body of water next to the beach, right? Aligned with the horizon, and you look at it. How would it differ, you think?
Well, different to what?
Well, how would it differ from the horizon? You look at the horizon, right? You're on the beach now.
Sure.
Okay?
Sure. I see the horizon.
Let's take a long pool. You have a long pool completely in the same orientation as the horizon, and you look at the pool and you look at the horizon, the water. Do you think it would differ? You're saying that would differ somehow? And if so, how?
Am I looking along the pool, or is the pool like along the horizon, like left to right?
It's parallel. Let's say you got a pool, like a long pool, like an Olympic pool, and it's parallel to the horizon.
Parallel to the horizon. Okay.
Yeah, and you're looking at it sideways from the side view.
Okay. So what would it look like?
Yeah, you're saying the level is not horizontal. So how would it be not parallel to the horizon in your view?
I mean, it will, because the horizon is just the limit of your vision. It's the same elevation all around you.
So you're saying it would be like level, just like the horizon looks level and horizontal.
Sure. It's equal elevation around you on the sphere. Yes. The elevation
No, I'm not talking about equal elevation. I'm not talking about that.
I am.
I'm talking about the pool in relation to the horizon. Would they be both parallel?
I mean, sure, but I don't understand your question. Like,
Well,
what do you
here,
mean?
let me be clear. You said level is not horizontal, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so now we can establish that if you make a pool next to the water there, you can make it level, right?
I'll make a
You
pool
agree with that?
next to the horizon. I can make it level.
On the beach,
sure,
right next to the
by
beach,
definition.
a hotel complex. You must have seen those pools before.
Sure, yep.
Like 50 feet from the beach, right?
Sure, yep.
Okay, so what orientation difference would that pool have with the horizon?
I don't what kind of, it would be the same, it would be level. I don't understand.
I think it's a pretty simple question. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know.
they're the same. Water in the pool is the same as the water in the sea. There's no.
Okay, perfect. So level is horizontal. There it is. I mean, it's a simple demonstration.
No. Why? How would it?
It cannot not be that, bro. It cannot not be that. You cannot show that.
Show what?
That level is not horizontal.
I mean, if you take any ball, put a camera on top of it, then the horizon it's level. I mean,
what? Say that again.
And take a large sphere, put a camera on top of it, rotate the camera around, and you just follow the horizon. It's a level line.
You mean the curving ball, which drops from each side immediately?
Yeah,
Always?
just put a camera on top of it. Yeah, put the camera on top of it, rotate the camera 360 degrees, and there's your horizon, a line at equal elevation.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about water, how water behaves. If you put water on a ball, it's going to roll off on either end, no? All around it.
Yeah, if there's no gravity on the ball, then sure, yeah, obvious.
Yeah, obvious.
Yeah, I mean,
so water
all
on
density,
Earth.
you can just take it.
Here, let me give you another scenario. You're on the beach. You're having a supper with your wife. You're right on the beach, like feet away. You're sitting down. You have a glass of water in front of you and a glass of wine, both of you. Now you look at the horizon and you look at the glasses. Do you think there's a difference between the how the water looks and how the horizon looks? If you look at them like from the side.
Well, the water in the glass is obviously smaller. So.
Yeah, but would it be the same orientation, you think, as the horizon, or would it look different, like crooked, up, down, side? How do you think it would look?
It would look the same, just gravity pulling the water having weight. So, yeah.
Yeah, so it's level and horizontal. Yeah, there's no way around that, bro. You have to go in space and envision a ball to get away from that.
Just a quick one, Moleman, if I may. So, what is the purpose of the bubble in the bubble sextant?
To find vertical using gravity.
That would be incorrect. I can provide a reference that says otherwise. Just if you have time, I'm not sure if you're at work. If you have time to read it, just provide it.
I'm at work, but I can listen, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, I can read you just a little paragraph within the reference. Yeah, it's in the chat.
Okay.
Under where it says the bubble sextant, the first sentence there, the aircraft bubble sextant measures altitude above a horizontal plane established by bubble.
So it measures altitude?
Apparent altitude. So well, that's the purpose of the sextant. But what do you
mean with altitude?
Well, the apparent altitude of the star above the horizontal plane.
What does it use to measure? It uses vertical, right?
No, it uses a bubble level, so it establishes an artificial horizon.
Does it say that it establishes the horizon?
Yep. There's if you go for actually the first paragraph under sextants part 1, there's another line that says because marine navigators are on the surface of the ocean, they can establish their horizon by referring to the natural horizon. In an aircraft, this is impossible because altitude and aircraft attitude induce error. In the sextant designed for air navigation, a bubble, like the one on a carpenter's level, determines an artificial horizon, which is parallel to the celestial horizon. So essentially, they establish level, which is, in their words, is a horizontal plane.
Yeah, but they do it using bubble level, which establishes vertical.
Well, by default, if you're getting horizontal, perpendicular to that is vertical, but vertical doesn't really come into it at all. It doesn't come into the equation at all here because they establish horizontal and then they measure the apparent altitude of whatever star they're sighting or celestial body with reference to that artificial horizon they've established with the bubble.
But the reason for the bubble being where it is because water has weight. Or if you want to say relative density, then relative density, but that's vertical. So you get the vertical, and then by definition, that is horizontal.
Yeah,
it establishes level.
Yeah, establishes level, but they're measuring the apparent altitude of an artificial horizon. So really vertical, like I said, it's there by default, obviously. but it doesn't really come into the equation.
Sure, well, in the start it's fine because that's what they use, vertical.
I didn't catch that. Your audio sort of broke up.
Yeah, that they use, obviously they use vertical because that's how a spirit level or bubble level works.
Well, as per the reference itself, it says that the bubble actually establishes horizontal.
But actually it uses vertical to get the horizontal. Like you can't use this while falling at 9.8 meters per second square. You can't use it because you don't have vertical. You can't establish it.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing how verticals actually comes into this at all when they're establishing a horizon.
But don't they take that elevation angle and subtract it from the complementary or from the 90 to get the complementary angle? And that's what they calculate the distance on.
Yep. But in
Yep.
order to get any elevation angle, you need that horizontal, which
Yeah.
is level.
Which you get from vertical. You get that from the vertical.
That's to confirm your vertical being 90 degrees straight up.
Just turn you down a bit. I had you on 200. Yeah, well, like I said, I'm not sure which
Sorry,
way to put this, but
I'm gonna get back to work, but I'm gonna be listening.
no worries.
The edge itself, the spirit level, right, or the plane of that bubble level, establishes the horizontal in reference to the perpendicular, the vertical of the bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because without the we just talk about a spirit level here, like it is that edge of the spirit level itself that establishes the horizontal, that line. The bubble itself is creating a perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah, you'd agree with that, Clovis?
Yep.
Yep. And in most spirit levels these days, they have a horizontal. They have also a vertical bubble in them, and a lot of them too have a 45-degree bubble in them as well, and some even have a 22.5-degree bubble in them, which is all established. All those lines, all those reference lines are established by the plane of that edge that you use. But the bubble itself is creating a vertical reference frame.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Cool. And man of concessions, unbelievable.
Well, I'm conceding.
Yeah, you always do.
What am I conceding to?
Well, I think you put the mailman first. Like, what does the bubble establish? And he initially said a vertical, and you said no, it establishes a horizontal.
Oh no, I said what
Okay.
is the purpose of the
Okay, then sorry. Yep, I misheard then, man.
Yeah,
So
because
I'll
they're not.
Yep.
I definitely conceded to him that by default the vertical is there.
Yep.
But the whole purpose of actually having the bubble is to establish a horizontal plane, as per the
Yes.
reference.
Yeah. The purpose of the bubble. Yeah, definitely. Like the purpose of the bubble is to establish that horizontal plane, like that reference point of that edge. Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
But what the actual bubble does itself, and what the bubble establishes is itself, is the actual vertical.
Yep. Yeah, it's like it's there by default. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I did say that. Yeah, but a lot of people say that they measure a zenith angle with these tools. you find your vertical. They don't do that. They measure. They work just like a nautical sextant does. Just the only reason that they have a bubble in them is to establish the artificial horizon, because that's not in
Does it?
sight when you. Hello?
Sorry, does it do that? Does it measure the zenith angle or the elevation angle from the artificial horizon?
The elevation angle. Because
Okay,
like,
so okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And yeah, this is
So you
Bacon
have
also
to
thought the
subtract it.
same. Yeah, you subtract it, and then you know
Okay.
you do your calculations off the zenith angle. But yeah, the first angle the only angle that you acquire with it is the elevation angle. But yes, the zenith angle does come
Fair
into
enough.
play. I'm not going to deny that. Absolutely not.
Sure. But just
Yeah.
that the angle that they measure is an elevation angle from a horizontal, not a sort of drop angle from
Yeah.
zenith or the zenith
Yeah.
angle.
Yeah, it's got a little diagram as well within the that's pretty helpful of how it works.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Bandy, did you see the picture of the Japanese moon rover I posted?
No.
Oh, it's a concept, but I mean, this is what you would expect. Not to go back to that argument again, but this is what you would expect it to look like.
Oh, this one. Damn, look at that.
That's mean, isn't it?
Yeah. Now that's a rover.
Yeah, I was gonna
Hey,
say that's a fucking rover.
that's a rover. That's what you would expect. Definitely. Man. That's like something almost out of like Lost in Space. Remember Lost in Space, that show? Did you ever watch that?
No, I'm too young for that.
You might be a bit young, but it was an
But
old like,
I know about it. I know about it. And
yeah.
I've seen
But,
a couple
yeah,
episodes.
no, damn, yeah, that is definitely something you would it puts damn. And look at
Look at
those
this.
knobbly
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
dogs.
say.
They're going in prepared.
They're going in, yeah, the right way.
Go hard or go home. That's the
Exactly.
way. Damn.
Where did
That
you post this? Where are you guys looking at?
I'll post it again.
post it again. Yeah. I've got it. I can repost it if you want.
That's all we got.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
Look at that thing.
Yeah. Look at that SC. Yeah, that's a moon buggy SC.
Oh, that's a proper buggy.
Like now, if we had have seen something like that initially, none of us would have questioned it. We would have been all
Exactly.
over it.
And see, that'd be a Glover. You know?
Yeah.
I think there's even a Tesla concept moon buggy as well. It kind of looks like that
Slightly
Cybertruck.
different to this one here, huh?
Well,
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Bloody recycle washing machine. Looks better.
look at all
How
the
the hell did they
shower rods.
think they were gonna get away with this, man? Like, seriously, you couldn't have even ironed out the freaking paper or something. Like, it's astonishing.
I don't know about you, SE, but the whole moon landing for me was before flat Earth and everything. Like that was something, you know, I never bought it myself. What about you?
I've always questioned certain things, but to be honest with you, I don't know if I questioned the moon before I got into this, the landing.
Yeah.
I think I bought the whole freaking thing.
Mm-hmm.
What I did question was what got me into this from when I was young. I questioned the existence of time.
Right. Yeah, actually, I've heard you talk about this. Yeah.
The existence
but
of time? What do you mean?
time, yeah, exactly. What is time?
Okay.
That's a weird thing.
Exactly. Should be simple to
Yes,
answer, right?
Yeah, but there's like many different times. Like there's like the measurement of time, and then there's time itself.
Yeah, what is that time itself? What is that part? I get the measure.
It's a
I get
drag.
Yeah, it's a bit like heat and temperature. They're two different things, but for time there's one word.
I can't really hear you that well, man.
Oh, sorry. I think. Can you hear me better now?
You're kind of a bit of muffled. It's kind of like you're in a closed room or something.
I guess I gotta change my headset. Do that.
All right. Come back for war, mailman. Put your war boots on.
Well, I'd like to hear his take on time because every time I ask somebody that, it doesn't go good.
To me, time is just a cycle. SE, that's all it is. Things just move in cycles. Everything has a cycle.
Yep.
Like, but time itself, or like what we call time, seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years, this sort of thing, that's just a man-made construct. Period. No more, no less. That's all it is.
It's a concept. Yeah.
Yeah.
Better now?
A little bit.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I think time is just sort of change. Or, yeah, change.
Yeah, definitely. I'll agree with that. But it's not, change is not time, right? Change is change. That's why we call it change.
Yeah. It is a bit defined.
And you definitely can't manipulate it, can you, mailman?
Depends what you mean with manipulate, but I think.
Oh, in any way, shape, or form, you can't manipulate time.
Using your hands. That's what the etymology of the word manipulate means, right?
Okay, then you can't manipulate it with your hands, your feet, your tongue, your nose, a stick, a ball.
Sure,
like
I kind of
anything.
agree. Yeah.
Yes. So there is no way at all to be able to manipulate time.
I think so. Yeah.
Cool. Okay, then we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, you know what the next question is, right?
Yeah, I do, SC. Go ahead.
I do know what the next question is.
Go ahead, tell me, mailman. Does it have to do with a certain fabric?
I didn't. I thought I didn't know it was the fabric thing. I thought it was the independent variable thing.
You see, this thing that you agreed is really a concept. Well, one fuzzy-haired nut job took it and combined it with space, the stuff that's between me and you, and made a fabric out of it.
Sure.
Nonsense, right?
Well, I mean, it's well of my pay grade, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it can be nonsense or true. I'm not sure. I'm not a scientist, but
On an
we are making
intuitive level.
progress. You are thinking about it, so that's good.
Yeah. Have you hit your head today, mailman? Like, what's going on, man?
no.
No.
I think the ball whisperer, the
yes.
RC,
That's right.
I have to say that yeah, space time can be wrong because I mean, sort of not everything, but most of things can be wrong. So I can't say that it definitely exists or exists as a concrete thing.
Look, it's the idea of a man who was brought up, to be a genius, which really that is a sign of sheer stupidity, if you ask me. Like taking a concept of time and space and combining them, and like this is an outdated 100-year-old theory that people refuse to let go for some reason.
I don't know how it's outdated. I mean, I don't know what it's outdated with.
Dark matter kills it.
I mean,
Dark matter kills
how?
what?
It doesn't kill
Kills
it.
the Einsteinian and Newtonian view of cosmology.
How does it kill
It
it?
doesn't.
Oh yeah, kills it dead in the water. Yeah.
How?
How? If there is dark matter, then everything works. So how? I mean,
How
Well,
does
you
it
just
kill
said
it?
it yourself. You just said it yourself. If there is dark matter,
Yeah.
then everything works.
Yeah. So now we just have to figure out if there is dark matter to know if
No,
the idea is correct or not.
no, you don't. You don't get it, do you? They invented dark matter for the theory to work.
Yeah,
The
the
theory was
dark
proven
matter
wrong,
just
right?
incorporated into relativity, and it works that way. Dark
Yeah.
matter is the question.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, Left Lane, because I know you looked into it. You said it yesterday. Now, had we not had this concept of the gravity, right, that we think of, Newtonian and Einsteinian, had we not had that concept, would we need to invent dark matter?
Oh, we'd be set back 100 years in technology, and there are many things that we use today that incorporates these principles. I
Dark
mean, so
matter.
I don't
Name
know.
me one. Name me one thing.
Not dark matter. I'm talking about, Einstein and Newton.
Like
You
what?
know,
What do we
I would just
incorporate?
say that just because there is movement in galaxies that we don't understand, really doesn't necessarily negate the Einstein's field equation.
Well, the movement in galaxies that we don't understand, they've always been moving that way. Would you agree?
Sure.
So, in other words, what we thought we saw before, we made calculations for, we got that wrong. You have to admit that.
No,
You
we
won't
got
admit.
we got what wrong? I mean, we use it. I mean, here on Earth, of course, we don't even have to get into Einsteinian gravity to calculate trajectories, ballistics, orbits, and things like that. We just use Newtonian physics, and it works.
So
Yeah,
you
but
mean to tell me that when we throw something up in the air and we watch it fall and we calculate that takes some sort of genius to figure that out? It took Newton to. We don't
can
see it
calculate.
ourselves. We pick something up, we drop it, it falls. We need Newton for that.
Yeah, sure we do.
Well, he was wrong because he said that matter attracts matter, and there's no instance whatsoever where we see that. So that's wrong.
Well, we're in direct conflict on that. So
Left Lane, I think you've kind of let him off the hook though. SC still needs to tell us how dark matter proves Newton and Einstein wrong.
Very simple. Very simple. Try to like. I can't make it any more simpler, right? The reason why you think dark matter is needed is because you had a concept of how gravity should work, Einsteinian that is, right? The calculations were made and they were observed to be incorrect. When they looked up in the sky, the model that Einstein came up with was 100% wrong. Not slightly, not by a little bit, 100% wrong. There's no way to dispute that, because if you're going to tell me that the galaxies were not spinning in the way you expected, right? That means your theory, your model expected them to be turning in a certain rate, which they were not. So that means your model was wrong.
Okay. I get where you're coming from. What most people would say is the model was incomplete. I don't know if they would say it was wrong.
But it was wrong. In order for your model to work, I don't understand why you don't see that. You had to come up with something. You had to put something where there's nothing. Do you not understand that? You had to put 95% of what is out there to be something where there is nothing for your calculations to work. That is preposterous that you don't see that.
Do you
that-
I don't get how you
is
don't
it- is
see that it's older. It's
Oh, sorry,
just
go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry,
more.
Tony. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry I interrupted.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that it's just a placeholder. I mean, you guys think that it's like a definite thing.
What's a placeholder? What does that mean?
Is it me or
They
is
don't know
Tony
exactly
cutting
what
out?
it is yet. So until we find out what it is, it's called black matter or black whatever you want to call it. Jose, who gives a shit?
Yeah, but why do you think there has to be something there? Why?
Because there's nothing there.
Well, why do you need
why?
a
Why
placeholder?
must there be something where there's nothing? Why?
So that our equations match reality. Because
Wait a
right
second,
now
I'm pulling up
they
propane.
So you
We
want?
see-
So you
we
want to
see this
listen
thing-
to what you just said, bro. Listen
Uh-huh.
to what you just said. You
Yeah.
said you put something there so
Mhm.
the equations can match reality.
Yeah, so that our predictions match what we see in reality. So,
So-
so I would give it to you, Essie, that the Einstein lambda model has gone through a lot of revision. There was a point where the model was completely wrong, where Einstein thought we lived in a static universe that wasn't even expanding, and then Edwin Hubble came about and saw that galaxies recede away from us. The further away they are from us, the faster they move away. So he put in this placeholder called the cosmological constant. And that
Right,
placeholder has
Einstein was
been,
wrong, right?
has
Let him
been
finish.
yeah, that placeholder, just let me finish, Essie. That placeholder has been revised and revised. And the reason we need to revise it is because we want our model and our predictions to match reality. So if there are things out there which we haven't taken into consideration, we need to take that into consideration. But until we have a better understanding of what dark matter really is, we're just going to have this placeholder for it.
It's nothing, bro. You don't get it. It's nothing. You invented it because you got your calculations wrong. Why can't you see that?
Half of what you're saying is right. Our calculations were wrong because we didn't factor this in because we didn't know about it. Now that we
No.
know about it, we're trying to factor it into our calculations
No,
to make them more
wrong.
accurate. But dark matter is out there. We just don't know what it is, Essie.
Wrong. 100% wrong. You had a calculations of how the model worked. You look out into space. The model is not working according to your calculations. Now, what do you do?
We
You
fix
put something there to make it
Yeah.
work. It
Don't
doesn't
you
work
do
that
that,
way,
Essie?
bro.
If your car's driving and you get a flat tire, you fix it, right? You don't just leave it broken.
That is not an analogy.
It is the perfect
No,
analogy.
it's not.
Our model was wrong. There were things it couldn't predict, so we are trying to fix it.
No, you invented 95% of what we don't see. Don't you understand that, man? 95% of everything was invented to to coincide with the calculation that was fucking wrong. Don't you
Yeah.
see that?
No.
Then
Now
there's
you see it.
nothing more
Yeah,
I
you
can tell you, bro.
phrase it.
You are
Isn't it-
completely lost. Completely.
Cool. But the way you're
Isn't it-
phrasing it isn't. Sorry, Ben. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, like, you got no idea what it is, right?
Yeah.
But you know, the powers to be think that they have to put a placeholder in there, right, to
Yes.
fill the gaps. Okay, then. But what, like, isn't it? Why not just make the calculations and say, you know what? It's not dark matter. It's not nothing. It's actually nothing at all. But we can make our calculations fit nothing because our
No.
calculations fit nothing. Well, your calculations kind of are fitting nothing because the dark matter is nothing because you don't know what it is. You can't measure it. You can't test it. You can't examine it at all. All you're putting to it is a calculation of what you see through a telescope. You have noticed when you look through a telescope, this one particular light move left or right in relation to how you thought that light should move under the Newtonian type of gravity. Okay, then. So now you've noticed that this light that you've never noticed before, but now you have noticed, it doesn't actually the equation that we have for the rest of the lights doesn't fit. Okay, so we think something else has to be affecting it. So
Yes.
okay, so now we now make a new calculation that in conjunction with the other calculations that we have for the rest of the lights that we've calculated, this one, when we add this calculation in as well, makes everything kind of work, right?
Yes,
But it is
exactly.
okay. So all the calculation is a prediction how
Yes.
things move, right?
Ac-
They're just
According to how we observe them moving.
right.
We're not
Yes,
deciding this is how stars move. This is how we observe them to move. But our
exactly right.
calculations, which we use to make the predictions, don't match up the movement. So, like you said,
Exactly.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
you were hitting the nail on the head, Pencil.
Exactly. But you still, just because you have a calculation now that can predict the movement of these stars or lights or whatever you want to call them, just because you have a calculation that can now predict where they're going to be at any one particular time, right? You are no closer to knowing why they are moving in that particular way. You know, no closer, because all you're doing is just following these calculations, all right?
What do you mean by
Because,
why, though? By why do you mean what the cause is or what the effect is that we see?
well, you see an effect, right?
Yeah.
And that effect is that light spinning anti-clockwise instead of clockwise. Okay, so this is the effect that you are seeing. So now you have a calculation, right, that now can be used to predict this
The effect.
anti-clockwise movement. All
Yeah.
right,
So we have a
but
calculation
but
to predict the effect we should see. Yeah.
and that's all you have. You are
Yes.
no closer, right? You
To
are
the
no
cause,
closer to the cause whatsoever.
which is fine,
No,
and we admit
no
that every day
closer.
of the week. Yeah. We
Okay.
we we
So
we admit that. Yeah.
yeah. So all these calculations are calculations of movements
Mm-hmm.
Of
of
trade.
things.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, of things that you once didn't see, and now you have more and more powerful telescopes that that can see fainter and fainter objects, right, through the different filters and stuff that they put on them. So you're noticing these things, or they're being concentrated on a particular part of the sky for a longer period of time. So you are observing these new lights and their movements, but yeah, just putting calculations to them. The theory that uh, really, in all seriousness, Nate, the theory of unicorn farts actually moving them is just as valid. It's just as valid as anything else, because I have a calculation, right,
Uh-huh.
that can predict that when unicorns fart, the light will move anti-clockwise, and my calculation now
You can say
matches up
that.
with it.
You can
Yeah.
definitely say that. But then I would take you a
Yes.
step further and ask you for those calculations, which you don't have. But I understand you just using this as an example, which is fine, but that's only an
Yes.
example. In the real world, we don't have calculations for unicorn thoughts. We don't
No.
have that, you
Well,
know. All
you
we have
do.
is this, do
You
we?
I
do.
have one. I
You
have one.
So
yeah.
our dark
You,
matter is the unicorn thoughts. That's what you mean.
exactly. Exactly. So
Aha.
I have the equation for it, because you don't know the cause, on which you've admitted yourself. You
Okay.
don't actually know the cause.
I'll
So
I'll give you that then. So
yeah, cool.
yeah, I'll give
Happy
it to you. Dark
days.
matter might as well be unicorn thoughts because we don't really know what it is. We just know
Mm-hmm.
how it affects other
Yeah,
things around it.
yeah, yeah.
I'll give it to
And
you.
all
Dark matter
yeah,
could be unicorn thoughts.
yeah,
Okay.
and all these calculations do is predict and calculate the movement of a light that we see. That's all they do.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly. That's
Yes.
that's that's
Happy
mechanics, right?
days.
You want to
Beautiful.
predict the trajectory of an object through time and space, which is fine. That's what we
Well,
try to do. Now, as you said, our predictions weren't working out because there was something else that's affecting our predictions that we haven't taken into consideration.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying our best to take it into consideration, but at the moment we still don't know what it is. It could be unicorn farts. All we know is how it affects the things around it, and that's
Yeah.
fine. We admit that, don't we? I mean, do we say anything more than that?
Well, you do,
I
right?
do.
But
Oh,
yeah, exactly right. Yeah, you do. A lot of people don't, because a lot of people are all over the bending and warping of the fabric of space time. They actually think it's a real thing, other than just a calculation of what we see moving.
yeah.
And don't forget, it doesn't predict. Your model did not predict. Absolutely got everything wrong. And you had to
In the
invent
beginning, yes.
95. Let me finish. Please don't cut me off.
I'm
And
so
they had
sorry.
to invent 95% of the known galaxy. Now, listen to my words. They had to invent 95% of the galaxy to make this model work. If you don't see that, bro, there's no hope for you.
Oh, 95% of the matter in our galaxy you're saying is dark matter.
Well, no, it's something like 38% dark matter, and then they came up with another bull crap called
Are you talking
dark
about our galaxy
energy.
or the entire universe? The entire
The
universe, it's
entire
about
universe. The
okay. Then
entire
it's between
universe.
25 to 30%. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Of something that you don't know, you can't touch, smell, measure, but you know it's there, right?
Yeah, because we see how it affects other things around it.
My God, man. My God, man. It's such. I don't know.
Just quickly, Globus, you did summon someone to the chat. Do you want to?
That's right, I did.
Do you want to follow this up? I know where you're going. Do you want to follow it up?
Yeah, only if you guys are done with the conversation at hand.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You've done SE? You done SE?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, brother.
Yes, I just wanted to give What's Up now that he's in here just a chance to defend himself from the allegations made against his person. That being that he was dishonest.
I have been in the courtroom.
But I think Mailman's gone though. Is he still here?
No, I'm here. I had a phone call, but I
Okay.
just came back.
Yeah.
Let me get my lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the allegations?
This is between WhatsApp and Mailman, so everyone just sit back, relax, and let these two people
Get your popcorn in front of you.
Yeah. All right, WhatsApp. All right.
Court is in session.
Go.
Yeah, I
So
don't know.
what are the
It's
allegations?
just you're just dishonest, and that's all that I said.
So you got a vague defamation claim against me. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evidence for it, but
Okay, what am I dishonest about exactly?
well, you said, hold on, I'll just back it up.
Okay.
Back up a bit. It says actually what you said that Moyak claimed. You said that Moyak man said that there is no corruption in the military, and he never said that.
You want me to read what he originally wrote?
Sure.
Okay. One moment.
I mean, I guess I can also read it, because I have it over here. Do you mean the post from 2:35 p.m.?
So, as an answer to my claim that there is always corruption in the military, he wrote as a response to that is stupid. As well as a recruit, there is no corruption to see. But he then posted himself 50 minutes later the following. 1 second.
Why did you stop reading there in the post that you said? Didn't read the whole post.
Why is it not showing all of a sudden?
Yeah, what do you post?
It says you're too busy matching, drilling, mashing, and talking about the life you left in your free time. As an E2, you are too busy trying to learn your rate to see any corruption. That covered nearly my entire first year in the Navy. It doesn't say anything about years after the first year. And then
So you are trying to say that that I am altogether a dishonest person because of this, right?
now this is just one example.
Then this is not a good example. He wrote firstly that you cannot see because you have too much time spending other stuff with, which is altogether nonsensical because he doesn't even talk about this regular stuff that every people does whenever you go to some place where other people are, which is talking, right? Socializing within the military too, right? They are not the military personnel are not frowned upon to talk to each other about whatever the fuck they want to, right? And therefore,
Yeah, it's just
probably because of that, because he heard from other people too that they have heard that the government is spending X and Y amounts of money supposedly on their training, and then he experienced that it shouldn't be as much money as the government and the military claims it has to be. He looked into it, and 50 minutes later, he posted that, well, the government says that it was 250,000 for my training, when in fact it should have been covered by about 20,000, which is like a 10 times magnitude of difference, right?
sure it was corruption that he saw in the military.
For example, that thing, spending and claiming towards the government will decide what and how many, actually literally how much money should be spent on a person's military training. It's marked up as $250,000. Then in fact, he himself could calculate that it must have been more than 20,000, but let's say 40,000. And
Yeah,
you
so
think that that kind of thing is not corruption.
okay, so now you're saying that he didn't say that there's corruption in the army.
So I said that the first comment that he wrote 15 minutes before the last comment he wrote regarding this was contradicting it.
No, it wasn't.
However,
Yeah, what does the post 5 minutes or 15 minutes later says, sorry, you said being in the military for a month. I described the first year of being in the military for me, not the whole
yeah, but I
time he
never
was in
wrote
the
anything
military.
like that. I never wrote
So,
anything like being in the military for 1 month. I never wrote that.
yeah, but the first
Where
post,
did I write that? Show me.
the
Show me.
first post wasn't about
Yeah?
his whole career in the military. It just wasn't, and it's clearly when he wrote it that covered nearly my entire first year in the Navy, not his whole time in the Navy.
Okay, so that's the technicality that you're gonna claim because that I am a dishonest person over this kind of shit. And that's it. That's your
Because you
intention
said that
against
Moyak lied.
me, basically.
You said that Moyak lied.
So I said that Koyok must be lying because it's so well known within the military that if he had been to the military, he certainly do know about a few things at least.
Yeah, and he know about that one thing that he said, and the first post he was writing was not about his whole career in the military. So he
Again,
never
it's a
said that there's
technicality over which
no, he
you are
never
trying
said
to throw me under the bus, right?
no, he never said that there is no
Yes.
corruption in the military or that he never saw any corruption in the military. He never said that.
That's what I said in the first place, and that was my original argument altogether.
Yeah, and that's not what Moyak said. So he never said that there's no corruption.
So he tried to deviate the topic then.
No, he said that in the time when he was a recruit or an E2, he didn't see any corruption because there's no time to see it. And that's almost
Again,
the first
so he
entire
wasn't
year.
replying to what I wrote, right?
I don't
Wasn't
know.
coherent, in other words.
No, he was coherent. He said that in the start, the beginning,
Oh,
you don't see it.
You are losing this very much, but bring up another thing that is an example for why I am dishonest. Because earlier,
sure.
2 minutes ago, you said you can.
You said
This is not
you said
this
that
is not the only thing that happened. Yeah.
one thing is that you said that military service isn't serving in the military. That's so stupid. That's
That's
not
not what I said.
dishonest.
That's not what I said. I said that being in a training camp or whatever long is not the same as actually serving for your country and doing duty for your country. That's what I wrote. You can look back. Anybody can look back.
And that is exactly what it is to serve your country. And
You
be in a
literally
military
just
service.
lied about what I wrote.
No, I didn't.
You just
It's a
lied
silly-
what I wrote because you said that
When?
I wrote that serving in the military is not serving in the military. I haven't wrote that at all.
Yeah, let's see what you wrote.
So you just lied, by the way.
Oh, hold on. I will read what you wrote.
You should. And it's interesting that you don't know it because you are accusing me with it. How come you don't know it by
Remember
the
what you
heart
wrote.
if you are trying to accuse me?
Hold on a second.
I mean, I don't give a single flying fuck. But if you are doing this, if you want to do this game, at least
There's
try
also
to
the
do
actual
it right.
guys who really did serve sometime would kick the guy in the teeth in a nanosecond. Whoa, my fuck. So I didn't really serve, even though I served.
I didn't write
And,
what you just said that I wrote, right?
yeah, not word for word. Obviously, yes. No.
So it wasn't
then
word. So when I
and
am
also
trying
you
to
said
defend
that you've
myself,
been in
I
the army for
literally post a
353
screenshot.
days.
I literally post a screenshot of what was written. When you are accusing me, you are making up stuff so that you can call me a liar. Okay.
No.
You just admitted that I didn't write what you said that I wrote 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, not word for word. Yeah.
Yeah. And not even the meaning of what I wrote matches what you were trying to quote me.
Also,
Let's jump to another one, other accusation, okay? Third one.
Also, there's one that you said most of the cops are crooked.
Corrupt.
No. Yeah, corrupt.
I
Yeah,
think that's
there's
what I
no.
wrote.
Yeah, you answered to my crooked cops comment that most of them are. I mean, and then when I asked for evidence, you said evidence for my claim, which I've never made a claim about cops. So I don't know what you're asking
How am
there.
I a liar then? If I'm asking you
Oh,
for
it's
something, then
dishonest.
how can I be a liar?
You made a claim
Wow.
and you didn't back it up. That's dishonesty.
So that's dishonesty that I cannot claim, that I cannot provide evidence for such a claim that there is corruption, which only can be shown evidence for once it's surfaced, right?
That's not your claim. Your claim is most cops are crooked.
And I'm basing that kind of claim, for example, within the fact that there are drug dealers all around dealing drugs every fucking day in any kind of country, like literally all around the world. When in most countries and states, dealing drugs, meaning selling drugs, is against the law.
Sure. Right? And that's your evidence that cops are crooked because there's criminals.
Yeah.
That's where's the connection there?
It's that kind of thing. You see, this is where inexperience of life comes in place. Right here, you think that, for example, getting a drug dealer is that kind of hard to do.
But
and they
you know,
are
I know drug dealers.
Literally,
I know a lot of drug dealers.
Exactly,
and people
my
who
point.
sell and people who sell illegal snus that's brought in from Sweden.
Exactly my
None
point.
of those
Buddy,
people
if you know,
never do any business
these
or deals
people,
with cops.
If you know these people, then do you think that the department of a certain police department do not know about them?
Yes, they don't know about them because they don't do any deals over the phone. I mean, they don't know them. I mean,
See,
you
even
obviously
you are
don't know
laughing at
how it works over here in
Even
Finland.
you are laughing at yourself. So this is the
No,
third
I'm
thing
laughing
that
at you.
proves
I'm
that I'm a
laughing at
liar.
you.
Okay.
I'm laughing at you because you have.
You must
I
be
mean, this is just.
a very naive person if you think that you should know something before the police department that deals exactly with this kind of stuff knows.
Yeah,
That's
you're now saying that
delusional.
the police know
Literally
every
delusional.
criminal on earth, and that's a weird claim, and you
I
have
don't
no
know.
backing
I'm
for that.
saying that, for example, one of the greatest corruption that they are doing every day is having deals with drug dealers all the fucking time.
What?
Oh my
Cops
fuck.
do what? I mean, I have my
They are having deals with drug dealers. They are
sure, some
getting
cops
cut.
have deals with some drug dealers. Yes, in some places. Not all cops, not all drug dealers.
But yeah, it might be true that only one cop, for example, a captain, is doing the deal directly with the drug dealer, and then he gets a cut, and from that cut, he either gives some amount to other cops also, or just gives out an order that you cannot go to near that kind of place, or look away. You
You
are not
live in
dealing with those
movies.
guys. No, you are living in fucking La La Land.
No, I'm not. I know my girlfriend's uncle
Yes, you
smokes
are.
weed daily, and weed is illegal over here, and he has no dealings with cops. Never has had, and he's buying and selling weed. Nothing to do with any cops.
You just said she, but so what?
He sells and
What's the
buys
story?
weed.
He sells and buys, so he's not the one that is actually growing them, for example, right?
Yeah, he's not growing it. He's just buying and selling.
Yeah, so there must be a person who is growing them, right?
Sure, and no cop knows that this guy is buying and selling it.
No cop knows it. Do you know how many people are buying drugs every day?
Many, many thousands, millions.
It depends on the exact state and country and city we are talking about, of course,
Sure,
but
I'm just
yeah,
talking globally.
or you're talking globally. Well, what would you imagine for that guy that you know is dealing drugs to other people? How much is
Yeah.
he dealing to? How much other people
How
he's dealing to?
how much he's dealing?
How many
Like,
people is he dealing to the weed?
I don't know, maybe 10, 20, not more.
10 to
Like
20.
altogether, 20, 20.
And you think that's the kind of big fish that a police captain would look for if he would want to
No,
get a
no.
raise or a trophy within the department or
The drug
anything
Yeah,
like that?
no. He's not a big fish, so cops don't know about him.
Because a small
So
fish wasn't caught.
he
That's
clearly
that's
shows
that's
that cops don't know
that's
all criminals.
that's your contention. Okay.
Yeah, cops
Oh
don't know
my.
him.
Cops don't know him, bro. Oh my.
Yeah, cops don't know
How
that
you
he's
know what the
buying and
cops
selling
know?
drugs.
Right. The point was made earlier that drug dealers exist, therefore cops are corrupt.
Yeah,
Oh my.
yeah. I mean,
You know,
there's
you
drug
see, this is
dealers
dishonest
who
because there's
don't
nothing
know the cops,
said.
so it's
I said that one example of how cops are corrupt and how do we know that most of them are corrupt is that drugs are still on the streets.
no, but you don't know
After
because
60 or 80
I
years
know people who sell and
of
buy
having
drugs
departments
without
in
cops knowing.
police departments, having special departments just for finding drug dealers. After 60 to 80 years of having these kind of departments, we are still having drugs on the streets every day.
Sure.
That's one of
And
the examples how it's happening.
even if cops weren't corrupt, so if cops weren't corrupt, there would be no drugs then.
Obviously, it's such an easy thing to do. Catch drug dealers.
Okay, so if I now start growing weed at my place and I sell it to my brother who smokes weed, how will the cops catch me?
You just said that even your small fish kind of guy is selling towards at least 10 people.
Yeah, but there are
Your
even
analogy
smaller
doesn't
people.
work because that's the gist of it. That's literally the gist of it. If you are just selling to one person or yourself, then obviously no one gives a flying fuck and you cannot really be
Okay,
found.
so then there are drug dealers, even though there is no corrupt cops. So drug dealing doesn't prove that there's corrupt cops.
Yes, it does. On the magnitude, though.
You
On the
just
magnitude of
contradicted
side of
yourself.
it, yes, it does. No. On the magnitude of side, that's the Again, that's the gist of it. How many are selling and how many are buying?
Okay, so it's not about because there's drug dealers, there's corrupt cops. It's because the drug dealers do so much money or have a high volume. That's why there's corrupt cops.
Yeah, the actual traffic. The traffic
Okay,
of the
so
money
not
and the traffic of the actual service or product that we are talking about.
sure.
The
So it's not
magnitude
about
of it is what proves
yeah. So
that there
it's
is
the amount of drugs,
nothing being
not that
done,
there.
nothing being
Sure,
done
so
against it, for example.
well, there is a lot of things being done against it, but it's now it's
No,
not.
how can
Well,
you say
there
that?
are
Then how can you buy it? You, a
because I
small
mean,
guy
how
who is
can
a
you say that
nobody,
there's nothing done? There was just a
who is
bust over here
claiming
in
to be a
Finland where a
nobody.
lot of actually a couple of guys I know got over almost 20 years in prison for drugs.
Also, you
Obviously,
do know
there's a
some
lot of
guys
things to do.
who then get caught, and so
Yeah,
therefore they were known for the police. Then,
yeah,
and
those
you
that
know
got caught,
more
yeah,
because
they were known.
you only mentioned one guy who didn't get caught, and then you know more
Sure,
guys who got
I know
caught.
a lot of guys
Okay.
who haven't been caught, and I
You
know a lot
just
of guys who've
contradicted
been caught.
yourself, right? You just
How?
contradicted
How?
what you said for the last 5 minutes. That guy
How
didn't
did I
get caught,
contradict?
therefore that's not how it works. And then you mentioned that you know even more
Oh,
guys who
nice.
got caught.
Yeah, I know guys who got caught because cops knew that they were selling drugs and they got caught. And then I know that there's guys who've not been caught because cops don't know that they sell drugs. There's two kind of
And
people.
again, how is it coming into this whole picture that I'm a liar again? What am I a liar about?
What?
That was your original claim, right? That I'm a
No,
liar.
you're the only one
So
who've made
I'm a liar.
claims. You said that there are crooked cops. Most of the cops are crooked because drugs.
So now you don't even claim that I'm a liar because of what I said regarding this topic. Okay, great. Do
Yeah,
you have
I
another
never
example of
said.
why I'm a liar, or 3 was enough? We move on.
Sure, I can get more. You need, sure.
Oh my fuck.
I can get some from yesterday if you want.
Do not want it. It's not like I want it, but sure, these guys want to listen to something else than Flat Earth and Glover, so let's do this shit.
Oh, you guys want to get it out of your system?
But Miana certainly wants to, because I'm hearing it.
Oh, I mean,
He
Glover's
has
just
notes
said
of,
we need to
he
do
has
this.
notes about me. Like, imagine this, that this guy is like, I don't know, at least 45 years old, right? And he's making
What?
notes, and now he's watching them back, what to bring up as to claim about somebody over the internet that he's alive. This is fucking
Jesus,
golden
How
to
do you know
me,
how
by the
old he
way.
is?
45 years old. How do you know how old I am?
I said you are at least 45, that's what I said.
Yeah, and
Based on your voice,
if you
by the
don't
way.
back that up, you're dishonest. How do you back that up?
And why would I back that up?
Because that's a
Why would
claim
I
that you make.
need it to back that up? Of course.
Yeah, so you're okay with making claims without backing them up and saying that this guy is at least 45 years old.
And then how old are you?
Yeah, so it's dishonest to make claims without backing them up.
I'm asking, how old are you though?
Well, why do you keep asking? You know. Obviously, you know.
So you won't give. So who is the dishonest again? Because I
I'm
obviously made some kind of a
37.
joke.
I'm
And
37.
you're
That's why
37.
I wrote
Uh-huh.
when you asked about me
That's
being in
still
the
that's
military.
still more than me, by the way. That's still more than
Oh
me.
man, you sound at least 62.
That's the smoking that I actually gave up. I think it's this week will be on Friday. It'd be 3 months without cigarettes.
Damn, good on you.
That's good. But yeah,
What about
I'm
you?
37, born in 1984, and that's why I wrote when we're talking about military. I said that I served 362 days because that's the longest length of the service when I was the 20 years ago. No, 17 years ago. But you shouldn't say that he's at least 45 years old if you don't know. That's dishonest to say that.
Making a joke if it wasn't obvious. Again, it's like at least the third time just today that you don't get something like that.
No, I guess then no one's ever dishonest because it's everything is just a joke. So okay, you must be a female.
You know,
talk like that.
any person who talks in absolutes is a fucking naive, inexperienced, and basically a dumb person. I'm not talking in absolutes ever.
That was entertaining, man.
I thought he was searching for a fourth one. No? Am I not getting a fourth accusation?
I'm not sure.
Sorry, the fourth example for the same accusation.
Maybe.
No, I'm not.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. If Mailman's finished, we
So,
can
yeah, let's move on.
we can move
I guess
we
he
can
is
mo-
he muted himself. Yeah.
we can move on to angles again.
No.
Seeing as
I would
Gummy's in
be.
the house.
I literally talked to Man of Concessions yesterday, if I remember right.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, and I think you and Nate came to the same conclusions as what Nate and I did as well,
Mm.
which is good. But Gummy Bear seems to be the one that's still fighting the fight.
I like the comment, and I agree with him. People talking in absolutes is kind of ridiculous, but I kind of feel like what SE was talking about earlier, like because of dark matter, all of physics is wrong. I feel like that's an absolute statement that's
It's an
ridiculous.
absolute, yeah, I totally agree with that. So when SC Montreal claims something like that vague, then that's not good either. But
Thank you.
if you make someone to be very frustrated over a certain topic, then it might happen that they will say shit like that over and over again because they seem to not be able to get across their specific argument. Then they claim something very vague. It should be true. That's not what I experience most of the time.
Well, maybe you guys weren't listening properly when I was talking.
Yeah.
You think it could be
I'm
that?
not picking on you. I'm not picking on you directly, SE, at all. I'm just saying that seemed to fit the absolute statement thing, and it's just a frustrating argument. But I'm not picking on you directly. Okay.
No, I'm not saying you are, but listen to my statement. My statement is this: Einsteinian gravity is wrong. Now that is an absolute correct statement. And if you ask me why, I will tell you dark matter. It's very simple. You got it wrong. There's nothing, I mean, how more absolute can you be than that? You had a theory, you looked up in the sky, and you got it wrong. Now that is correct, 100%.
Well, we could give you page after page of technology that involves relativity that works, that we're actually using today in our society, that is based on relativity and Einstein.
It doesn't
Can
matter.
you show me one?
It doesn't.
Can you show just one? Can you spit out some example of that? Like I will look for it. Just say something.
GPS having to calculate for time dilation and positioning.
GPS is calculating
Oh,
for time dilation. Okay. Okay, I will look into that.
I think this is one of Grimm's favorite topics too, and the person that actually fixed the errors in the GPS system worked out that that's what the problem was, using this theory of relativity, which I don't think the GPS actually uses anymore. Now I stand to be corrected, left lane, but I think this is I think this is one of Grimm's favorite topics too.
Right. What Grimm mentioned was that there were 2 correction factors, and the dude in question said that he needed to eliminate one of the correction factors, but that still shows that time dilation is in fact still a thing.
What is the magnitude? What is the magnitude of this time dilation that needs to be calculated for? Can
Not
you say
big, but also
what's the
not 0.
difference for what's the difference for a GPS that is outside? Because I guess it's talking about the time dilation because something like a clock is way farther away than a clock on my hand on the ground, and therefore somehow gravity affects the clock, and therefore the clock on my hand wouldn't show the same time as it would show on the GPS, right? So what is the actual difference in between my clock and the clock on the GPS?
It's also moving very fast, the satellite.
Okay, cool. What is the difference? What's needed to be calculated for?
It's a small fraction, but it's significant in calculating your position accurately.
Small fraction of an hour or a day, or a small fraction of like microseconds?
Yeah.
It's about a part in a million.
38 microseconds per day.
Yeah. It's not small, or it's not 0. It is small. It is not 0. You can say that, oh, because it's small, maybe it shouldn't even be there, but that would be incorrect.
36,
not 0.
36 microseconds in a day.
38 microseconds per day, yes, and that's a stacking. So
Here
for
comes the
every day
incongruity.
that you
Let's
don't correct for
calculate
this, you get more and more off.
Yeah.
And that's time dilation.
Correct.
It's
Okay,
not just
tell
time
us what time
dilation.
dilation is, Gummy Bear.
It's time dilation that needs to be calculated and corrected for. It's that kind of time dilation.
Right, because it exists.
It's the fact that the clock ticks slower up there.
I do know that I
than-
myself own different clocks that differ from each other every day by a few seconds.
None of the clocks that you own are atomic clocks.
And none of them are
Okay.
accurate to the microsecond.
What is the mechanism that caused the atomic clock to be off by 1/1000th of a second?
I've already explained to you why time dilation happens. You didn't accept my explanation, and that's the end of it.
No, you just said a few words. I want a mechanism. What is the
but
mechanism?
the other day, like a day or two ago, I explained it to you in words, and you denied it, and then that's the end of it. I mean, whether I repeat it today or not, it's not going to change anything.
Okay.
Right,
Do you think because you said a few words that's it? That's done? It's a done deal?
Not just a few words, though. There's a procedural type thing that we can mention. It's called asked and answered. If you keep asking it again, it doesn't change the answer.
Okay.
And if they're wrong?
Okay.
What is
What
a
happens if-
microsecond? Exactly.
Yeah,
What is a microsecond exactly?
Yeah. What happens if a different person asks because they haven't heard the answer? Would that be okay?
That would be okay, yeah.
Okay then. Okay, Gummy. What is the mechanism? But you know what? My question is exactly the same as SE's. So
All
it's
right.
exactly the same. So, but I haven't heard the answer myself. So, so yeah.
Okay, let me ask the guys this because it always comes somehow I usually get to the gist of a question, right? And I'm asking them what is a microsecond. Can you just say what a percentage of a microsecond is compared to a second? I don't want to say it, that's why I'm asking it from you guys. What is a microsecond?
It's a very small fraction of time.
No. There is an exact definition and calculation for it, right? So how
Yes, 1 million.
much of a
I'm
second is a microsecond?
1 millionth of a second. Yeah.
I was going to say it's
So in
1,000.
after 1,000,000 days, a GPS would be off. And that's what needed to be calculated and corrected for, right?
No, that's not what he said. 38 microseconds per day.
Oh, it's 38, so it's a little less. Uh-huh.
Alright.
You do understand how much sense it doesn't make, you are saying,
Right.
right?
I mentioned once before in this conversation that even though it is a small number, it is not zero. So pretending that because it's a small number means it's insignificant does not change the fact that it's still not zero.
No one said that it's not zero. I'm claiming that in the whole time frame that we are talking about, GPSs have been around. They haven't been off by 1 second.
Do the math on that. How long has GPS been around?
Oh my fuck.
I failed
That's
to
what
see
you're
the humor in
correcting for. That's what you are trying to claim, that there is such a thing as time dilation that needs to be corrected for, when in the past 40 or something years, it wasn't even 1 second off.
And I'm sure you're getting to the point where you're going to
Okay.
say, so it must mean it's
Well,
not
that's
important.
my point. From
Right.
this point, I'm letting anybody who is listening to me get a conclusion.
Right, and anybody who is listening will also note that non-zero numbers also exist. To pretend that because it's a very small correction means that it's nothing is a bullshit argument, but thank you for trying to do
Okay.
that.
So a 38 millionth of a feet out of a wood that I'm trying to cut off is gonna make a difference for anything, right?
It's not zero. If you continue to make the argument that it is irrelevant, you continue to make yourself look like an idiot.
How again? What is the correction about?
You could probably see the irrelevance of actually trying to have to correct it at all, that minute.
Not for signals that are moving at the speed of light. It is important.
So that means
Why?
that light travels
If in
an
40
extra.
something years, it
That
hasn't
means
been
that you
off
get an
by a
extra
single second.
distance. An
Then
extra
what does
distance.
it doesn't make any difference at all.
Let Gummy present that of it. Yeah.
Go ahead, Gummiba.
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, but what about radar guns? Those also work based on relativity. And I know there's certain types of old televisions, like the TVs they made in the 80s and 90s, that use the concept of relativity.
That you wouldn't be able to successfully argue
Why not?
because it's not. It's just electromagnetism for as far as TVs go. We're just ejecting electrons out of a charged environment, and they're
Yeah,
being
but
deflected by magnetism.
yeah, but there's a concept of relativity involved in those and in radar guns. In most electromagnetics, there's a concept of relativity involved. I think it was through relativity that we actually obtained a better understanding of electromagnetism.
No, it wasn't. It's a complete
Yes, it
separate
was.
thing.
It's not. They're heavily related.
I don't
There's
know where we're
reality
going.
and then there's fantasy. We have technology, we have electricity, and then we have one moron saying that one brother can age slower than the other because he travels at a faster rate.
It's
And you
not
guys
one
just
moron.
believe it. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's not one moron. It's the entire scientific community. It says they all agree.
So
Okay, I'm back.
Sorry, Gummy. Sorry, Gummy.
Nice one. Go ahead.
I was just going to say to ask Doofus, like, what part of the relativity does Grimm claim that they had to, or they took out? Do you know, Doofus?
I think the claim was that the portion of the calculation that they eliminated was the velocity. However, the difference in gravitation was still used.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So what I was gonna say is the
Oh yeah,
so it. Go
I
ahead.
did the calculation. If you got it, I mean, I got it
Yeah,
too.
I also did. So essentially, over 38 microseconds, so just on one day of letting it deviate for 1 day, you get 38 microseconds, which means that you'll interpret the light as having traveled an extra 38 microseconds. And since light moves very fast, this equates to 11,000 kilometers, which
Meters.
is
11,000 meters.
not
11,000
11,000 kilometers.
meters, I
Sorry,
think.
11 kilometers or 11,000 meters.
Yeah, I just posted it.
Okay.
And for every day, that means you'll keep getting that stacking on top and top and top. And when you believe that GPS is 11 kilometers further and further and further, I can tell you, you're gonna get some issues with accuracy.
Again, how did you come up with the 11 kilometers again?
Speed of light times 38 microseconds.
The calculation was posted twice in the live
It's
stream.
it's the distance that the signal would be off in that amount of time.
Yeah.
The speed of what again?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Speed of light, right?
Uh-huh.
Sure, yes.
Speed of light has been proven not to be a constant. You
And
do
that's
know
where
about
you're
this,
wrong.
right? Do know about this. That's in the past like 10 years somewhere. I'm not sure
Okay,
when
so
exactly.
even if
But it has been proven that it was never a constant. It was a theory that it must be a constant, but it turned out that it wasn't ever a constant.
Now we're going
even if we want to go into your conversation of pretending it isn't a constant, the fact is that when we treat it as a constant, we get accurate GPS data. So how do you want to deal with
So
that?
we get GPS. We don't know if it's accurate because it only exists within sub.
You
Nothing
think
is
we don't know
checking
GPS is accurate? What is your
All right, if you
argument right
take
now?
No. What I'm
if
saying
you take
is
two
that if
GPS
the GPS
locations,
is
if you
the
take two
GPS
GPS locations, you measure the distance between them with some other tool, you'll find GPS corroborates that other tool.
Yeah.
We can
can't
tell
because
that
it's always
GPS
off
is
by
accurate.
a certain amount.
We can tell
The
GPS is
first place.
accurate, and GPS uses the fact that light travels at this constant speed,
Accurate
and
up to
it
what?
works out. If we made a
meter,
false
right?
assumption, it wouldn't work out. We'd get evidence by contradiction. But it does work out. What is your argument for
Again,
that?
a
It just
GPS
happens to magically?
GPS is correct up to like a meter or half a meter, right?
It can be even closer if you use
You
the
can,
correct
yeah.
equipment. The RTK is a thing.
What kind of GPS and what kind of precision does it have? When you have the best GPS, what kind of precision does it have or accuracy?
I want to say RTK equipment can come down to at least a couple of centimeters. It's pretty.
I know you
Yeah,
can
so according to
centimeters.
According to Wikipedia, the technology that was released in 2018, so it could have improved, but that uses the L5 band, can pinpoint to within 30 centimeters, which is almost 12 inches.
Okay.
I know you can get to 2. There are phones that can get down to 2 centimeters nowadays.
2
So that
centimeter.
accuracy difference that is not up to a certain actual dot on a single thing. It's like a 30 centimeter, or 30 centimeter diameter circle in which form the GPS can tell you where you are on a map. That can come from the light being constant, for example, right? Constantly changing by a small amount, for example.
Okay.
It can also come down to the fact that the clock and the atomic clocks are not ticking the same way anywhere.
Well, how much do you
it's not
think
due to
the
gravity
time?
or magnetism or whatever.
How much do you think that the speed of light changes to get such a
You
small
realize that
deviation?
WhatsApp just
much
did a
stronger.
lemon bird by saying or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my
You do
fuck.
realize that if the reason we get this, if you want to claim that the reason we get this 30 centimeters off is because we don't know the exact speed of light, or because it changes, the change of the speed would be so minuscule, it would be 0.0000 many zeros %. Like it would become irrelevant.
All right, since we already verified 38 microseconds is 11 kilometers, a 30 centimeter difference is obviously even less than that.
Oh yeah, it would be a minuscule amount.
That 11 kilometers is based upon the theory that the speed of light is a constant.
Yeah, but
Oh,
the
wow.
fact is, we
Everything that
get
we've got,
accurate using that information. We get an accurate GPS location within 30 centimeters.
right? Everything that we've got uses it as constant. In fact, laser rangefinders obviously work, right?
Laser tapes, laser rangefinders.
What does it
many,
have to
many
do with
things.
the speed of light?
What does a laser rangefinder have to do with the
Yeah,
speed of
just
light?
explain
Are
it
you
to us.
That's the
fucking stupid,
dumbest
man?
question
Yeah,
ever,
sure.
man.
Sure,
That's
not
the
What
everybody
does a
dumbest
can know
laser
it, right?
rangefinder have to do
nothing
with the
to
speed
do
of
with the
light? I
speed
gotta
of
write
light.
that down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do it and then
Maybe,
explain it.
maybe
Explain it
WhatsApp,
to
you want to
people.
retract that
Explain
question?
it to people who got fuck all idea about it, okay?
Well, isn't, laser like a type of
If
light? Come on, man.
it sends out a laser, and then it times how long it takes for the laser to bounce back. Now you got the range. You have found the range by using the speed and the time of light.
Yeah, that was a silly question. I think
Jesus.
everyone here knew the answer, knew what, speed of light has to do with lasers.
I'm
So
not
we
sure.
know experimentally that
Not
because
sure.
this works out within a high accuracy, it's pretty much true that we know this. Because you said that it was proven
What is
not to
speed
be
of
a
light?
constant.
And there has
If I
been around, I don't know how many articles that are showing to you that the speed of light is dependent on, for example, the exact atmosphere that it's in, or the magnetism that is around a certain light. And it's been shown in
Magnetism doesn't
laboratories,
affect
in
light.
universities. Let me finish, please, if you ask me a question. I'm not talking for 2 hours ever. You know that perfectly well. So in universities, they have been able to stop light altogether, slow it down, or even speed it up, supposedly.
Gummy,
Okay, so
these laser measuring devices that
yeah,
work on the speed of light, right? And I've used them many a time myself, and they are pretty accurate, right? Because I've tested them, I've used
yep.
them, then got a tape measure just to confirm them, and they seem to be, pretty spot on. Like, there may be a small difference, a small variance between the tape measure and the actual laser itself. Okay, very small, right? Now, if I was to get this, because I haven't tried it, I haven't tested it, so I've got no idea what the answer would be. Right? I've got a theory though. But if I was to get this same laser measuring device, right, and put it in a Ziploc bag, a waterproof Ziploc bag, and then put it into a swimming pool, and go up to one edge of the swimming pool, and then point it to the other edge of the swimming pool, is that going to be an accurate reading?
No, yeah,
Nobody
of
says
course
light
it won't.
doesn't move slower in water. Yeah, nobody has
Right.
said that light doesn't move slower in water.
So
Yeah.
so one, yeah,
So
but when we say the speed of light, that is the measure of the speed of light with no impedance, as in there is no medium that is impeding it. So of
Right, and we
course
got
we
an average
agree,
figure
because
for
of
the
experiment
atmosphere.
shown, that when you have a medium, which is you literally look at the refractive index, you can tell how much slower it moves.
Right, and they have an
But
average figure for air at STP that they use for the laser rangefinder to make it more accurate.
yeah, and
Calibrated.
what's said was that whatever, depending on the medium, it can slow down. Okay, Yes. So the medium of the atmosphere will slow it down by a slight amount. We can take this into account. Two,
And
the other thing he said was that magnetic fields affect the light. It does not. Light is not affected by magnetic fields. You cannot demonstrate this, or if you claim you can, please go ahead.
Oh yes, I can. I can. Yes, definitely I can. Most definitely I can.
Okay, can
do
I
that.
will clarify. I am not talking about a magnet affecting a medium that is then affecting the light.
Okay then. So
Yes.
so
Talking
then
about
now we
magnetism affecting light. Yeah.
Okay, so we do know that magnetism, right, can affect light because the light is traveling through a medium that is affected by that magnetism. So then yes, magnetism does affect light because the light has to travel through a medium at all times.
Only
Right,
if
we
the
could actually
medium
take
is
that light.
affected by magnetic fields.
Right, we could take that light and
thing
pass
is-
it through a vacuum and put as much magnetism as we want next to that light. The magnetism doesn't affect the light.
It's the medium itself. The
Okay,
magnetism just helps
we get
structuring
it,
the
we get
medium.
it that we get it that the claim is that the light is not affected directly by magnetism, right? But
Well, you
we
inserted the
also
word
know that
directly.
light is you didn't say it because you don't want to say it, because then we can have a normal argument back and forth.
When you say something that something affects another thing, we don't picture that as something another affecting something that affects that other thing.
Right.
Yeah, in that
It's
sense,
the same way
in
that
that
you're
sense,
right now
when
There's no reason
when
why
a
we.
car hits you, it doesn't actually hit you; it hits your clothes first. Is that
No,
kind
so-
of fucking claim that you are
No,
doing
so
right
the
now?
thing is, what you're saying is, you're saying magnetism affects light because it can do so indirectly by shaping the medium that then affects the light. I could then use the exact same logic by saying that my foot can change the direction light travels, or this water bottle can, or literally any object, because if I put it in a medium, it will displace the medium, changing its structure, and therefore I can bend light. Using this argument, any
That's true.
single object that can move a medium is affecting light, which is such a
Obviously, but that's
dumb
true.
way of stating it, when the answer is
No,
the
it's true.
medium affects the light, and of course anything that changes the medium will in effect change light, but that's not the same as saying that they affect light. It's still the medium.
Well, there
You
still
can-
is an effect though, Gummy, because
Yeah,
the
but-
light is always in a medium. It's always in a
But
medium.
it's never in a magnet. It's very rarely in a magnetic medium, which is what is
Well,
required.
Well, technically speaking, it is always in a magnetic medium because there is a magnetic.
Always. Magnetic
Yeah,
fields are all around us. What the fuck
yeah.
are you talking about?
Yeah. So
Right,
technically
right, not
speaking,
the
it is
medium
now.
though.
Show me a place
If
on
you pass
Earth where
light
there
through
is
a
no
vacuum
magnetic
and the
field.
magnetism doesn't change the direction of light, it is safe to say the magnetism isn't changing the direction of light, right?
Hey, wait a second, because Gummy Bear just introduced an idea that there is a place on Earth where there is no magnetic fields affecting anything.
No.
Show me that
That's not
kind
what
of
he said.
place.
That is
Yeah,
very
that's not
much
what he
not what I
said.
said.
That's not what he said. That's why I said that he introduced an idea.
That's
Okay.
still not what he said.
Yeah.
He didn't even
I
imply
never
it.
said anything about the non-existence of magnetism. I simply, or a magnetic field.
That's not
I
what I
said
said.
the
I said,
medium.
is there an area? Is there an area on Earth where there is no magnetism?
I mean, of course there is. You can make a Faraday cage.
Right.
If you
the idea is the medium not being magnetic doesn't really change the description of where the magnetic field is.
Within a Faraday cage, there is no magnetism.
in a perfectly
Again, that's
created
not what
one.
he's saying. What's up? If you're going to continue to lie about what he's saying, that's going to be called out every single time.
Isn't the point the
just
lack of medium, not the lack of magnetism, but the lack of medium? Like in LIGO, they have vacuum too.
Correct. But that was my claim originally. I never said anything about there not being a magnetic field. Of course, there's a magnetic field around Earth that extends
Who
far.
said that a vacuum where in LIGO, and you think that it's an actual vacuum, meaning devoid of matter, meaning zero particles?
No one says that.
No, what we're saying is Yes, sure, there will be medium, even though there might be slight amounts anywhere, but what is required for the magnetic field to affect it is for it to be magnetic. It needs to have an effect from magnetism. Please show me this inert, just get me a random bottle of inert air and then show me it being affected by a magnet.
You could, in theory, do this with liquid oxygen, which would also be not helpful in this
We're not
particular
talking
discussion.
about water or bottle being affected by magnetism. We are talking about light being affected by magnetism.
Cool. So shine the light through a vacuum, and the magnetism doesn't affect it. Therefore, magnetism is not affecting the light.
You've just
Vacuum.
completely
Which vacuum?
backtracked.
Is the vacuum cleaner enough vacuum, or what kind of vacuum are you talking
What's
about?
up? You just completely backtracked. You said earlier that the magnetism will affect the medium that then affects the light. You agreed with this last time. And now you said, I'm not talking about whether air or water is affected by magnetism. I'm saying electric or light is affected by magnetism. So you just backtracked your previous
Because that's the
statement.
original topic
What is
we
it
are
you believe?
talking about.
Like a word shaman, he bends and twists things to fit his narrative.
Can you tell us straight up, what do
Not
you
twist
mean when you say
anything.
magnetism?
That's the original topic. Gabby is being summoned by his mother, I guess.
All right. Did Gummy ever say there was a place where there was no magnetism? The correct
Yeah, he
answer is
said
no.
that, by the
Before you
way,
answer,
that it
before you
only
answer, the correct answer is no.
So you are asking me something and then you are not letting me answer. Okay.
Right,
That's
but the correct answer is
everyday
no, even
from
if
you.
you say
It's
yes.
an everyday thing from you, so no problem. So again, Benzo Bandit was very good to point out that, yeah, of course, light is not directly affected by magnetism, but there is a certain context we are talking about that light always is within a certain field, and that can be affected by magnetism, right?
All right,
So
so
this is
when
the
light
problem.
passes through a vacuum and the magnetism doesn't deflect the light, then we can say the magnetism doesn't affect the light.
When
You keep
again,
glossing over this
light
point like it's not there.
is
Just
in
pretend
what?
it doesn't
A
exist.
vacuum? It's in a vacuum. What kind of vacuum? That's why I asked.
Right, you can do this in, well, LIGO. It's not very many. Let's see, a few. How many is that? That'd be closer to a couple hundred atoms per cubic meter.
Can I ask you a question?
Who and with what device measured that kind of claim that you just made for?
Pressure. What do you mean?
Like the vacuum.
It's calculated. I'm
in,
trying to refer, Doofus, that kind of claim that X amount of particles within a cubic meter is a calculated number. It's not measured.
Pressure is something you can measure, and the composition of the gases
Pressure is,
something you
and
can
then
measure.
there is a supposition
Oh, okay,
that in
let's just stop talking. Let's talk until the other person
certain
is done
molecules,
talking. Let's just keep talking until the other person is done talking. We're going to keep doing that until I'm done
All right, guys.
talking.
Come on. Yeah, come on. Just let Doofus finish what he was saying, please, Watson.
Right.
Thank you.
You can measure the pressure of a gas, you can measure the composition of a gas, and you can measure the temperature of a gas. Those three things will tell you how many atoms are in there.
Is the supposition that within a molecule we have certain amounts of particles, right? What does it mean, one molecule, right? That's a supposition. It was never measured. The
You can
theory.
pretend that's the case, that's
altogether.
fine.
It was never measured. Show me the device that measured the particles for anything. That's the problem.
We can agree though that when they pull a vacuum, right, they are getting it down to X amount of pressure. Now,
Sure. The pressure is fine. I'm
that's
not
it.
saying anything against that. Yeah.
That's it. Now, how many particles are now in that vacuum chamber? Well, no one really knows. All we know is we've got it down to X pressure. I think everyone would agree with that.
No, that's not what I said, though, is it? What I said was that
I never said that's what you said,
No.
Doofus. This is coming
He
from
didn't
me.
say that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, then if we take the pressure, the composition, and the temperature of the air, then we know how many atoms are in that volume of air.
Then please describe how do we know that? How is it calculated again?
The ideal gas laws.
Yeah, and what does it say? The ideal gas law?
You got your particular gas, which gives you your molar weight. You got the pressure.
Or
You
weight.
got the temperature. Okay. And that gives you the quantity, the number of atoms that are in that volume.
I get it. I get the temperature part, and I know devices that can measure temperature. I'm fine with that. How do you measure molar weight?
How do I measure molar weight of a gas?
Huh?
You're fucking serious right now.
That's what is needed for counting the actual particles, right?
Right.
So how
Are
do
you
you measure
familiar
it?
with the periodic table?
Periodic table. How do you measure it? That's what I asked. What device do you use?
Are
What's it
you
called? And
familiar
how
with the
does it measure?
periodic table? Yes or no?
Of course I am. Of course I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
so what's going on in there? Do you see like the mass numbers for each of the atoms or
Sure, I
elements?
do see numbers on a paper. Yeah. Determine what kind of gas it is, and I look at the periodic table to determine the molar weight, right?
Yeah, on average for that volume of gas.
So you are not
So we know how
measuring it,
much.
you are reading it off of a table, right?
Yeah, how did we come up with the molar weight or the molecular weights of
That's
each
what
of
I'm
these
asking.
things?
Please tell us,
You
because I
want
do not know.
to get into basic chemistry, right? We're gonna teach you basic chemistry at this point. What I have to do is give you an entire scientific education in order to get one point across, right?
Fuck off. Fuck off. We are talking about one specific thing.
Now
We
you
do not
can
have to
fuck
do what
off.
you just
If
said.
I'm going to have to tell you how basic chemistry works, if I'm going to have to give you the science education you never got for you to discuss a scientific topic, then there's no point in having this discussion.
Oh, you are backing out because you cannot explain, right?
I'm not backing out. I'm telling you, you don't have the scientific background to have this conversation. If you want to ask me, how is the periodic table? How does that exist? How do we know what the elements do? How do we know how they react with the other chemicals? It's the periodic table of elements. This is basic chemistry. If you want to come in here and argue a scientific topic without any science education, you can fuck right off.
Oh, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. I asked for
Isn't that like most of them do?
play. Yeah. Again, I'm asking for
To be fair, can we let WhatsApp talk for a moment?
How was it measured? How was it measured?
Nah,
that a certain
doofus.
gas-
Sorry, what's up?
certain
Just a
amount of
second.
particles.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hello, hold on just a second. Doofus, you need to chill out there a little bit, bud.
Right. Are we going to discuss a scientific topic about the molecular
you need
weight
to
of
chill
a gas?
out.
Okay, are we going to talk about a molecular weight of a gas and then have to describe the basic principles behind the periodic table of elements? Like
He's
what
just-
you learn in fucking middle school?
Listen, he's asking you a question. If you don't want to answer it, that's fine, but you don't need to berate him about it.
I do need to berate him about it because
No,
the
you don't.
gas, yes, I do. Because if we're going to discuss the topic of the gas itself, how we know the weights of gases, we don't have to go into what we learned in middle school, some basic shit about the periodic table of elements, because he doesn't have any science
So
education.
basic, then why aren't you describing it instead of shouting at me?
Right. The problem is, if you have no science education, there's no point in you discussing the topic.
Well, then,
So you are still not gonna describe it, right?
There's no harm. There's no harm. Like, if you don't want to describe it or give us a basic education of maybe how they did or didn't do it, that's your prerogative, mate, right? That's your prerogative, right? But then don't just berate people and throw out things like a basic middle school understanding and all this sort of stuff. Not everyone went to the same school. Not everyone had the same education or anything like that. So if you know something more than what we do, you should be happy to volunteer this information. Right? Because it should. All right, that's all, mate. Like, there's no need to get a bee in your bonnet, mate. Like, so.
Yeah, we're just saying just have a reasonable discussion. If you don't want to talk about it, it's cool. You don't have to yell and make a big deal.
How do we know that water vapor is lighter than the general composition of air?
not what I asked.
That's a relationship, though. I've heard this conversation like last week. Someone asks a direct question about how to measure, and then what they get for an answer is how a relationship worked.
Just
How
asking
is it that we know that
how was
water
it?
vapor is lighter than the general composition of air? It's a very basic education question.
Yeah, see, that's a
Sure, and
relationship.
I do understand the
There's
periodic
one
table.
hydrogen and or there's 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen in a water molecule, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Sure,
And they
just
have
talk
weights
about it.
associated
Okay.
with each of those elements.
Okay, very cool. But how do we know the actual amount of particles within any molecule?
Right. Ideal gas law. The answer doesn't change just because you don't get it.
Oh, I do get it. I'm just asking what device was used to measure the particles.
You measure the pressure and the temperature and the general composition of the air. That gives you how many molecules are in that volume of air.
That's coming from the periodic table.
Right.
Showing me that a certain element has to have this many amount of particles. Right? It's a calculation. That's what I'm telling you. It was never
Right.
measured.
It doesn't make it fake, though. It certainly makes it a real thing that we definitely use on a daily basis.
No, what we use it for, that number could be anything because we are using it for
No, it can't
comparing with each
fucking just
other.
be anything. Don't come in here
Yeah,
and tell us
again,
that it could be anything.
you're shouting again without letting me finish. So again, even within chemistry, the amount of particles do not give you anything by themselves. What they give you is a comparison in between each other. So therefore, if that kind of number, the particle amount, wasn't ever measured, and it's only in existence in a table to compare different things together, then that number could be anything.
Right. You're saying if we've never measured a thing that we've definitely measured, which is how the periodic table came into existence in the first place.
That's what I'm asking. How was it measured? And you haven't answered that. You were shouting for 5 minutes.
Right. So how do we know that air in general is heavier than water vapor?
We see the effects they are making with each other.
How do we know it? What's up? How is it that we know that those things, that's true? How do we know that?
I just said we are experiencing how they affect each other.
Right. So we've got 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen in a water molecule. That has a certain weight associated with it. We'll call it 18. Then we have, then we have, say, 2 nitrogen molecules, because nitrogen is a diatomic gas. What kind of number? What do you think that number would be? Obviously, nitrogen is a lot heavier than hydrogen, clearly.
Are you describing how was it measured? How many particles a certain atom has, a certain molecule has? Or you are not doing that, you are doing something else. Which one are you doing?
He's just bringing into question the accuracy of the periodic table and the values.
I'm not arguing that at all.
I don't even know how you can move past that. If you're asking these values, how we determine these, I would get them off the periodic table. Now, how they determined them is a whole nother question.
That's what I'm asking.
And
So
they
he's
are
not
determined.
talking
And
about
that
my
thing that we
question,
do,
right?
right? The thing that we do is we'd have, different relationships between things to discover these weights, like between nitrogen and oxygen or carbon, any of these things. We obviously have gone ahead and determined all these relationships and given these things all numbers, which are now in the periodic table. Now what? What comes after this? What's up?
My question was, how did they determine the amount of particles for anything?
Asked and answered.
And I haven't had any answer to that. What I had is shouting at me and then describing how different gases affect each other.
Right. If you didn't understand, that's your problem.
We're very far away from the speed of light at this point.
Oh, sure, and we are very far away, yeah. But also, we are very far away, you proving that that light ever has been shot through a medium that doesn't have any particle in it. by the way.
It's close enough. No one
Yeah,
ever
if
played
I
it.
have some,
Close
if I
enough.
have some volume of gas that has about 200 atoms per cubic meter, and I have it going next to all this stuff that's super electromagnetic, has these magnetic fields, right? And the light still gets to the other end where I expect it to go. It's not affected by the magnetic fields. Then what?
Okay,
The
so like
speed.
half an hour ago, you guys were describing to me how important it is that there is 38 microsecond of difference in between an atomic clock on a GPS and on the ground. Now, if we are talking about a vacuum, then you claim that actually when in a vacuum, when we create a vacuum, light is going through it, and we can imagine that it's not any kind of particle in the way of that light. And what are you talking about? If there is a little amount of particles, then there is a medium. Right?
Yeah, it's
Right,
close enough.
let's
It's
dodge the
close
question
enough.
again. What's up? Let's dodge it another time. If I shine light through a vacuum rarefied enough, if it's just a few hundred atoms per cubic meter, and that light gets to the other end where I expect it to go, and it's not affected by magnetism, then what? Keep
How do
dodging
you
the
know it's
fucking
not
question.
affected by
What's up? Keep dodging it.
magnetism? How do you know it's not affected by magnetism?
Because it got where I aimed it.
By how accurately do you know that it got where you wanted it to go?
God damn, man. It's impossible. It's impossible. Let's talk about something else.
Oh,
30
speed
minutes
of-
ago you were describing it to me that it's very important, that 38 microseconds is very important. And now you're telling me that the accuracy where a light ends up, it's not that important to know that kind of accuracy.
Right. 38 microseconds gave us an
double
11 kilometer error. 11 kilometers is obviously important. Very much so.
Okay then.
Yes, so
Now,
when something is for your argument, it's important. When something is for another guy's argument, it's not important. That's what I'm hearing right now.
If the laser hits the other end, hits a mirror that's a 400 meter tube. Is it about 400 meter tube at LIGO? Can't remember. But
it's
that
2
mirror at the other
kilometers.
end is only in the tens of centimeters wide. If it can't hit that tens of centimeters wide mirror, then we've got a problem. But if it's an 11 kilometer error, we've got an even fucking bigger problem, right?
But again, you thinking that something of a 38 microsecond accuracy is important for one thing, and then for another you are like 10 centimeter of a target hitting that kind of target that is,
Let me ask
I
you a
don't know,
question.
2
Let me ask you a
kilometers
question.
away. That's okay. That kind of difference, if it was a 1 centimeter difference deflected because of magnetism or something like that, that doesn't matter.
What's
See
the
the
time
difference,
frame
right?
is typically
for light?
more accurate than that.
It's just
jumping Howard.
impossible. Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't think that he understands the insignificance of what he's saying in comparing 11 kilometers to 10 centimeters in the speed of light. I mean, how long does it take light?
That's not the comparison.
10
Comparison
It
is
is.
that for one thing, you are counting very little thing to be an important part of the equation, and then for another thing, you are saying that it's not important. The same kind
You
of
don't
magnitude
understand
or
the
difference.
insignificance of what you're saying right there.
Well,
Right.
I don't know.
The thing is, the
Right.
GPS is at a smaller, has a tighter accuracy than LIGO needs it to be. So there.
Okay. So when we measure the speed of light, Doofus or Howard or even Bacon, right? So we've measured the speed of light in a vacuum. Okay then. And I presume that is the best vacuum that we can pull to conduct that experiment in, and that is now our figure that we use for the speed of light. Would I be correct there? Yes.
You can yeah, you can sort of do it
Yeah.
that way. That's
Okay
fine.
then. Yeah. Cool. I'm just the basic experiment itself, right, to measure the speed of light, right, in a vacuum. So it's in the best possible vacuum that we can pull. Okay then. Now we know that we can't pull a vacuum, right, to 10 to the negative 17 torr. Like they can't do that at Ohio, right? They can't get it down that low. Okay, then. So now this figure that we're using to calculate the distance of stars and all that sort of stuff, when we're talking thousands of light years away, like to me, this figure would be dramatically off, right? Because if we're talking about the accuracy of GPS with what we've got with satellites, putting GPS out by 11 kilometers over a day, okay, then imagine how off these calculations would be over 1,000 light years, right? That these differences would be quite significant, in my opinion, right?
Right.
And that's
Over the
that's not even accounting for any sort of magnetic effect of the mediums it's traveling through or past different other stars and planets and all this sort of stuff.
over the distance of 1,000 light years, it's less than 1,000th of a light year off at maximum.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know. You might be right. You might be wrong. I don't know. But anyway, probably an insignificant point nonetheless when we're talking about here on Earth. But anyways. But we do know magnetism does have an effect on the speed of light and possibly even the direction of light too, possibly. But we know 100% it has a difference on the speed of light. That has definitely been shown.
Would you travel then in 1,000th of a light year?
A long way, I reckon, Ellie. A long way.
I shut down the conversation. I thought with all these experts in chemistry and quantum physics and all this kind of thing, it would have been quite easy to work out 186,000 times 60 times 60 times. Oh, Jesus Christ, what's that? How many hours? And times 24 times 365. Divide by 1,000 and you'll get your answer. It's still quite a fucking distance, right? Only a thousandth of a light year. You know what I mean? only 1,000th of a light year, just to make it sound like nothing. But put it this way, if you aimed a bomb at it or a rocket or whatever, you'd never hit it.
No.
Right.
You're
The
talking
difference
billions of miles.
The difference over 1,000 light years of less than 1,000th of a light year makes no difference to the whatever it is that's making it to that point.
Yeah, but what that guy What's Up was saying, well, that's even less accurate than kind of thing, with the GPS or whatever. That's even less accurate. So now you've got scientists using the same kind of shit to determine, that there's in the sky at that position when they could be totally wrong. They don't know what's happening to the light between then and now till we receive it.
And maybe
right, but one part in 1 million doesn't make somebody totally wrong, does it?
Well, they might be able to refer back to Newtonian stuff rather than having to go back to relativity, right? Because now they have to go to relativity and the bending and warping of the space fabric of time, right, and make up calculations to marry up the observations, right? Because their observations of what they think light is doing isn't marrying up with their observations.
Well, what these guys fail to mention, Bansal, right, is that gravity, according to Einstein, is a pushing force as well. It's a repulsive force. So they seem to forget that. So like, oh yeah, gravity is, it's repulsive, it's attractive. Well, you know, they've got the best of both worlds. You can make up separate equations for each one, which they have done anyway.
Yeah,
And
so
what
my
S
point,
and shout out SE Montreal, what he did say is because they're doing away with that special relativity and general relativity. It's been proven not to work. It's just they haven't put it in the newspapers for all the Globers yet because they don't go and watch the real science lectures. So
Right. The precession of the precession of Mercury's orbit is not something that doesn't work. It's not something where general relativity is disproven. You can say it if you want to. That doesn't change the actual situation.
yeah, but they had Mercury down pat how it worked anyway. There's 2 ways or 3 ways. There's loads of different ways to calculate how that works. It wasn't general relativity that solved that. Even if they say it was.
It definitely was.
But he didn't give the cause of it. So here's a planet, right, that's orbiting. Let me think if I remember rightly. It's as well as Venus. Venus has got an eccentric orbit, but Mercury's got one as well. But even that, they've just said, oh, so it didn't work for that. Let's see if we can solve the equation. And all they do is solve equation. Solving an equation. When they say they're solving an equation, it means they're making one up so that it fits in with the rest.
No, because what they actually did was they came up with a mechanism first, then described that mechanism mathematically. Then what it predicted ahead of time was that it would match the precession of Mercury's orbit, which is then what was compared to. The equation came first. The equation didn't come in because they saw Mercury doing a thing.
Well, it did. It must have done. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known that it was doing an eccentric orbit or it was not behaving itself. So how? Of course, they observed Mercury from the beginning. From the beginning of time, they've been observing stars, my friend. They've known exactly the path. 7 stars, shall we say? 6, 7, I think.
Oh boy.
Planets. Sorry.
Did you just try to say, Doofus, that no one looked at the stars and then they came up with the idea that they are moving in certain directions?
No, that's not what I said. Thanks.
And okay.
Well, it was actually what you said there. You said that they made a mechanism. I'll repeat you word for word. They made a mechanism, and then they done the equations, and then they observed Mercury, and they found it matched their prediction. They made a prediction of something that you've been watching for thousands of years.
That's what I heard, yeah, by the way, but let's move on because we heard it wrong.
That's a totally different thing than to say that they used Mercury to find out what the formula should be. That's not the same thing.
The general idea behind the formula is a certain motion, right? That comes from observation.
The mechanism is the idea behind the formula.
General mechanism or the precise one? Which one are we talking about? Because if it's the general idea of how things move in space, then that was observed first, certainly.
You can change how I talk, that's fine. You can just change the words, you can change my meaning, you can make up whatever meaning you want. You are free to have your beliefs. That is on you.
Okay, thanks.
Can be more
Good
vague,
stuff.
but okay, let's move on. We are, by the way, we are talking about an equation that supposedly solved the n-body problem. That's what we are talking about.
No.
Oh, okay. Because
I was interested with that LIGO.
That LIGO problem, right?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say about LIGO. You guys were talking about LIGO. It's quite funny that because think about this, right? So I'm standing 2 kilometers away, and I've got a mirror, and that mirror's a pendulous mirror, so that'll be heading a pendulous mirror to you. So that the direction that will be pointing will be to the center of the Earth, right? But in relation to that one, the mirror up at the other end that is pendulous will be, well, it won't be aiming straight at the other mirror because of the fact is the zenith or the plumb of that mirror will be at a different angle to the
You
first
never
mirror.
once
You know, where
looked
they
at the
fire.
plans, did you?
Sorry.
You've never once even looked at the plans for LIGO, not even once.
I have actually, and I've actually I watched a documentary about the guys that discovered that first gravitational wave. So yes, I have. I looked at this stuff years ago, mate. This is old
All right,
stuff.
so
This is like
the mirror is not
it's
hanging
like
plumb.
it's
The mirror
well,
is
they're
not hanging
pendulous.
plumb.
They're pendulous mirrors.
Right, they're not hanging plumb.
Well, therefore
They're
they can't be
exclusively not hanging
pendulous. They
plumb.
cannot be pendulous then.
They are. They're hanging on
Goofy,
strings that are servo
something
controlled.
is
They tighten and relax
They're
based on factors.
and they are
Based
adjustable.
something is
factors.
hanging, something is
Based on
hanging, and it's called
reasons.
pendulum, and that's it.
Okay. Well, then why would you hang a mirror like a plumb bob, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't need it to be plumb, why wouldn't you just fix it in place, right, and then
Yeah.
adjust it to whatever angle? Why would you have to actually have to hang it like a plumb bob? What is the
Because
meaning? What is the reason for that?
I
because
think
the
the
Earth
mirror hanging
because the Earth
in
because the
space.
Earth does because the Earth does shake every now and again. Earthquakes are, you know, that thing will
Don't
pick
start
up
it, by the way.
a 0.1 magnitude earthquake, which is basically nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I get that, Doofus. But
Yeah.
if you've built LIGO, right, perfectly straight, all right, and perfectly horizontal from one particular point, right,
Okay,
which is
straight
what
but not horizontal.
it's not
It's
horizontal.
not?
So
Okay.
LIGO has actually the arms of LIGO have been built on an angle, have they?
No, straight. Any
Have
given point of LIGO could be at a different. It is not. All right, let's try this one more time. Any given point on that arm of LIGO, the tube does not necessarily need to be horizontal.
Doofus, you did not listen to what I said.
Right, but
Right?
it's straight.
No, you did not listen to what I said. Right? LIGO itself, right, has been built horizontally to one central point. Where those two arms come out from, right, and I've had this discussion with many people, and many people agree with me, right, that LIGO is built horizontal to that singular point, even though they still proclaim that LIGO was built taking in accordance to the curvature of the earth, right? It is built horizontal to a singular point, right? Which is now perfectly straight. So if I put my spirit level at the very starting point where the arm starts, right, it is going to read perfectly horizontal. But as I
No,
move along,
that's incorrect. Right, that's
really,
incorrect though.
it's incorrect. Okay, correct me.
Right, the point where the plane of those two arms is horizontal is not on any of the tubes. You can't put your spirit level on the tube and expect it to always come up with a horizontal measurement.
Did I say putting it anywhere along the tube it is going to read horizontal?
Right, you said the starting point. That's incorrect.
Really?
Yes, because the plane that the tubes are in, that's horizontal on a point, that point is nowhere on any of the tubes.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So they actually built LIGO, right, at an angle to horizontal, did they?
No. The plane that the tubes reside in is horizontal at a point, and that point is not on the tubes. I can't say it in a different way. That's the precise language necessary.
No.
How do you get a horizontal? Well, wait a minute, Bansor. Define for me a horizontal point.
I didn't say a horizontal point.
You did so. You said the point. You said, right, wait a minute. So, right, okay, you never said that. But you did say it's horizontal on the plane, right? But not at a point on the
tube.
The tube,
Right.
yeah.
Where
right,
the
so
plane,
how can you get a horizontal point? How can you get a horizontal
not
point
a
on something?
horizontal point. Let me try this one more time. The
No, you
plane.
did say that. Don't be condescending now. You did say that. No need to. I'll try it one more fucking time. Shit. Just continue the conversation. So explain it again then. I might be misunderstanding it. Say exactly what you said the first time, please.
The plane that the tubes resides in is horizontal for a point on the surface of the Earth. That point does not need to lie on any of the tubes.
No.
Right, so,
No.
but a horizontal point though, but you can't
That's not a horizontal point. Stop saying horizontal point. That's not what I'm saying.
You said it's horizontal on a point on the plane. So
the plane is horizontal at a specific point.
At a yes, which is
What?
their reference frame. Which is their reference frame. So they have.
It's not about reference frame.
Doofus.
It's not reference frame. Wait, you keep saying it wrong.
No, because you've got no idea about how to construct anything. Obviously, Doofus. Right?
I didn't even use the word reference frame.
Right?
You did.
Right? Of course, right? They need a reference point, a reference frame, a reference point, a reference frame, whatever you want to call it. Right? Stop getting into this language semantics. They need a point to work from, a datum point. That datum point that they have worked from, right, is going to be the horizontal plane that they work from, and take all other calculations from that singular point to get that thing perfectly straight from that one singular point. They haven't taken many points. They are working from one initial datum point and making it straight from there. Would you agree with that?
They established the plane from that point to be horizontal. Yeah, sure, we can go that way.
Thank you. You see, now, I am not saying that anywhere else along that arm, right, is going to register horizontal. I'm not saying that at all, right? But from that one particular point, right, they have needed that one particular point to build it horizontal and perfectly straight. Boom.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know where I was going because you got me all flustered, I must say. I was going somewhere with it. I can't remember now. So anyway, someone else wants to take over, jump in.
I think you were trying to get to the arms are straight and the mirrors are hanging. Something along those lines.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Doofus.
That was LEB's point in the first place. Yeah, that
yes,
they are plumb. Yeah.
Yes. So
they're not plumb, but we'll get to there.
They're not plumb.
Well, okay then. So now we have point A, right, where they've started to build those arms from. So that is our reference point where we're hanging our first pendulous mirror from. So that's going to be perfectly plumb. But all the way up the other end of the tube, right? What is the need to hang a second one that establishes plumb, right? Because there would be no need for it, because it ain't going to be plumb at all, because you have to adjust it, right? Regardless, to marry up to the first one. You wouldn't have to hang it on a plumb. You would just have to put it in a frame, manipulate it, get that angle right, and happy days. You wouldn't have to establish that plumb at all.
No.
First, let's make sure that you're aware the light sources are at where the two arms meet, and the mirrors are at both ends of the arms. It's not a mirror facing another mirror.
Okay, then. Sorry, I thought they were mirrors facing another mirror. That's
right,
what
and
that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, Doofus. So thank you for correcting me.
No, I
right,
thought
and
it was as
the
well.
mirrors at each end of the tubes are not plumb. None of them are plumb.
Yeah, they hang from the pendulous apparatus to isolate it from seismic activity, but they're adjustable.
Yeah,
Where you
I get that part, by the way.
You want them.
Yeah.
That's a very good point, and I think everybody gets it that when you are hanging something, then it's easier to get sort of rid of, the seismic activity of Earth, for example, or anything, by the way. My question is very simple: if we are hanging something, anything, then how can it not be plumb?
Because it's suspended by more than one wire.
Yeah, it's 4 wires.
Well, it's having an angle to it at some sense.
Right, it's adjustable. They have servos on each of the mirrors.
There is a sort of a frame in which there is a mirror, And the frame is hanging plumb, of course, but within that frame you can adjust the mirror. Okay.
You could do it that way. They don't. They adjust the lengths of the rope with the servo.
Well, okay.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Is there not 4 wires attached, like a north and a south and a east and a west to the mirror, and they use that to measure the what do you call it, the interference?
They have the 4. They have 4 suspension points for sure. Yes, and 2 of them are controlled by servos.
Okay, interesting. That
Flat
makes sense
hanging
too.
plumb, and it has a that means that it has a certain angle. I mean the mirror. To the plumb or the horizontal, whatever you want to reference it to. It has a certain angle. It's not 90 to the horizontal.
Yeah,
and
it'll
it's
be
not
aiming.
0
It'll
to the
be aiming
plumb.
directly back. It'll be aiming. What's up? It'll be aiming directly back at the light source. But I thought there was 2 mirrors. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting this wrong, but I thought it was 2 mirrors.
Yeah, see,
Right,
that's
there's
where
one
I
on
was
each end
going,
of each
Ali.
tube.
Yeah.
But I'll look at it. I'm not saying I'm not saying I'm right or anything. But I was under that delusion,
Yeah,
perhaps.
There's one on each end of each tube. There's 2 total tubes.
Yeah. So there's only 2 mirrors in total. One mirror for each tube that is at the end, and the other end is where they fire the laser from.
At the end of the arm, you mean, that points outwards.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's a little story about
And
it.
they're
I
at
watched
90
a
degrees angle
documentary.
too.
I watched a documentary about 3 years ago or something like that when they first discovered the first gravitational wave. And what they do at LIGO, sometimes they put in false what do you call it, readings to test the system or whatever. And the night before they discovered, or they came into work and they found this amazing gravitational wave or whatever they discovered, that was the night before. The guy, I can't remember his name, Kip Thorne, I can't remember his. He was one of the guys that got the Nobel Prize. Him and another guy got for discovering that. But anyway, he said, "Oh, we're just working there," and he said, and it was funny because I thought I saw a guy the night before working at the data bank, one of the programmers or whatever working at the data bank, and I just thought it was a test when he came back, and it wasn't even up and running at the time. So I thought there's a wee conspiracy there, right? Because these scientists are a bit tricky in that, when they get funding, they maybe excite up the thing or whatever. But there's certainly a flaw. It could have been someone put that in there, because he admitted that it happened, and there was a guy working the very, very night before, but he found out he said, but I found out it wasn't. So, but there you go. Now, could he say after pronouncing or announcing that he's got that about that, do you think he would change his mind and give back the $1 million he got from the Nobel Prize? No, what? No, just a wee side note there. I remember a lot of these guys, right? I gave someone a chance to speak. I was quiet, nobody spoke, so I'll continue. But you've got to think though, right? These guys' lives. Imagine, right? You've been studying something for 30 fucking years. You've invested all your life in it, and then suddenly you're doing an experiment and you find all that shit, all those equations, all those prizes. You got all these laudits and stuff like that. You found out was totally fucking wrong. Do you think? Do you think maybe it could be possible that some of these people didn't say anything and just kept their mouth shut? Not talking about LIGO, but other things like, you've got to think of that, when you, and we know these guys are arrogant as fuck, man, right? Because, well, we know that because we're actually looking at, we interact with synthesis or the mentality, mentality of these scientists when you ask them a question or you confront them or whatever kind of stuff. You know, they are human beings after all, and I don't understand that's why I don't trust science. It's nothing to do with the thing. It's also to do with the personality and just logically thinking, right, you know, asking myself questions. If I worked at a job for 30 years, blah, blah, whatever, and I was of that, you know, invested all my life into it, I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do, but it's still sorry.
Sorry, it's the same kind of problem when you have a spouse, right? Like you have a wife, and after it's the same kind of story. After 40 years, you find out that she's been cheating on you for the past 10 years. 5 years before that, she wasn't doing anything, but five and maybe even 7 years before that, she was also cheating. You know, it's the same kind of problem. This is what's called cognitive dissonance, when you have a deep thought process and thought system about something, then you experience something that is going against it. That's what cognitive dissonance is in the first place. It's a frustration.
Right, and if you're what, that's
for you guys,
the periodic table of elements.
Any kind of frustration needs to be overcome. If it's not, then it's gonna eat you alive, basically, and it's gonna make you a crazy person who will be put in a, you know, asylum of some sort.
Hey, Ali, you said talking with scientists, they always talk down to you. My question is, how often and what kind of scientists are you talking to?
Well, I've got friends. I've been on the chat shows, but I've got friends that don't talk down to me. She's a, oh God, man. She works on ovarian cancer. I've known her since I was a kid. A biologist, no, what's that? A fucking forensic biologist or something like that, or something like that. But she. The way that they talk, right? The way that she talks to me when I ask her questions or what like that, she doesn't get all snotty, right? But I've noticed when I watch, because I've watched hundreds, I mean, literally hundreds and hundreds of hours of not. I watched Cox at first and deGrasse Tyson, but there's loads of other people, and one of the prevalent things that they do have. They tend to think there's something special. They've got this kind of God complex, especially the ones that work in the
Hold on, but
genetics.
you just said the one you talk to in real life doesn't act like that. So now you're talking about people, the way you interpret people playing actors on TV or maybe even real documentaries. It was hard to understand what you said there, but you're saying they're talking down to you. I'm so confused because they're not even talking to you.
The world.
I get
Well,
what
wait a
you're
minute.
saying.
Well, okay, right. Listen, then, right. You can actually go and hear me talk to a fucking scientist on the Non Sequitur show. He's a so-called scientist. I've had what's his name? I've had what's that fucking idiot for Australia? The screaming guy. He's like an old dude. I can't remember his name.
PhD
No,
Tony?
Phil. Doctor. Oh, who's it? Phil. Professor Phil.
Phil Bell.
Phil Bell, that's the dude, right? There you go. I've talked to him, and he's called me. In fact, he's called every flat earther screaming and shouting and stuff like that, right? Okay. A guy, Miles Davis. Wait a minute, he's a scientist. Miles Davis. I've talked with Miles Davis. He's a scientist. I think he's a chemical
computer programmer.
No. I don't think Miles Davis is a.
Miles Davis is a biologist.
He's a chemical. He's into chemical.
He's a biologist. No, he's
biologist.
a biologist.
That's it. There you go.
Okay,
Miles is
I stand corrected then.
Right, do I need to go on? Do I need to keep going on or name?
No.
You...
No, you don't have to.
No, I know I won't. Don't. Sorry.
Right. So, but it sounds like the only people you've talked to who talk down, you're in this arena. Have you ever spoken with scientists outside this arena?
Yeah, I have astro theoretical physicist. I spent about 4 or 5 hours drinking whiskey and having beers and talking about Richard Feynman, quantum physics, proton, cancer therapy, the whole lot. So I'm quite well equipped. I'm quite well equipped to have conversations.
Were they talking down to you when you were talking about physics with, I'm assuming these are
theoretical
No,
physicists
you
you're
know
having beer
why? Right here, but here's the thing, right? But that's
No.
because I'm face to face. But you wouldn't anyway. But here's the point I was going to make: is when these guys are giving lectures and they have questions from the
Hold on,
audience.
Ali. You've changed your story. You've changed from they always talk down to me to they always talk down to me except for this one girl to they don't always talk down to me. Can you please stick with one narrative?
Right. Okay. So there's always there's no absolutes. There's no absolutes in reality, right? So I suppose the more that I thought about that question, I've changed my answer, and I'm quite willing to admit that. But the whole point of the crux of the matter is these guys that do the theoretical physics. I've watched lectures, and afterwards you can have a question and answer. And the amount of times that I've heard these scientists, just because someone gave a different opinion about, pulling the guy up on his physics or whatever, and clearly knowing what he was talking about. They just talk back in a condescending way, and that gives me an insight. And I've seen hundreds and hundreds of hours of these lecturers, right? But I've also been talking down to by scientists in this arena, and seen scientists in other arenas, lectures, talking down.
I don't think scientists talking down in this arena is really
I
indicative.
said the other
I
arena.
mean,
What about the other arena?
right.
And if you go to a
If
big
you could
lecture that you pay money for example.
flat earthers sit and tell them that they are lying and they are useless and they are manipulative and doing all types of things as on the out jump. So a scientist who uses gravitational waves in their daily thing, or a bathymetry expert, they're going to be pissed off because you're calling them a liar.
But it wasn't flat earthers. Wait a minute, Bansot, one second. It wasn't flat earthers that were calling. These were people that had another. They weren't flat earthers. These people would have laughed at flat earthers. These were just genuine questions about quantum physics or how come this doesn't work or that seems to not work, and or whatever. Right? It's the replies that they got, and that. And that's, look, this has been over 7 years. I've been watching these lectures by hundreds and hundreds of hours, man, of it. So I get their attitude, and I've heard them talking. So
Have you ever attended one of these lectures yourself, or are these all just on YouTube?
I haven't attended any, no.
I think you might find that a very different experience.
Oh, aye, right. But unless I ask a question, but I know for a fact if I ask this guy a question, say, what about gravity being, what do you call it, whatever. Say something about maybe his subject that he's emotionally tied to. As I say, 30 years working on the same fucking subject. You're going to get emotionally tied to that. So if someone does ask a question that you perceive as being attacking, they shout back at it and stuff like that. It's a fact. Go watch it. I'm not lying.
What fields, because in this realm, Ali, and I'd like to ask this question to what's up too. Like in this realm that we're in, we always seem to be pointing fingers at scientists, theoretical scientists, this sort of thing, and calling them out for what we perceive as wrong assumptions. Okay. So what fields of science do you guys have faith in? I suppose, like what fields of science do you guys feel confident about?
Any, because I'll ask questions. I feel confident about talking to any scientist, and I'll quickly suss out whether the guy's been genuine or not. If he just whatever. So any field, I'd be quite confident in talking about with any field because I'd
What
learn.
about the field
No, it's
of
not
bathymetry?
confident. Yeah, it's not confident about talking to these people. It's the confidence in the science itself. In the science.
Yeah, right. Probably quantum physics.
What about you? What
would be mine?
My problem is always lying within certain scientific fields that do not do anything in real life, in empiricism, and they are not creating something or anything. The purely theoretical stuff is what gets me.
Yeah.
because that cannot be reality, what you cannot measure whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you cannot claim anything about it, therefore. That's my basic. That's my basic,
Yeah.
understanding of reality. If I can touch it, it exists. If I cannot touch it, but I can measure it somehow, it exists. If neither, then it doesn't.
So there exists a portion of reality that is unknown to you. Would you be
Not to
interested
me.
in seeking
Not
out
to
and
me.
discovering
Sorry.
things that you don't
Sorry.
know?
Show me a quantum, a quark. Sorry.
My question is the parts of reality that is unknown to you. Would you not be interested in discovering those unknowns?
But if there is a thesis or theory that's telling me that should exist something, but then we search for it for maybe even hundreds of years and we cannot find anything, then no, I'm not interested in that anymore.
Let me rephrase the
So,
question. Are you interested in knowing the things that you do not know?
wait, there is a certain thing that's called being young, right? Young means, and first and foremost means that you haven't experienced enough. There is a difference in between experiencing stuff that exists and then you going into La La Land and thinking there are other things which do exist, but we cannot prove it.
Do I need to ask it again, or can you just answer the question? Are you interested in knowing the things that you do not know?
I do not know yet. Sure, why not? Yeah. In basic, in general, if that's your question, then sure, I am always interested in learning new stuff.
So you're going to have to branch out and make some assumptions and do some thinking and figuring and experimenting and probe around and be wrong a few times before maybe you might eventually get it right.
But I tell you what, my kind of interest in learning something has to be based within something that I also experienced, at least in some way. If I never experienced it, then I won't have any motive to go forwards learning something that I only suppose should exist.
What would you say to the study of bathymetry? What's up?
The what? Sorry, I'm hearing you very bad.
Bathymetry? Bathymetry?
Water still takes the shape of containment, buddy.
That
Sorry,
has.
what did you say, Kool-Aid? I didn't get that, mate.
What would you say to the study of bathymetry?
Bathymetry? I do not know what bathymetry. Bathymetry.
It is the
What?
mapping of the sea floor, specifically the mountains and valleys of said floor.
The sea floor. I'm not sure if the sea floor has been discovered throughout the realm we are living in, right?
Well, no, not all of it, but they've mapped some of it, and
Yeah.
it looks really cool.
Then
how
I'm
they
not
do it.
interested in the parts that we cannot see because we cannot go deep enough, right? I can
doesn't have
fantasize
anything
about
to
it,
do with.
but
It doesn't have anything to do with seeing it. You literally sail over the top of it, over the top of a mountain range, and your elevation raises because the water's all humped up right there.
the water is what? Hummed up?
Yeah, it's a higher elevation above mean sea level while on sea level over a mountain range than it is over a abyssal plain.
Really?
This is the
What?
basics of bathymetry.
What your actual elevation changes, the water actually humps up in the middle of other water because you're over the top of a mountain or something. Does it, Kool-Aid?
So yes, but the amount is a very, very minute amount. We're
Because
not
to
talking like
me, yeah, because
Sorry.
what you're explaining,
Yep.
what you're explaining to me could be just from the movement of the water hitting that mountain underneath the water.
I
The
have a
movement of
better
that water
question.
is
How
pressing up. But then why? Hold on to.
Okay.
I'll let you jump in once. But
Okay.
then why isn't that mountain actually then pulling that water down? So instead of it being an elevation, it's actually a dip because you've got more mass underneath that water. See, that would make more
Yeah.
sense. It,
No,
Yeah.
you're on a really smart track. You're right on it, Bandsaw. The mountain is going to have more gravitational influence, and it's going to pull the water in. So you're right. It does pull more water in, but
If the water
water
was,
is
compressible, then
uncompressible. So
right.
it's not going to compress and get smaller. It's going to instead build up.
Yeah, Bandy hit it on the head with that. It was really close, right on it.
I have a contention to all of this because in the middle of the sea, because on the shoreline, I do know because I looked it up because I had a debate with Mactoon about exactly the shape of mean sea level. So I looked up a lot of stuff regarding it, and on the shoreline there is a physically placed something that is called a reference point to measure from that point the mean sea level. So someone just walked out to the shoreline and put something on the ground, and compared to that, they draw a arbitrary horizontal line, and comparing that to the actual sea level, and then coming up with a mean and average to it, that is called the mean sea level. Now, within the middle of the sea, what is your reference point for your elevation in the first place?
Yeah, there was a lot of words there. The elevation point is established depending where you're at in the world through the geoid model. GS85 is the most commonly used one, I believe.
But how do you know what's your elevation compared to that ellipsoid in the middle of the sea?
Oh, yeah, great question. Sorry, I misunderstood your question.
Okay.
Modern day, we actually use trilateration and time and the amount or the distance that and the time it takes for radar waves to move.
So it can be off by quite much, right?
No.
Isn't it possible that your supposed hump over a certain mountain that is below the sea is just an error?
Yeah, I want to put some other thinking into it. If it's one mountain, water pressure can escape to the side as well. But if it's going from a lower region to a higher region in a broader sense, then the water can only be pushed up. The streams, the lower streams.
So Lightwater, your contention is the study of bathymetry is made up, not real. They don't find mountains like this.
I didn't say anything like that. I wanted to make it. I wanted. First of all, I want to make.
You agree that it works in real life, and we actually find underwater mountains using these studies, right?
I don't know about the studies, but
okay, so you don't know anything about the topic, so you're going to back out of this conversation before you're made to look a fool, correct?
Fuck off.
Oh my fuck.
I said if it's one mountain, the water is pliable to the sides. It can also escape to the sides. Does that not make sense? It doesn't only have to come up because it's fluid.
Yeah, sorry. This works in real life, and this is used every single day. I apologize. It hurts your feelings. Doesn't change the fact it works.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I just put a little wind back to you.
Yeah, what you said didn't actually make any sense.
Yeah, you have a complete image, and if somebody else says something else, well, there are studies, so keep yourself on the studies.
Right.
No,
so you're now claiming the studies don't exist, and that they don't use them every day, and they don't make maps with them. all of which are demonstrably wrong. So you can either bow out of this conversation, or I can continue
God,
to
we've gone
point
into
out
full
exactly
smarty
how
pants mode.
stupid.
I just try to make a sensible thought about one mountain or a broader obstruction on the water.
It sounds
sorry
a lot
to
like projection. He told you that he's sorry to hurt your feelings, but he seems like the one who's emotionally invested in this. He's gotten pretty upset suddenly.
You've got a point, Bob.
This is
You
not
went
me
straight into
upset.
smarty pants mode too. It was funny.
Yeah, sorry. I find when somebody doesn't know anything about a subject, raising objections extremely offensive.
Yeah, it seems
Why?
like you're the one who's
Why?
emotionally affected here, not anyone else.
I know,
Maybe
but
you
why
should
would it
work
be
on that.
offensive for him to raise an objection? Because maybe
Because
he
he
Well,
needs
doesn't.
no, he
he
didn't just
needs
raise an
clarification.
objection, though. He said sorry to hurt your feelings, implying that the other person was somehow emotionally affected, which it doesn't sound like he
Yeah,
was. It sounds like the person accusing him
uh,
was emotionally affected,
yeah.
especially
yeah,
from
we
the tone
gathered
of his
that.
voice
We're on
changing.
that. I wasn't arguing that at all. I agree. He went into smarty pants mode, but this is him that I'm talking to now. You know what I mean? So
Was this science code again? Kool-Aid, could you repeat it? What is the exact name of this science?
Bathymetry.
Bathymetry. How do you write that?
Or it might be pronounced bathymetry. Depending on where you're from in the world, I've heard it pronounced both ways.
Is that BATHOMETRERY?
no, it's H
Yeah.
H O,
HO.
not H O.
Google
I'm just
it.
kidding.
You'll get close enough.
H.
Yeah, it's H because there's no such thing as a H.
So
Yeah, I beg
heard
to
it
differ. I
both
beg to
ways.
differ. It's a H. It's a H, not an H.
Yeah,
It's
thank
H.
you.
I'm with Grim there. Oh, I don't care. Whoever said it, that's how I see it. But it's potato though, right?
Yeah, for sure.
What is bathymetry?
Wait, what? Buffometry?
Yeah, what is
I
that?
thought,
That's what a buffoon.
I thought he was saying bathymetry. I
Yeah.
thought he said bathometry, and I was going to crack a joke, but
Oh, I thought he said buffoon.
Yeah, it's the mapping of the sea floor.
Well, nothing to do with drunk people then, right?
No.
Only on Wednesdays.
Or bathhouses. Nothing to do with
Nothing.
bathhouses either.
Yeah,
let's not talk about bathhouses.
does this.
Did
Abby
somebody
Hunt
say the hump in the bottom of the ocean makes the water hump on top? Did I hear
Yes,
that?
indeed. Yes, a mountain, no
Bathhouses
less.
make you think
A
about
mountain.
humps.
This is getting better by the day. Keep it up, guys.
Yeah, Earth is Life just posted a great bathymetry map.
Yeah, they're cool. Definitely.
Yeah, that's the answer to the twin boat paradox. Look at the ridiculous thing they have to imagine. Just look at that.
What's ridiculous about it, Issy?
Where's the drop?
From the tangent line.
In midair?
Yeah.
What's in front of the boat? Is that a drop or a rise?
When the when the boat looks to
Always
its
a
front,
drop.
it is a drop.
Right there. That's all I have to say, man. Right there.
We're still waiting for the ridiculous thing.
You don't see the ridiculous thing. You have a drop in mid-air, and you have a boat pointing upwards, and that's your drop. You don't see how
The
stupid
boat
that
isn't
is.
pointing upwards.
Oh, it's not.
No. The boats are horizontal.
Oh, they are. As
No,
opposed
they're
in your ball now, the boats are not pointing up in the air. In this drawing,
they're pointing
they're right
horizontally.
there.
No, they're pointing horizontally.
That drawing
You're
is not to
delusional,
scale,
bro.
dude.
You're delusional.
Why? I mean, you can keep claiming this is ridiculous, we're delusional, but unless you show why, you're not making any
Why? It's
relevant
right in
statement.
front of your eyes, bro. Your drop is in the middle of the air,
So
above the ground, and your
So-
boat nose is facing upwards, dude.
no,
Are
it's
you
facing
kidding me?
horizontally. No, it's facing horizontally.
You're delusional. Look at the picture. Look at your man. Earth is life. Look what he just posted there. Where is your
it's up
drop?
for the picture. It's up for the picture, not up for the boat. As you should be familiar. As you should be aware.
If they were horizontal, they would be horizontal to each other, but they are
No,
not. They're
that's
both pointing
that
upward.
assumes that's
According to
under
your
the assumption. That's no, not according to our model. No,
According to your ball,
that's under your
that's
assumption.
what you would. According to your ball, that is how you would draw it out.
Obviously not, because under the ball, the horizontals aren't parallel.
So do yourself a favor. Draw us your example that goes against this example. You obviously don't agree
It's
with your
already
model
drawn there.
example. You obviously don't agree with your model's example. So can you draw us one?
Jesus
It's already drawn there. What the fuck are you talking about?
He's eating
If
all
you
his
don't agree
claims.
with your model,
He's
you
no
don't agree with
claims
your
left.
model. If you don't agree with your model, draw us what you think.
Oh, you're making a claim that is
You're
based on the
gaslighting
assumption.
him right now. I
Yeah,
don't know if
you're
you
making a
realize
claim.
it. You're fucking
that is-
gaslighting.
Yeah, you're making a claim that is obviously under the assumption that the Earth isn't the globe, and then you're saying I'm going against the globe. That's just your wrong assumption.
I'm saying you're going against your own model and your own model's demonstration.
How?
He doesn't agree with what is being demonstrated.
How?
It's worded improperly.
He doesn't agree with what's being demonstrated in the orthographic image.
Not being demonstrated properly.
But that's your model and how your model. That's how your model represents itself. So if it's demonstrated incorrectly,
that drawing is
if
to
it's
scale, then you'll
demonstrated
say?
incorrectly, if it's demonstrated incorrectly, I did ask for a correct version. Thank you.
Yeah, draw
no.
us. Draw us what you mean. Stop
That
talking
is
gibberish.
correct. It's just not
If
up
I
to
could draw
scale,
a
but
circle
that's
big
correct.
enough, listen, I draw a circle as large as it can be on the phone. You won't be able to see the little people in the boats if we're doing this to scale. You won't even be able to see them.
It doesn't matter. Where's the drop starting?
it
In
does
midair
matter.
or on your boat?
It does matter because you're not understanding what the fuck you're looking at. You're thinking that
you're
we're
not
standing
fucking
on a small little
understanding, bro.
tiny
You've got a
basketball, and with
line
these
in the
angles,
air.
they're all going to be like
Wait a
very
second.
close.
Wait a second. Wait a second. The farther apart from each observer, wouldn't it increase the effect that little orthographic demonstration is showing? It's just showing you the larger separation, not to scale, of course, but if you had a larger separation between the two observers, you would definitely get that example that you have in that orthographic drawing there. So why don't you demonstrate what you mean?
Yeah, but there's no way that we can see that scale on Earth to be able to give you, not from the flat earther's perspective, to be able to see that without using any equipment or using any.
What equipment?
Okay,
Where does
so
the
why
drop
does your
start?
why does your model insist on doing orthographic images that just refute exactly what you just stated?
What's wrong with doing illustrations for the purpose of demonstrating a point? I don't
Yeah,
understand what.
Well, it's not
The
that
reason
it's
for
wrong.
the
When you're
justification
looking
for these drawings
Never
is
mind.
that
I can't compete with all this.
Apparently, the problem is that they can't get it to represent their model properly, as they just claimed it's not being demonstrated properly.
no, it is.
Exactly.
It is.
So
It's just not up to
demonstrate it
scale.
properly
They
for
can't
us.
do it
Draw
properly.
us
So
something.
why is their model insisting on doing wrong ones when they know it's wrong instead of just not doing one at all?
No, I don't think it's wrong. Grim said it's wrong.
You guys. I didn't say it was wrong. I said it was worded wrongly by you guys. And
You said incorrectly.
Worded incorrect. That's right.
You said demonstrated
worded wrongly
incorrectly.
or worded incorrectly.
Demonstrated incorrectly.
However, you need to correct me about the word wrongly or incorrectly because I think they're synonymous.
Yeah, he's saying
hold on.
representing
Hold
it.
on. Grim, how would you then word it, right? If you were to word it, how would you word it? If you reckon it's been worded incorrectly, how would you word it, buddy?
Look, I'm not gonna. I don't want to be the point of the argument in here. I just want to
No, I'm not asking.
When I think it's fair or not by either person. Like I'm just trying to be.
No, I know, Grim. I'm not asking for you to be the point of the argument, but you did make the statement that it was worded incorrectly. So I would like to get another take on it, just myself, not to have an argument with you, mate.
All right. So when I'm okay, cool. I know you. I mean, aren't doing that, but
yeah,
but I mean, So I mean, all right. So imagining that I'm making a real world observation, I'm never going to see a boat pointing upwards because I don't have the scale to see that. I'm not 9,000 foot tall. You know what I mean? So that's something that we're not going to be able to see from our perspective. So trying to say, see on this little ball, you should see this. Why? Why should I see that? I don't ever have any of the real world abilities to see that. So why should I see it like I see it on this little ball? Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So do you see it as an extended plane with perspective then, Grim?
Arbitrarily. In
So
a local area.
the fact that we are a tiny little a person on a massive Earth that only has distance and elevation information as documented in maps and aviation, you can clearly see it. It's clearly objectively true. So when you look at that evidence, which and I've said this many times, Bernard Riemann is a well-known mathematician. He said it clearly.
Yeah, I became the point of the argument.
The Earth is perfectly Euclidean. But if we're going to look outside of Earth terrestrially and we're going to look celestially, what is it up there? Do you even have modern mathematicians admitting that the Earth is geometrically
Yeah, you're
flat? Like not
sublimating.
flat,
You're
but
sublimating it.
geometrically horizontal. From the horizontal, you get distance and elevation information, right? So
where would you like me to start talking? I mean, which question? I mean, one or the machine gun?
So you said
or
it was arbitrarily true. So why don't you be more specific and tell us how your vision, your perspective,
but you talked so long, you
alludes
forgot what I
to
said.
your. No, I know what you said,
Yeah.
dude. I'm just
What
going to
did I say?
clarify. So you said it's arbitrarily true. It's arbitrarily true that you're a tiny little person on a massive extended plane with perspective, and I wanted you to clarify.
Arbitrarily true, and then I said locally.
We're talking about a little person on a massive
locally,
Earth, right?
Arbitrarily true if we're speaking locally. If we're using a small enough area, we can consider it.
How does that far?
How far does that local extend over? How do you keep interrupting me while I'm talking every time? And I let you go on and on and on. And machine gun.
Does that local?
Why don't you listen to me for a second?
Data, hold on. All right, Data, you got to back off. You got to let him answer.
Yeah, it can be treated. Thank you, Bandy. It can be treated. All right, and remember, I'm not trying to make you look dumb. I'm not trying to argue with you or whatever. I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm not going to sit here and battle with you over this bullshit because it's just flat Earth to me. All right, but in my opinion, yes, which is me granting as a baller, granting you something which you should be appreciative to, not start attacking me for. All right, saying that yes, I can imagine that you could be where you could be seeing that in your worldview locally. We can treat it as that. But if you get any bigger in certain areas about that situation, then no, you cannot treat it as that, obviously, because we can't see the bottoms of the mountains. And we know that I'm almost done.
Let's test that claim.
There.
He's almost done. He's almost done, Data. He's almost.
I know you've gathered what it is I'm going to say already, but just let me finish. All right. So that's why I say locally, because once we get outside of that range, we can clearly see things dropping over the horizon and things that are not that are being obstructed. So we wouldn't be able to just shoot those things because we can't just aim right at them. We'd be aiming at the ground. There you go.
Okay, so let's test your claim. So locally, the reason the Earth is locally, it's arbitrary that the Earth is locally flat because big enough you will start to see the Earth curve. Do I get you right?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, so let's test that claim. So two observers facing each other are 3 miles apart. Is there curvature between them?
Yes.
How do we test for it?
I don't know, dude.
Good luck with that. You don't know. Okay. So there's curvature, but you don't know how to test for it. Noted. Right on, buddy.
Well,
good answer.
Yeah, but it's such a very small, fucking minute amount, bro. All you would really have to do is make a
small amount.
line.
So it's not locally. It's not locally flat then.
Oh, I'm almost. As soon as I start answering you, you start talking.
Locally flat then.
As soon as I start answering, you start talking.
So it's not locally flat then.
Answering, you start talking.
And he won't allow you to go
The
on.
reason I said can be treated as flat is because it is not flat, but there is such a small fucking amount of curvature that it can be treated as flat.
How much is small? How much is small?
I don't fucking know, dude. Not less than 1 inch.
So you make all these
less than an
assertions and
inch or
claims, but
two.
you don't know.
Less than
Noted.
an inch or
Okay.
two over a mile, which
Right.
is less than less than the half of a human hair to the eye of a human over 10 feet. I don't
So
know
is
if you're
that why
going to
it's
be able
treated?
to.
Is that why it's
I don't know
treated
if you're
flat
going to
then?
be.
Why is that?
There. I'm almost
Is
there,
that why
bro.
it's?
You're such an interruption piece of shit, dude. Stop interrupting
No, dude,
people.
you're just speaking double
Really, that's
speak
why
and you're
nobody
full of
likes
shit.
you. Not even on your own side, people don't like you because you
You're
talk too
just full
much.
of shit. You're double speaking and full of shit.
Well, I'm double speaking because you're interrupting me, so I'm repeating myself. That's
You're triple speaking, Data.
Interrupting, man.
Yeah, thank you, Howard. That was you.
yeah, because I'm not
Yeah.
hostile to the flat earthers, and you're treating me as if I am, and that's some fucked up nonsense, dude. You might want to cut that shit out.
I'm sorry I dragged you into it, Grim.
I told you it was going to happen. Because because I'm granting, so I'm a nice baller, so I'll grant something, and then they'll take that as a weakness and start attacking me as if I'm not being nice or something, like I'm being weak. Fuck that little motherfucker.
You got nothing, buddy. You just got destroyed.
Are you looking in a mirror right now? Because that would be the only way that fucking shit would have made sense.
Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that, buddy, while you lied in a public forum again.
Yeah.
Man,
Everybody
somebody's
hears something.
spiraling. Your feelings are hurt. Get over
Dude,
it.
it's you that are lying and in a pathetic forum. The way that you're trying to finagle your fucking
Now the
bullshit
forum's
story that
pathetic.
it's locally flat,
They
dude.
would-
And then some sort of grace that you've been given to the flat earthers because you think it's locally flat. And then I ask you how to measure it, and you said you don't know. You don't know how much, dude. You're just full of shit.
I told
Vance,
you
are you
less
going
than
to
an
take
inch.
that? You're going to let him
I
call the
told you
forum
less.
pathetic?
I know
He
that.
never claimed he never claimed he could measure it. So why the fact that he's not giving you a way to measure is irrelevant.
But Grim, if you and I were 3 miles apart, right?
We would
Even
just
though
check the
it's
horizon level and see that
yeah,
it's lower than the fucking
yeah,
yeah.
but even though you and I are 3 miles apart, right? There would be right a little hump between the two of us. Yeah, I know you
No,
don't want to call it a
not
hump,
yet.
but
Not yet.
there would
Not yet.
be.
At 3 miles, there wouldn't be yet. That's when
Well,
that's
it
when
would
you
be.
drop
It'd be.
behind the.
Well, it'd be half of it. It'd be half of the hair of a bee's dick type of a
Yeah,
hump.
exactly. But
Yes.
what I would do is I would point my theodolite towards you, and you point your theodolite towards me. We make a horizontal line and get as close to the horizon with that horizontal line as possible, and then point the theodolite gauge the angle to the actual horizontal line. I mean, the horizontal line to the horizon, and see that there is a drop. And that's all we really need to do, and that to establish that there's a drop between the two of us. Even though, because at 3 miles, there's not a hump between the two of us yet. We have to go further than 3 miles for the hump to start. So therefore, all we need to do is check the angle to the horizontal line, to the horizon, and we would know that there's a drop. And that's what I was trying to say through that guy's
What are you
fucking
talking
rambling
about, Grim?
through.
In your model, if I'm parallel to the surface of the Earth, or on the surface of the Earth, there's a 6-foot drop 3 miles away. So what are you
No, there's
talking about?
not. No, there's
Well, that's
not.
what
I don't know what
that's
you're
what's
talking about.
that's
not what my
what's
model
hidden.
says. No.
What do you mean?
Sorry. It's 8 inches
What do you mean?
squared per mile. It's
So
8
what
inches.
happens to the 6-foot person 3 miles away? He gets hidden by Earth curve.
6 foot.
He gets hidden by Earth curve, Grim.
No,
Right,
what are you talking about? You don't get 6 feet over 3 miles. You
observer that's
knucklehead.
observing
Why
that
don't you
person is
stop?
6.
And then you've got 2 6 footers. So you're not even just looking at the horizon. You're like 2 6-footers looking at each other over 3 miles. You're not doing your math.
Grim, you get 6 foot drop over 3 miles.
Right. The problem is that requires the observer to have a 0-foot elevation.
One second. So you get a very slight drop, and that drop is about 0.04 degrees. That's the angle drop to the horizon. So if you have a bubble level, you can detect that.
That's all I would do. I wouldn't even measure anything past the horizon. I would just measure to the horizon to see.
You can just measure. You can also just measure objects in the distance, two miles or so, and you can
I
get
would
to
have
8
no
inches
problem
per
with
meter square. So yeah, he's right. If after 3 miles, you'll have a 6 foot drop. So if you have a 6 foot person sitting there, you're not going to see the person. You're not going to see this theodolite, and that's what we do see in reality.
Hold on.
Right, that's what I would expect.
The observer has to be a 0-foot elevation in order for that to be true. and refraction needs to not exist, which as we know is not true.
What has to be at 0? The observer?
Right. If you want a 6 foot tall person 3 miles away to be obscured by the surface of the Earth, both the observer has to be at 0 foot elevation and there has to be 0 refraction.
That's what I thought. So for 2 6-foot observers is what I'm calculating. Right?
Wait a second, guys. What about the angular limit to the surface of the Earth? You're forgetting about the 1 foot observer having a limited angle distance of 1.22 miles away.
We're forgetting about the thing you made.
That has to do with an angular
He didn't say 1
optical
foot
limit.
observer. He said either 0 or 6 feet.
Doesn't
Right.
matter.
Right.
Even if you're off on the surface of the Earth, your eye is still going to be a certain set of millimeters in reality off the surface because we're dealing with optics. We're not dealing with a true zero. We're not dealing with a true zero.
Your data, you said
we're dealing with optics of a human eye.
The certain number of
We're dealing
millimeters
with-
is a foot. You just said a certain number of millimeters.
We're dealing with optics of a human eye.
We're
dealing with optics of a human eye.
Let Zanuck finish. Let Zanuck finish, please. Because it's
You
hard to
already
listen
said.
to when-
Thank you, Ben. So you actually said that the observer was a foot off the surface. So yeah, the certain number
I
of
just gave
millimeters.
it an example. It was arbitrary. The point is there's a limit.
Seriously.
The height is arbitrary. It doesn't matter.
You can't. He can't do it. It's impossible for data to shut up. Yeah, there he goes. So you said that the observer has to be a certain number of millimeters above the surface, and yes, it's.
No, I did not say he has to be.
You said
I said
everyone
for
heard that.
reality purposes, he's never going to be at 0.
Once you say what you said, so
heard
if you're
you
1
say it,
foot or
dude.
6 foot, who cares? The angular change from you to the observer, if it's flat, will be either trigonometrically dictated, or if it's on a spherical surface, it will be spherically dictated. And if it's spherical, it will be based on the model that we all use. It'll be a 1.22 drop over 1 mile. If it's 1 foot observer, if it's 6 foot, it'll be 6 foot drop.
I'm glad you brought it up, Zanuck. Here's the thing you have to realize.
It'll be a 0.042 degree drop.
Sure. So the point is that you're dealing with the human eye. The human eye will never be at 0. Agreed?
What do you mean at 0?
You can never be parallel true to the surface of the Earth with your eyeball, right? You'll always be a certain.
How can a
That's
point
why we
be
don't
parallel
always
to
use the human eye, do we?
How can the eyeball be
The
parallel
point
to the
is
surface?
there's going to be optics involved, right?
How is the eye parallel to the surface?
Here's how the 1.22 gets destroyed, okay? Just so you understand. So if I'm looking with the human eye and it has an angular limit, and you have a model
What's the
which is
angular
based
limit?
on
What's the angular limit?
if you have a model.
Before you go, I just want
why
a definition.
why does Zanuck
What's
get to
the
talk
angular
over
limit?
me
What
at
are you
every
talking about?
turn?
You can't look at what you're saying if you.
I'm jumping in. Come on, Zanuck. Just let Data finish, and then I'll give you free reign, mate.
Ben, so can you ask him what the angular limit means, just so we know what the definition is before he starts talking? Because it means nothing unless we know what he means.
Talking
What
about
is the
the human
angular
eye.
limit?
I'm talking about the human eye and the angular limit of light to the human eye.
What do you mean? What does that mean? Stop! Wait! Stop! What does that mean? The angular limit
So
of
everything that we
light.
see, has a let's say bounces or reflects light. The magnitude of that information is relative to the distance and size of the object. That angular relationship that we have is because we have a convex lens. So the convex lens gives us this spatial 3D relationship with objects in our environment, right?
Okay, what's the angular limit of our eye? What's the angular limit of our eye?
So any
what is it? What is it?
This is just language to describe something that
what is it? What is the angular limit of our eye? Do you know what it is? Because I do.
Well, you can have 0.016, you can have 0.007, you can have 0.02. It depends on it depends on how you address this angles of light and what they're in the context.
Let's just use 0.02 for the sake of argument.
So anyway, you have latitudes of understanding of optics and angular information, how they divide it.
Of angles and optics. What does that even mean?
Well, there's just multiple levels of mathematics, theoretical, basic geometry. So there's different ways to approach it. Like the Rayleigh criterion. The Rayleigh criterion, if I use this,
that's talking about just two objects.
Zanuck, you gotta stop interrupting him, bro.
All right, Zanuck, can you please pass the Parmesan and the croutons?
Grim,
so if you have 500 nanometers,
can we all let Data finish?
Can we all let
Yeah,
that
yeah.
data
That's
finish?
solid.
Please, man.
Guys,
Come on.
Data,
guys,
data can finish as long
guys.
as someone passes me the croutons.
Yeah,
Okay, so give me an
guys,
example.
we
Next
can't
example.
we can't keep on jumping in to mod you guys. You guys have got to be able to do it yourself.
Yeah, Bansal, you're right. Sorry. Go ahead. Be dead. Just go. Get
So
the floor.
if you have a 60-degree circular vision, if we're just going to have like optometrist looks at eyes, they say we've got a 60-degree cone of vision. Out of that, we got a 0.02 angular resolution. Okay, that's just an example of geometry side. Then you have the Rayleigh criterion side where we're going to take the diffraction of light based on wavelength. So each wavelength of light has a diffraction limit. That diffraction limit is subjected to the circular aperture the light's going to pass through, which means angles that pass through that circular aperture have a point where the angle is going to be too small to resolve any information. And due to optics and the vanishing point and the convergence of light, you have vanishing points. You have points of all of that information, the subtended angle of light, that basically foreshorten with a whole bunch of information into it, converge, and it becomes a vanishing point. That is basically an angular relationship to our eye and light. That's how it works.
It's almost hard. It's almost hard to stop.
So if we look at it, we look at a 6-foot individual. We look at a 6-foot individual, and we want to use basic angular relationship calculations, which require Euclidean geometry. You can work out the same mathematics as it. You work out the same mathematics that is really similar to the ball mathematics. Now, the 1.22 and why it is important to your model and why it proves your model false is because optically, if we change optics, we can see, based on the parameters of 1 foot off the surface and the horizon being 1.22 miles away, we can actually use other optics and see past that geometrical point, proving one of two things. That the Earth curvature calculator is a direct hijacking of perspective, and you can show the foundation of the calculations to be debunked by longer observations showing the 1.22 is based in the angular resolution in the Rayleigh criterion, which is the resolvable detail.
God. Can you stop, Data? This is getting ridiculous.
That's why you get interrupted.
I talk for half that long and I get destroyed for talking long.
Yeah, but I'm talking
and say absolutely nothing. You said
I'm teaching
you know
you
what, remember that
exactly
movie?
what's going on.
I'm
teaching you exactly what's going
You're not
on.
teaching me anything. Dude, I went to school, you didn't.
Yeah, but Zanuck, hang on now. You ain't the only person in this VC Data's talking to, bro. We all trying to hear what he's got to say, you know? Like,
I know,
we've heard it. Hang on,
Zanuck.
Zanuck, you need to be an adult and control yourself.
I know, but come on, you got to be real. We
And
let him
just keep
talk.
yourself on mute while someone else is talking. That's all, man. Jesus.
Oh, so why
he's
not?
muted.
Yeah, at what point do you get to unmute? Is I think what he's trying to
So
say.
Data's done. Grim, do you want to go before Zanuck goes?
Oh, Data's done? All right, I'll unmute you, Xanax. My bad.
Grim?
I'm not arguing. I'm not even trying to argue.
All right. Then the floor is Zanuck. Zanuck, go ahead.
Guys, one at a time, please.
All right, look. We all know about the diffractive limit, flatty Data. Come on. We all know the diffractive limit is 0.02 with our eyes because of the aperture size and the wavelengths of light. Those are all the things that determine the diffractive limit. The Rayleigh criterion is just discerning between whether we can recognize two objects from one. And it doesn't mean there's no information that is now lacking or, as you said, or not available. It's there. The only thing we can't determine is if we have a seam or a space between two objects. We still see those two objects in their entirety. We still see it's there. It's not very clear, albeit because we can't tell if there's two or one, but we still say there's something, an object there. So we do see it. So it has nothing to do with
that for $1.
What's that?
You said I'll buy it. First thing that popped into my head was that I'll buy that for $1.
Yeah, right. So it doesn't really matter if it's vertical or horizontal. The diffractive limit is different, but related to
You still don't understand the point, right? You still don't want to focus on the point. The point is that the one is a geometrical limitation based on physical parameters, okay? How that was deduced, how that was deduced was by hijacking optics. In other words, if I'm a 6-foot individual and I see an apparent if I'm a 6-foot observer and I see a horizon and I make a measurement at a certain distance, I can devise with basic geometry the 3959 from optics, right? You can use time or position, an apparent position to devise this system. This is what this comes from. But the problem is that it's based on an apparent position. meaning that there's two ways to look at an apparent position. Either something physical is causing it, or something optical, an illusion, is causing it. In the case of the 1.22, it proves that if you take a high telephoto zoom lens at 1 foot off the ground, and you can see farther than the 1 mile, doesn't matter what observation you make, and this can be done at any time now, if you can see farther than that 1.22 miles with a telephoto zoom lens 1 foot off the ground, then you're destroying the fact that it's a parameter ball. The idea
Note
that it's
that in the globe
geometrical.
model, that 1.22 isn't even the limit in the globe model, because he's not addressing
here's
the
the
fact
thing.
that optics is a part of
Here's
the.
the issue.
He's not
Here's
addressing
the
the
issue.
fact that he's
Data.
not addressing
Let him talk. Data. Let Doofus
he's not
talk, please.
addressing the fact that in the globe model, part of it includes optics, and 1.22 is not stated to be exactly how far away you should be able to see from 1 foot. Not in the globe model.
Again,
That's
even if we add,
falsifying a model that's not the globe model. If he
even if
wants
we
to
add
falsify
20%,
a model that's
even if
not
we
the globe
add,
model, he's free to do
Data,
so.
you gotta let him finish as well, Data.
Falsify
It goes
Data,
both
you
ways.
got to stop, man.
The globe
You
Went
got to
on
do
for
it.
Both
4
ways, Data.
minutes, dude.
Jesus
Went on for
Christ.
4 minutes solid.
Yeah,
Nobody
because
interrupted
Data,
you.
Data, you literally monologued for a while, so you gotta let others monologue as well, man.
Yeah, if he wants to
No,
falsify
there's no
something that's
monologuing.
not the
Hold
globe
on.
model, if
Hold on.
even
There's
if
no
you add,
monologuing. You
Jesus
guys get 30.
Christ,
Let
You guys get
Doofus
30
talk.
fucking seconds.
Oh,
if
shit.
he wants to
No, fuck
falsify
that,
something
Jeremy.
that is not the globe, fucking hell. If he wants to falsify something that is not the globe model, he's free to do so, but it is worth pointing out every single time that he does it.
so if you even want to add 20% to your model and give it a 1.32, okay, square root the observer side times 1.32, this is still adding in refraction for your model. Okay, this is already written. It's already there. Anybody can go read the shit up. 1.32 added in refraction. Add about 20%. This is a standard calculation and a rough estimate. Now, this happens to be over, anywhere from 5 to 10 miles. I think the papers even say add in 5 arc minutes of refraction, which is 0.08 degrees. Well, oddly enough, that works out to be what? Pretty damn close to the Earth curvature calculation by adding in 5 minutes of 5 arc minutes of refraction over 10 miles. So you have it in the papers already, them showing you that it's optical measurements, but again, it's based on 2 understandings of what's causing those optics.
No.
The physical shape of the Earth being a ball, or you're over an extended plane and you have optical illusions, basically, which bending of light would be an optical illusion. So anytime you see this stuff, you now know that you have a geometrical representation based on a ball or a optical understanding of it, and that's the difference between a flat earther and a baller. But the paradox we should all be in soon enough, which is everybody will start saying locally flat, like Zanuck, or not Zanuck, but what's this? Yeah, Zanuck said it was flat. Rumpus said it was flat. Now Grimm says it's locally flat. So we're going to get to this locally
I said
flat.
can
We're going to
be
get to
treated as. That's what the Navy papers you were
Wait till we
discussing
all get to
said.
locally flat.
They didn't say
Wait till
it
we got
was
all
flat.
the
They
locally
said can
flat.
be treated as flat. That was what I said. So if you're going to quote me, son of a bitch, do it properly.
Yeah, what's the point of Cartesian coordinates? What's the point of them? What's the point of plane trigonometry? What's the point of it?
Yeah.
If the Earth's a fucking ball.
Okay, hold
Come
on. So
Simplifies the math.
Hold on. Can I say one thing?
Simplification of the
Can I say
math
one
so that
thing?
it can be done by the layman.
Grim. Let
You
me
think
ask
so?
you. Flat Earth data.
The layman
If
can't
we're
even handle
sitting-
math.
If we are sitting at 1 foot observer point, and you expect to see this geometric horizon to be at 1.22 miles, which is not happens to be coincidentally the same thing as the factor in the Rayleigh criterion and diffractive limit. They're not the same. They're not related.
Okay, so now hold on. Let me
hold on. So when we look at an object that is 4 to 6 to 10 miles away, and we see it above level, how is that possible on a flat or round Earth? What has to be happening there? So you mentioned the standard refractive limit. That's standard. That's what we generally see over land and almost everywhere. Over water, there could be extreme refraction because, in fact, we have a temperature inversion, where all bets are off, and that's where refraction can actually convex the shape of the plane we're looking over, or the surface we're looking over, to make it look like it's curved upward, like it's convex. Okay,
concave.
so that is real, and we can observe that all the time. For example, the black swan; those objects are above eye level. That's not possible on a flat Earth or a round Earth.
And part of it is obscured by the surface of the water.
So again, gentlemen, you're not even addressing my point. You're still not addressing my point. Again, the point is, gentlemen, you have one calculation based on physical parameters being a ball. The other one is optical occlusions, illusions, refractions, and so forth due to optics. This is the paradox that we're now discussing, right? You want to claim that it's caused by a ball, and I'm saying no, it's an extended plane. Now, if you're going to say that it is a ball, can you please show me where you are calculating from curve, deducing to flat? Because I've never seen any formula to take away curvature to produce flat. Would you want to show me that?
Yeah, the inverse of the curvature calculator would be
flat. So the inverse.
Listen, so if you have measurement,
you want to write that out for me.
We just take the opposite of that formula. We can go figure out the calculation for a flat surface. The point is, we measure things like mountains that are twice as high, twice as far away, but below the background mountain. We see ships that are 200 foot high, 300 foot high, gone in 20 miles. I mean, completely missing, except for the very tip of their exhaust. We can still see them. The diffractive limit has not been reached because we still see the exhaust ports, but the ship is completely gone in its entirety. That is the evidence for the curvature actually obscuring these objects, not some kind of optical occlusion or refraction or whatever other nonsense you just said. The curvature calculator states clearly, and we see this over land, that is on a beach, for example, rather than over water where there's not these temperature inversion tendencies. We see this 6 foot drop over 3 miles. We see this drop that is not there when we see a straight object that's 2 miles long, such as in SLAC or CERN or other objects that have actually been forced lines made 2 miles or 3 miles long. We see them being totally straight, and we see non-parallel plumb lines. Non-parallel plumb lines. So we know that this is happening.
So again, you are negating how optics work and claiming a curved model.
He's just gonna deflect and ignore all of what you just said, and don't even.
So you're going to ignore the fact that most of those observations are done with telephoto zoom lenses, which have still a limitation to diffraction. Plus, they have a limitation because they are refracting light. How they work is opening up.
Pointed out that was not beyond their limitations, though. Obviously,
why do I keep getting interrupted? Why do I keep getting interrupted?
Dance past it. You're trying to dance past it.
Why do I keep getting interrupted? Why do I keep getting interrupted, dude? What are you afraid of there, Glenn?
Just go.
So 99% of those observations done with camera lenses, which negate, and everybody who looks at them like dumb shitheads because they don't even know what they're looking at. They're looking at optical illusion, number one, due to refraction. And all of those waves 5 miles away, 4 miles away that you zoom in on are definitely going to be at least at the height elevation that the observation is done on.
Okay,
and due to refraction, let me finish, due to refraction and foreshortening, you're going to have an optical occlusion point where there's still an angle of limitation where all objects passing that point will converge into. You can do these experiments yourself.
Okay,
whether you like it or not, it's an optical illusion based on camera optics. And how do you prove this? All you do is you can have a bird's eye view of the same scenery, be up 2,500 feet, 5,000 feet, look directly down and see that there's no dip, no drop, no curvature. And the maps that you're using,
you repeated it like
and the
7
maps
times.
that you're using, have no curvature, no dip, no drop, no curvature, none of that stuff.
You're done.
Can I ask Anik a question now?
So the reality is,
no, you can't.
The reality is,
keep on talking.
The reality is that the map.
Hold on, guys.
The reality is, guys don't even like you in here, right?
The reality is,
you know how he's talking about it happened with a lens and shit. Can you see straight across your example where it's flat over at?
So if you think it's perfectly flat, is probably why you don't understand
the beach or whatever.
You probably don't understand the occlusions.
I'll never hear you, Don, because you won't stop
You're
talking.
just saying the same shit over and over.
Yeah,
Can we
wrap it
ask
up,
Anik one question?
It's unbelievable. It's just the guy is completely autistic or retarded.
So you guys don't understand the explanation of telephoto lenses, right? You don't understand that.
You guys mute me liberally. Why don't you mute data?
Guys, hold on.
God, mute the guy.
It's just
Ridiculous.
temporary, Zanuck. Hold on a second.
Come on, everyone stop. Don, ask your
Listen,
question, man.
hold
Jump
on.
in
Before you go, Don, we gotta be
Okay, I appreciate
precise,
it.
man. Nobody
The point is,
can't talk for like 2 minutes.
like
You hear me?
we're saying maybe there could be optical effects over the beach,
Yeah,
but we
hold on.
see it. We're actually looking at the drop that's apparently there. Then Zanuck gives an
So-
example where there's the flat, 3 miles in the building. Zanuck, can they look straight down that corridor and see from inside?
What's up with your mic, man?
Yeah.
I got muted, guys.
I don't know. It's got a lot of feedback. Did you hear me, Zanuck? Can they look from end to end in that building, the 3 miles?
You have me muted?
Zanuck's muted. Jeremy's trying to
I
say
want to
something.
make a fucking public service announcement real quick. Don has me muted.
No.
No, you talked to me on purpose that time? Okay, no
No,
over
he
talk,
was just,
please.
he's in the wind.
Jeremy, it's feedback. I can't hear when I'm talking.
Yeah,
Just
your
don't
mic's
talk.
terrible.
Yeah, it's bad,
Try to be more concise, guys, please. Data, Zanuck, both you guys, don't repeat yourself. Point. Please.
Come on, exactly.
Go ahead, Don. Right?
Did y'all hear the question? I'm just asking Zanuck if you can see from end to end, like you're looking 3 miles to the I heard horizon you on a the beach, first and time. you look down the 3 miles of your building. I heard you the first time. It's a simple
Oh, yeah,
question.
you were
Yes,
muted.
of course. They've made this object the straightest object in the universe that we know of. We see from end to end, and it's held straight within 20 thousandths of an inch over 2 miles. We have lasers that are, we can accelerate particles. Everything that you can imagine they do with this particular tube that is perfectly straight, and you can look down it and see the entire 2 miles. And if you have a telescope, you can see even clearer down the 2 miles. And what also we measure is non-parallel plumb lines in this structure. Right. That's interesting that the telephoto effects or whatever that this guy was trying to evoke in the beach environment don't happen in that environment. Right, exactly. Because in the center of a telephoto lens, it will be true. It always will be true because that's how lenses are
Here's something
machined.
again.
Hold on. I thought I heard myself talking, Data. I really did. I thought I heard myself talking. I really did. I heard my voice in my own ears, and you just think
Guys,
you
being
can blow over
dishonest.
everything.
Man, who
and just keep
fucking
on going.
muzzled
Hold
the
on,
mutt?
Zanuck, finish your point,
Muzzle
and then
them,
he
yes.
can respond.
So the
Yep,
center
go.
of okay, great, thanks, Spencer.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. Yeah, you in the center of any lens, that will be true to the position. The outsides can be distorted. That's what the wide angle lens effect is, because you can start approaching this beyond 60-degree field of view that Flat Earth Data had explained earlier. But no, in the center will be true. So wherever it's in the center, it'll always stay at the center. That won't move angularly.
All right, hold on, data. Respond. Go.
So if you're going to look at a surface that has no undulations, you're not going to understand the effect of how objects, due to perspective, can be blocked bottom up. If you continue to maintain this flat Earth attribute where it's completely flat from position A to the point of object, you are not being genuine in your thoughts, okay? You're trying to either lie to yourself or you maybe just don't know. So between the observer to the object, there are undulations. The Earth is not perfectly flat. Whether it's 2 inches or 5 feet, that eventually over a period of a massive distance optically is foreshortened and compressed through light. That information blocks the bottom of any other information beyond that point of limit, which in this case, you still have a vanishing point in all optics. You can consider it the horizon line or whatever you want to consider it. This happens to be a geometrical constant that is based on the position the height of the eye, or the height to that position seems to be a constant, because as I increase height, the distance to the horizon goes out. So remember earlier, Zanuck, I was trying to talk to you about that horizon point on your model, and you said it's only a coincidence, the 1.22, right? I said, well, okay, that horizon line is a diffraction point where all light is unresolvable between the two. You can't stop. You cannot tell the difference between any object at this point. Now, that convergence that you get, which is a vanishing point due to the convexity of our lens, we get a focal point. But not only that, the way the surface of the Earth is horizontal with undulations. So if you did this experiment with a camera, you mind
if I talk to Zanuck for a second? Because you've been going on for quite a while. Nobody's
if you
listening.
did this experiment with a camera, you would see that it's true that all the objects from the observer to the distance end up foreshortening. They end up to refract up to a refraction point, because all lenses have a refraction limit just as well as a diffraction limit.
You know, you want to tune him out, right? But he starts
It's a
reading his
lot
fucking
to
thing again.
explain to people. It's a lot to
I want to respond because
people are lying.
Like
It's
you're not
You are
gonna
lying
send
to
your
people.
You,
other
you
people's
want to tune him out, but then he misquotes
1.22
you,
is the
and you have to
correction
fucking
limit.
tune back
mute
in. It's
data,
very
please
tricky.
mute him. You
The
got to mute data.
You
1.22.
try to tune him out, but then he turns around and misquotes you or something, so you have to fucking go back and listen to him again. And
I
it's
know
fucking
Guys,
ridiculous.
come on, yo,
This is
listen.
impossible.
This is a tough job. We need me and Bandsaw got, guys.
Yeah.
Fucking time, data. Be more concise, please. Zanuck, be more concise.
I have been more concise. I'm speaking in
Never more
2
concise.
sentence chunks.
Yeah, Zanuck isn't doing it, dude. Don't try to be fair and reprimand the whole class when one motherfucker's doing it.
I know, and
That's
we are
not fair.
getting sick. We are getting sick of having to jump in, guys. Seriously, right?
Do you think it's easy to explain the information
No,
that,
can I
I'm having
make
to
a comment?
explain to these guys?
Can I respond to? Let me respond to before Grim talks to me.
To be
Can I
fair,
just make? Can I make a
but
comment?
this isn't a conversation between two people. This is a conversation between the whole room. I haven't said anything. I just want to say something very quickly and then I'll shut up. To be fair, nobody is talking over Zanuck when he's speaking. The reason data is taking so long is because somebody else is talking over him every fucking sentence. Stop doing that.
I'm
And
in
then
another
he can be
world
more
then.
concise, and then it'll be, why are you talking over me?
No, it's
Yeah,
usually when they
come
start
on, guys.
repeating themselves.
Oh,
Well, because you're full of shit with that argument. We all know that this
Shut
motherfucker
up.
just keeps carrying on, and nobody's interrupting
hold
him
on.
until he.
Hold on. Come on. There.
Okay.
Go crypto.
I think data should be more concise. I agree. However, talking over him doesn't help. And everyone else listening is getting very pissed off. He's not being concise. Everyone's talking over him. And then Zanuck is droning on forever. Why doesn't everyone be more concise, not talk over anyone else, and everyone else will enjoy this a lot more?
Thank you.
Let's go.
Bandsaw, can you rip down a list? No, never mind. I will.
Okay. All right, guys, start again. All right, let's have a good time and a fun time.
There are some optical truths here that you have to recognize, and if you don't, then you're ignoring the effects that make
Why is
you
he gonna
think
go
what you're
again?
thinking. So the camera, for instance,
Push the play button
telephoto,
again.
He already went for
telephoto,
half an hour. We thought we shut him up, and now he's going
telephotos.
again.
Yo, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, somebody's responding to you now, fucking Data, not you repeating
Let
his
me say
mantra.
that. And Crypto's wrong. I wasn't talking over Data. I was saying, look, he's got to end at some point. That's all I said. If you want to call that talking
He's
over,
just saying
sure.
because it was taking so long, not
I know.
because
Just let me
we were
say
interrupting.
a
You fucking
quick
liar.
sentence.
Yeah,
Why don't someone
Zanuck,
time?
go.
Why don't you make like
go.
a chess game where you time the freaking moves?
Zanuck, go, bro. Make your point.
Okay, God. I even forgot what I was going to
Seconds, I'm
say.
timing you.
For sake.
30
No,
seconds.
so your whole idea falls apart. If you look at things that have been obscured by the horizon as we see it in our model, and you look at and you turn your camera 90 degrees, why aren't things left to right that are on top of each other on structures vertically? Why aren't they suddenly invisible? They don't. All we're seeing is a vertical obscuring of these objects. We don't see it horizontally and laterally at all. So this refractive limit in the 1.22 compared to the 1.219 is a whole different number. They happen to be coincidentally close to the same, but they don't mean or are related in any way, shape, or form to one another.
So if you take 7,918 diameter, right?
Don't do it, please.
And you multiply it by the feet of 5,280, you end up with 41,807,040. Square root that, divided by 5,280, you end up with 1.22459. This is what's considered one foot observer height at 1.22459 miles away. This is a mathematical geometrical principle of your.
Yes, for the Earth. Yes.
That's your ball model. Okay.
But the diffractive limit is 1.19.
Listen. That's your model, okay? So your model says 1.22459. Now, in the Rayleigh criterion, in all diffraction limited systems, if anybody types this in, diffraction limited systems, there's a constant. The constant is 1.22. What that means is that based on the circular aperture, you're going to have a minimum and a maximum point, which light passing through that aperture will basically diffract, which is create a banding, a discoloration. Basically, the information won't come through. And in that case,
Which is the maximum? What's the maximum? What's the minimum? Because right now I think we only have the average.
You've got the constant in this case, 1.22 is your first minimum. And I think it goes to 2.56. It goes to 2.56 and then 3.56 after that. So you can look at this as the first subtended angle of light passing the circle aperture. Once that gets to a point where it's foreshortened and compressed and then passes that aperture, it will diffract. Now because you have a convex lens, you will that cone of vision will come in and compress that light into a focal point. This is what creates the vanishing points. And you can force perspective to do this, like a hallway will force perspective. The angles are shorter, which means they converge faster. So you can see this is a geometrical principle in our eye. So if you have parallel lines, eventually far enough away, they will converge into a point. Now, what blocks the object?
Why doesn't it do it horizontally?
No, I'm sorry, dude. That's wrong.
You're
It doesn't
wrong.
do
It's
it.
not
It
even
doesn't
close
do
to
that.
right. Not even close.
So
we just
the
need one.
Makes sense that you would adopt that unless
the
you were just trying to
ground
be silly.
and the ceiling. The
Why
ground
can I
and the
still see the
ceiling
top
will
of the
appear.
building?
Can we
then?
hear Grim for a second? I
The
haven't heard
ground
him.
and the
Why
building.
may,
The
why,
ground and
may,
the
why may I
ceiling.
still see the top of the building then? If that's true, I shouldn't be able to see any part of that building at all. Sorry. End of
What did you
statement.
misunderstand?
That's how
What
long
did you
it takes.
misunderstand? What did you misunderstand?
Your entire spiel. It was
So you
entirely
misunderstand the
incomprehensible.
way. So parallel lines appear to converge, right? And you can force perspective. You don't understand what I mean by that.
That's how you walk away from an
The
argument.
ship's top can still be
You
seen.
win it and you
So
walk
you don't
away.
you don't
let 'em
understand.
scramble.
Just say you don't understand, and I'll
We
do my
all know
best
we
to
can still see
explain
the
it.
top of the building, so there's no vanished building there.
What?
It hasn't.
So there's
it hasn't
always
gotten
going
so
to be a
small.
vanishing.
Oh, it got so small
There's
that the
always going to
middle,
be a
the
vanishing
middle of the
point.
building just disappeared. The
There's
whole
always
bottom
going to be a
half of the
vanishing
building
point.
just disappeared because it
There's
got so small.
always
But I
going
can
to be
still
a
see the whole
vanishing
top of the
point.
building.
Yeah,
Doesn't
they're
make
always
sense
going to
to
be
me.
a vanishing point. Those angles of light that are to you first are going to be the first angles to diffract. The angles that are much larger, the smaller angles to you first are going to be the ones to diffract and converge. The larger angles away from you are not going to diffract and converge. Because but what happens when you move away from that mountain? That mountain will appear to converge into a vanishing point eventually, but you're not past its limited angle. The objects on the ground, because you are closer to the ground, you have a angular limit that is much faster than the one above the ground, because the angle of the sky isn't forcing your perspective like the ground is. That's why you can see farther above the surface than below the surface. Not only that, most of you fuckers don't understand that
It's kind
perspective.
of clear
like
that you can't see
Let me
through
finish.
solid objects.
Let me
So I
finish.
mean,
The fact
that's
that you can
also
look
an
at the
Hold
fact
on,
that my
Graham. Let
thumb,
him
the
finish.
fact
Let
that
him
my
finish.
thumb, the
Right, it's
fact that my
also
thumb, the fact that my thumb can block out fucking objects in the distance that are 10 times, 1,000 times bigger than it, goes to show me that an object 4 or 5 miles away, that's the size of my fucking thumb, in my peripheral vision, converged into the background, will block objects past it. Because it does it to me.
vision.
It does to me. Let me finish. It does it to me 1 foot in front of me. So if it does it 1 foot in front of me, it will do it 10 miles away from me.
Yes, you have
So
angular
even if
size.
it doesn't matter. My fucking thumb can block the shit out of
Yes,
stuff. So if you
a
have
half a degree of
refraction,
angular size.
if you have refraction and you have diffraction, two effects with optics, then you're going to have the ground appear to rise up, which refraction does, and you're going to have a
So now you
diffraction
get
limit to that.
why just a few inches of horizon can block a boat behind the horizon at a far distance, right? Because if you're using that same logic, then it's very clear that even the solid object can block an object, right? So that it could also just be. I didn't know if it was my turn or not. What's up?
Yeah, no, I've got a question for you, Grim. So, are you suggest? Because I got from what you said just a little bit ago. Are you suggesting that the whole building would vanish equally from top to bottom?
Well, if he's using that perspective, the vanishing point, then he's talking about how an object gets so small that you cannot resolve it anymore. And
that's
that you're
correct.
talking about yeah.
But it's not selective in position. It's not selective
Exactly.
in angular position.
So
He's not going to
objects
pick the
in
middle
front
of
of
the
you,
object.
The center
objects in
can't be
front
seen.
of you.
I'm talking. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
It's not saying things at the center can't be seen and everything else can be seen. That's not what it says. It says if it can't be seen, nothing can be seen at that distance. Your angular resolution is gone. Unless the object is larger
The
than an angular
ground in
size that you
front
can
of
see.
you is closer to you. You're going to have the undulations of that ground converge
about the
into your
undulation.
neutral. Stop. If you're at a point of elevation where you're closer to the mountain, eventually as you move away, all those undulations from you and the object will converge into your neutral point, and the base of that mountain will be eventually hidden. Not because it's
we've
actually
eliminated
being
undulations on salt
not
plains
because
with
it's
mountains
being
behind
it's
salt
not
plains.
because it's being hidden by earth curvature. It's being hidden because of your angle to it as you move away from it, and the ground appearing to rise up, and all of the undulations between you and your limit to your eye, which is your apparent position of the horizon. All those objects are going to block the bottom of the horizon. It doesn't matter if it's 1 foot off the
All right, now
ground
try to prove
or 5
that to
feet
me.
off the ground.
So
because
that
it's light. It's based on light. So you can do this experiment yourself by taking a camera on the ground, laying two pieces apart from each other, zoom in on it, and then move the pieces closer. You will see that as they're not touching each other, they'll appear to touch each other and hug really close. And actually, one of them will block the bottom of the other
Excuse
one.
me.
But you'll see that they're not.
I
They're
thought you
not
said it was
blocking.
because of the human eye. Why would I use a camera?
They'll operate the same way, buddy.
Oh,
Come
but now
on,
it's
Okay,
man.
well, I mean,
before it's the optics, now it's
not
not.
exactly. We're using the same.
Yeah, we know
You're
the
using the
angular
same
resolution
exact
differs.
fucking. Yeah, we just
It
now gave the
operates the
limitations
same
of the
way
human
as an
eye.
eye, guys. Come on, man. Like,
We just
what the
gave the
fuck? It's got a
limitations
lens.
of a
It's got an
human eye.
aperture. It's the same principle.
We
Like,
know
you,
the fact.
you
We know
can't
for
be
a
half
fact
baked
that
all
they
the
have an
time,
angular
Grim.
resolution that is different.
You can't be half baked all the time, buddy. Come on.
Excuse me, but you just gave this aperture of the human eye, though. You gave the 1.22, the whatever the fucking curvature of the eye is, and that's not the same as my lens, dude. There's difference there.
Again,
Now we have to
your
do a
lens
different amount. We can
works off of
eliminate a lot of that
refraction.
mistake.
Your 1 to
Mistakenly.
0.22 works off
I'm
of your
sorry,
aperture.
I can't speak with you guys in here. I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you
I've
please
been trying.
mute Flat Earth
I'm
Data?
gonna
Can
mute.
someone
I'm
mute him?
muting
You're
Data
muting
right
me.
This is
now.
a
So everyone
struggle. I'm a
calm down.
grown man. I don't want to fight with kids in
Jeremy,
here
can
like
you
that.
please
Right
mute
now,
Flat Earth
relax.
Data after he's
Everyone
done
calm down.
talking?
In
So we
fact,
can hear it?
whoever.
It's taken care of, Zanuck. Hold on. Can you not hear Jeremy? Go, Jeremy.
Muted. Leave Zanuck muted. Leave him muted. He's a fucking problem. Leave him muted. Grim, relax.
I
Let
would like
people
for
finish.
both. Yeah, I was the one talking. Jeremy, calm down.
You're doing a lot of over talking too, and so is Data. I'm just gonna leave you all three of you muted because when Bandsaw leaves, this little game of muting and unmuting people nonstop is not gonna go continue. I'm just letting everyone know.
Well, I don't want to piss you off, dude. I'm in here trying to like just
Not
I would
pissed.
like for a better argument from Flat Earth. Not because I want to defeat Flat Earth, but because I would see if I could be wrong. But this kind of shit is not what he's doing is not even close to how you would approach somebody to get them, unless you're just trying to trick them into believing in what you're saying. He's not doing even close to what you're supposed to be doing to get, you know what I mean, some real understanding. So that's why we're fighting in here, because he's trying to dance around the fucking subjects, and people are just trying to figure out what's going on with him.
Exactly. I mean, we're not. I like the traffic cops here are doing well. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna. I'm not trying to talk over him. Just we're trying to get a word in edgewise, just to find out what's going on.
I've got a question, right? A follow-up question, right? So this angular size works in proportion from top to bottom, yeah? Okay, so it's all going to change equally. But the bottom of that building, right, is going to disappear sooner. It's getting smaller. So because of the smaller angular size of that building, it is going to get affected more of what you are looking through.
Why?
Now it is.
Why would that happen?
It does. Hold on, Zanuck, he wasn't even fucking done.
No,
and you jumped in.
I was asking, why do you think that's?
Just leave
Just
him on
talking,
mute. I don't know
Jeremy.
what I was thinking. Bad.
It's all right. Go, guys. I'll sit
Just leave
back.
him fucking muted.
I'll just ask for Zanuck then. Why specifically is that the case? Do we know? Because I don't know much about this shit, to be honest. I'm not trying to. I can't go. See, there you go. I know this, and ha ha ha. I can't even do that from any of this. I don't care.
You've got the top of the building, Grim. You've got the top of the building, which has changed in angular size in proportion to the bottom. But the top of that building is still at a higher angle, all right, which is above the atmosphere. So
that I can get along with.
Yeah. But the bottom of that building, which is now at a smaller angular size too, so now more of that building is going to get affected by what you're looking through because there's smaller of it, right?
Right.
So
If I was trying to argue for your position, I would think that it was somewhere along those lines, but the causation would be that more photons are able to not bump into each other at that angle, and they can come directly to your eye, while at that other angle those photons are bumping into each other, kind of waving around into each other to get to you. So there's more of there's more information down there, but it's smaller, and so that information comes in these little subsequently in these little waves, that would give you these illusions and shit. Like,
and you'd still see them.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got more you got that information, right? That smaller bit of information, because angular size is smaller, but that information has to now go through that medium between you and the eye, which is all getting mixed up and all getting disturbed and lost and all that sort of stuff. That's why it seems to be disappearing.
Right.
Disturbed and
Yeah.
lost. What we see is the surface in the way, so clearly it's not lost.
No,
It's clear. It's easy to
That's
see.
the point Doofus is making, that I also, after getting to that point, I would go, well, then I see a pretty crisp, clear line in a lot of cases on the horizon itself. And then behind it is where, and then that would lead me to believe in a structural system. Like that is further down across that field than that horizon is, right? It wouldn't really tell me much at that point about my position to the horizon, but it would tell me from the horizon past, there's a downward feeling, you know? And so it would kind of lead me to think that it's, you know, there's a downward feeling there. And then if I go measure and see that, you know, I can't get a current to go down, that's not a downhill at all, I would imagine I would end up at some point thinking that I'm on a ball. You know, that this isn't a downward, that just the ground is down and there's elevation differences on the ball that would give me an up and a down, but tangentially that would be the horizontal, because of lack of a better word, to the horizon. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. To me,
I would still want to know what's the Benzo's answer to Zenix's question. So why do you think the bottom would disappear first? Like
Well, me personally, I think the bottom is getting lost in what we are looking through, which I think I kind of just said to Grim. Right, the angular size of that particular building, that particular boat, whatever we're looking at, it's a small angular size, right? And that has to now make its way through that medium that I am looking through. Right? That's why it's getting lost and giving the
Well, that was the question I had for you, Bansoff.
Yeah, but
is that why you thought that would be a smaller angular size? It's still the same angular size. Any area of that object, the distance. And by the way, can I just inject real quick? Sorry to interrupt the flow, but I just said something that was incorrect. I did say something was hidden at 3 miles, at 6 foot. The drop is 6 foot. It means the angle drop from your vision point, which is 6 feet off the ground, would be looking down to the horizon, but nothing on that horizon. The person standing on the horizon, nothing would be hidden. So I think Doof is absolutely right. I misspoke there and thought Dave was incorrect.
Okay, about your answer, Bento. So if, for example, the first bottom meter of the building is missing, right? Because it's, let's say, the angular size is too small, and there's a window on the building that is also 1 meter high, that window should also be disappearing, right? Because it has the same angular size. It's the same distance, the same size, so same angular size. And that window doesn't have to be at the bottom. If you have a window at the top that it has 1 meter, it should also disappear. So wherever you pick 1 meter off the building would also have the same angular size, right, as the bottom. So why is the bottom the first thing that disappears? I'm not getting.
Because the bottom is what is getting lost in the corridor of our vision through that medium, right? It's going to be the first thing that disappears, just because the angular size is different. Now we can see a window that's 1 floor up. It's still of the same angular size, but it's above that medium. Right, that's why we can see it.
What do you mean above the object?
Bansal, there's one way to verify this, if it's real or if it's not true. What you can do is you take your naked eye and you look at the thing and you see that what you say, and you make your hypothesis, and then you take a telescope and you zoom in, and if you see any more of that, then you're right.
Well, can I also, Grim,
we change angular resolution of the optical device involved, And if we don't see a change in the amount of the distant object obstructed, then it has nothing to do with angular resolution.
But more than that,
it's an easy way to figure it out right now.
Heard me talking real quick.
Sorry.
Hold on, real quick.
Yeah.
So more than that, we have the building. You see it. You see the bottom's hidden. You're saying, okay, maybe that's due to this angular size limitation. But there could be a boat that goes by between you and the building, and that boat will obscure those windows. And as Bacon said, those windows' angular size stays relatively constant. In fact, in that picture that Earth is Life has posted, it looks like they're getting slightly larger as it gets closer to the surface. But that's regardless. The point is the bottom of the building, or even the top, even those windows that you do see, when you get closer, their angular position will rise up. That building will rise above the horizon. You'll see more of the building. So its angular position will change with distance. It will go down. Its angular position is actually changing.
Okay.
And pretty soon, the top of the building, if you go far enough away, the top of the building will be at the water level. So where is the rest of the building? It can't just be compressed, because if there's compression, it wouldn't be absolute at the surface. It would be progressively as it goes to the bottom of that building. And you're not seeing that. You're just seeing the building angularly in your field of view go down and down and down until you do not see the top of the building anymore. It's completely missing. The building's gone.
So,
Matter of fact,
you
the
guys
horizon would
understand-
come up and the bottom of the building would come up.
Yeah, you guys understand that objects in the foreground are going to reach your angular limit first than objects that are massively large and past that point, right? Like a building, 8 miles away, 7 miles away, and you're standing at the whatever unobstructed shoreline, let's say, or an unobstructed piece of land, you're still going to have a maximum angular limit due to perspective that's going to be based in light, photons, as Buddy put it. They're going to converge up into a point. This is because objects in your foreground are at a shorter angle than the objects above that neutral point in your eye. Now, geometrically speaking, all objects above our eye line will converge downward, and all objects below that will converge upward into a point. And it doesn't matter where we look. If we look even into space, if we look at an object and we put it into our vision, it will appear to go into a point or converge into the vanishing point of our eye, regardless of what we look at.
I have a question. Can I have a question?
So hold on. So you guys keep hold on. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. So the fact that you guys are still ignoring that optics play a huge role.
The limit means I can't even follow your conversation if you won't describe what you're talking about, homeboy. What is your angular limit?
Okay, so that's relative to the device that we're using, right? And how optics work. There's basically, doesn't matter what we use when it deals with an aperture or a lens, there's going to be resolution limits, there's going to be refraction limits, there's going to be a diffraction limit. So there's all limits.
Okay, I have a very important question to ask. I have a very important question to ask.
So
can I?
So all the
can you take a
optics.
break for 1 second? Real important question.
I never get to explain my point. I always get interrupted.
That's a lie. What do you mean you never get to explain your point?
Who else is getting muted?
I always get
I'm not
interrupted
talking
and
right
just
now.
try to get it out every single time. Okay? The fact that you're
It would be
ignoring,
better
the fact that
if
you're
you could
ignoring.
wrap it up and be more concise, please.
Nate,
How can I be more precise when I keep getting interrupted and taken away from my point?
Go ahead, Data.
So the point is you have a foreshortening effect, you have refraction effects, diffraction effects. Now, if you're going to look at any observation, you're trying to use one as a scenario instead of a multitude that we've already seen. If you're not going to accept the fact that the ground appears to rise up, there will be an angular limit to that due to refraction. There will be a diffraction point between any object in that field of view that will be subjected to it, whether it's, depending on the size and distance. The fact that light's coming into our eye, converging into a point, there's limitations there, and the ground
over
isn't.
again.
But you guys still haven't got it. The reason why I'm repeating it over and the reason why I'm repeating it over and over again, you still don't talk about it. You still don't understand the photographs you're looking at.
Let me ask the question, and I'll prove that I will. You say that things are converging to a point. That means you're saying your model, because of perspective, if I see something in a distance that's above eye level, it'll come down to the center, right? And things in the side, Data, will they also come to the center?
So the geometrical constant,
just
it doesn't matter what it is.
It'll make it easy if you just answer the question.
Our eye converges
Please
things.
just answer the question.
He's not going to
Can you just answer the question? It's a very important
We
question.
need you to follow
Hey,
this logical progression, dude. Do it.
Our
I'm
eye
going to start timing
converges
out
things.
people.
Our
Well,
eye,
Jeremy,
the way
can you
it
make him answer the question, please?
Acknowledge that he's not answering the question, Jeremy.
Listen, guys. This is the final warning, right? If any of you guys have to be put on mute, any of you won't be taken off unmute.
Let's
Keep that in
acknowledge
the
the
back
fact
of
that he's not
keep
answering the
that
question.
keep that in the back of your minds.
Bandsaw, can you give me permission to talk then?
Hold on. Jeremy and I are sick of it, right? We're sick of it, right? So I'm giving you guys a fair warning that this will come, all right? So talk one at a time, make sure someone's finished their point, and then continue. This is not good enough.
I have an important question. I asked it. He's not answering. Can you force him to answer? So we don't have to go through this.
I can't force anyone to answer a question. No, Data, do you want to answer Xanix's question
then
or
he
no?
concedes.
All objects will converge. It doesn't matter
Data,
into
do
a
you want to
point.
answer Xanix's question or no?
I just did. I just answered it.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if it's on the side, doesn't matter if it's on the right, doesn't matter if you turn upside down. Whatever angle you're subjected to first, if it's a larger angle, it will be perceived farther in the distance. If it's a smaller angle, it will converge faster and disappear.
Okay.
That's how light works when it comes to the eye.
So you acknowledge that the sides of these buildings should be converging to a point, because the reason that they're going down and becoming invisible to the eye is because of the convergence. But why isn't the convergence working laterally? Why isn't the building becoming narrower so we can't see it in the same ratio that the top of the building and the entire building itself is going down and becoming, as you're saying, obscured because of our vision? You're not being consistent. Hold on, I'm almost done. You're saying if things are going down, they should be coming laterally. They should be going to a center point as well, and they're not. The building's only going down. Sure, laterally it is becoming smaller, but we're still seeing it. But for some reason, only in the vertical plane, we're not seeing it disappear. I mean, we are seeing it disappear.
Again, it's shrinking both vertically and horizontally, the building, as you move away from it. Again, as you move away, the objects in the foreground will still have an angular limit to your neutral point of the eye, meaning any object in front of you will appear to move up to the neutral point of your eye. That is an obstruction due to optics. So when you move away, as the building is reducing angular size, and all the objects in the foreground that you're moving away from are appearing to converge up to the base of that building that you just left from. So as you further you go away, the more of those undulations get compressed up to the neutral point of the eye, and the building appears to move downward into it, just like all objects do naturally. And eventually it will converge into a vanishing point, just as described, but it doesn't converge. It's never ever squishing. It's never ever compressing. That's how you know it's optics and how it's not on a ball.
Well, you know what's great about that picture that Earth of Light posted is that there's a building in the background. So we have a foreground object, we have a background object, and if you notice, as you further and further away or closer, that the position of that foreground building is not changing with respect to the background building. In fact, they're both going down, but they're not getting squished laterally. That's my point. If you said everything's going down to the center, your center of view, I would agree with you. But it's not
all converges,
doing it.
Sanic.
Hold on, it's not doing
It
it in the
all
same ratio,
converges.
because the entire both buildings.
Same ratio as what?
Can I finish talking? Both buildings, foreground and background, are going down in your field of view, so to the point where they're becoming hidden laterally. They're not, and with respect to one another, they're not. Even the windows, with respect to each other, they're not. So you're wrong.
Yeah, he's wrong, and we're going to leave it at that because he's muted.
Who's muted?
Data.
Oh yeah,
The rule.
Yeah, Bandsaw did
I was
say
going to
that.
mention. I was going to mention something 8 minutes ago, trying to be patient about it, but he did completely ignore the rest of the conversation, which was that different optical devices have different angular resolution limits. And if the reason why some of it is obstructed in the distance is due to angular resolution or angular limits, then different optical devices should reveal more of the thing that we see in the distance obstructed by the surface of the Earth. And that's not what happened.
That's what I was trying to dig at him with is that idea right there. Well, how about if the eye and the telescope aren't exactly the same? What is my limit, and why? I mean, because then I'd be able to do some experiments and figure out, if I'm getting some of the same results with these two optical, differences that are supposed to have these different limits, right? Then and I'm still, those are my two variables that have changed, and I still get the same result out here, then it's not those,
So optical illusions are caused by optical devices and the environment that light is passing through. In other words, refraction can change based on the height elevation. So if I get lower to the ground, I can increase the refraction effects by witnessing more energy exchange through the angle of the observer that I am. If I change that angle, I change the refraction. So all these effects are optical illusions. So the fact that is you're looking at a camera that happens to take curvy lines and curve them even more. So if you're looking at an undulated sea and you have an optical range of 4 to 5 miles where the ground appears to rise up to a neutral point, you still have the same effect as perspective. In your model, it describes it as Earth curvature as the arc, but it's not showing you that it's actually just refraction. So where can you show me that it's refraction causing the arc and not a physical Earth curve in your formulations?
We've shown that several times. I can show some pictures.
You have not. You assume that it's an arc,
and
then you compensate. You assume that it's an arc, and then you compensate with refraction. When the ground appears to rise,
data.
When the ground
we
appears to
actually
rise,
use both curvature and refraction. They're both included in the calculation. They're both
again.
there.
Your arc is caused by a ball. It's not caused by refraction. The hidden is an additional added refraction effect.
Right. The arc is caused by the arc. The arc is caused by the arc.
The arc is caused by Earth ball, right? That's what it is in your model.
Yes, but the refraction doesn't cause the arc. Hold on. The arc.
Well, that's how light works.
Hey,
when you look at the camera optics.
Stop it. Stop. Just
when you
stop
look at camera optics, the ground appears to rise. It's not actually rising, right? It's only optically doing that due to refraction. Do you understand that, right?
Why is it we can see something?
And here's how you can prove it.
Can I ask
if I
you
take
a
my camera, and lay it on the ground and I zoom out, the ground will appear to rise up into that lens. That's due to refraction of light. That is the effect that we see. That's not accounted for. That's not accounted for in your Earth curvature calculator. Thank you.
You're saying that something rises because of refraction to eye level? That's why things rise to eye level?
The appearance of the ground appearing to rise is an optical effect due to refraction. Yeah.
No, it's called trigonometry.
You're changing your field of view, data. You can't be this stupid.
Yeah, you really can't. You're acting like the dumbest person in the room. Seriously.
So light refracts into the human eye. The ground doesn't really rise up from the point of neutral to the point of the observer. So
just draw a triangle out. Draw a triangle and have an object. You're 6 feet. Oh, you're in your room.
Rising of the ground.
You're in your room.
The diffraction limit is the limit to that refraction point. So when you're looking at images, when you're looking at images in your camera,
every time he stops, I try to talk.
When you look at images of your camera, you ignore all optic effects. You think that over a extremely short distance, you can measure a 100-foot drop due to Earth curvature while ignoring the fact that all objects in the foreground are compressed into a neutral point or a limitation due to optics.
Why is it dropped angularly in your field of view? Why is at 100 miles?
So you're analyzing what kind of footage are you analyzing? Telephoto lenses, correct?
No,
Zanuck?
Eyeball. Refraction happens in your eye. Stop conflating the eyeball
What eyeball image are you using? Show me a 50 mil.
Oh my God. He doesn't stop.
Show me a 50 mil picture.
Like a major mental flaw.
Show me a 50 millimeter picture that describes the effects that you're describing right now.
Okay. We know how a 50 millimeter lens will work on a camera. We know how light is refracted through that lens to the film in the camera itself or photosensor. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about your eyes' similar effects. How you sees images on your retina. We're talking about objects that are a distance. If you're 100 feet tall, if you're 100 feet observation point and you're looking at things in distance, there will be a basic trigonometric function that you can utilize. The rise over run, inverse tangent will tell you exactly where that thing should be and how large it will be in your field of view. Is that not true?
So there's a difference with
rise to eye level.
There's a difference with perspective. There's a difference with perspective.
Perspective is trigonometry.
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's not? Trigonometry is not perspective is not
derived from perspective. Geometry came from our geometry came from our vision for sure, but it's not the driving factor. No, because you have parallel lines appearing to converge, which is an optical illusion. And if you look at Euclid's fifth postulate, there's an argument regarding this whole effect, even in spherical geometry versus Euclidean. So you can all talk about how perspective does not operate the same way in linear function as the trigonometry on paper. It's a different effect because
it's exactly the same. If you have an object that
you have
is,
limitations to it.
if you have
Okay,
an
it's
object
well
that is
known.
100 feet
It's
away,
well known.
and
Listen,
you're
it's well
6 feet
known.
tall, 6 feet divided by 100 feet, inverse tangent will tell you the angular size of that, or an angular position of that object.
It's not accurate though. It's off.
It's very accurate because trigonometry is absolute. It's a law of cosines. Come
So
on.
they're ratios, yeah, they're ratios for sure, but they're not 100%
And they're
accurate. That's why I can.
and they are
That's
extremely
why I can
accurate.
use. That's why I
Right,
can use the
there's a reason
57.3.
why they don't match data. The reason why
I
they
can use
don't match
I can use
reality has to do
I
with
can
whether or
use.
not you assume the surface of the Earth is flat.
No, I understand why they don't match with reality. Is your
If we
supposition.
were looking from 6 feet to 3 miles, it'll be 0.02 trigonometrically. But yet we see a 0.04 degree drop. Why is that?
Again, you are using
That's
constant
perspective and
numbers.
trigonometry
You're
together,
using
and
constant numbers.
reflection.
That's not true. Listen,
That
dude,
is
I can use
true.
0.0217 and use the angle of 0.0217 to devise the circumference of Earth. Okay, just using that angle. So don't waste my time with your arbitrary pick numbers for your argument. The
Well,
fact is that trigonometry over a distance. Trigonometry over distance becomes error because of refraction. So you have to add in and compensate plus or minus. Same
unfortunately,
with using a sextant as well. You have to correct for refraction. You correct for the dip above the horizon. So spare me your bullshit. The fact is all objects will converge.
This is basic math.
Objects in the foreground will block the objects in the background of objects past the point of convergence or past the neutral point of your eye. If the angle to it is large enough, which in this case buildings, they're much wider. So 6-7 miles away, you can see 150-foot building appear to disappear bottom up due to all the objects in the foreground that are reaching your neutral point of let's say limit, your angular limit. All those objects are going up to the neutral point, and the building's being blocked bottom up.
Just
you know what,
full on word salad.
You know what, guys? You guys have had a pretty good run. Does anyone else want to tap in and say something? I heard you saying something, Bacon. Does anyone else want to jump in and try and get a word in each way? These guys.
Yeah, Bacon had a couple comments.
I would at some point like to know if data can quantify the point of convergence he keeps talking about. If he can give me some kind of formula that tells me how far away that point of convergence is supposed to be for any arbitrary observer at any arbitrary altitude.
Awesome. I'll give you a formula that's called a vanishing point formula calculation. It's not mine, but you can find it throughout the ratios of trigonometry, throughout the ratios regarding optical geometry and trigonometry. So take the.
I didn't answer the question, Data. Thank you.
You take it. Yeah, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you a formula. So 60 degrees divided by 0.02 degrees gives you let's say a 3,000 factor. So 3,000 would be, let's say, circumferencing the small pieces of the eye within that 60 degrees. Okay, so you have 33,000 pieces, let's say, of pixels, let's say, and it's just an example. It's not. I'll give you another one after that. So if I take the size of an object and I times it by 3,000, I will get a vanishing point to it. In other words, if I take the diameter of an object, whatever the size.
Don't you mean dividing by 3,000?
No, timesing. So if I have a 100 centimeters diameter object and I times it by 3,000, I will get the X amount of centimeters, which I can convert to meters, whatever it is, to get the vanishing point of the object. That's one other way. Another way is if you look at this is the same calculation example, but it's going to be actually derived from the 60 arc minute 1 degree, 1 arc minute, which is 60 arc minutes 1 degree, which 1 arc minute.
How can you allow this?
Hold on. I'm having a brain fart here.
Jeremy, how do you allow this?
Oh yeah.
Period.
So 1 arc minute is 756. 1 arc minute is 756 meters at a size diameter of 22 centimeters. So that works out to be, when you do the ratio conversion there, it works out to be. How are you
allowing this?
It's not a formula.
I'm almost there.
Go ahead. Wrap it
I'm
up,
almost there. So that's the 1 arc minute is a 22 centimeter diameter ball. At 756 meters, you'll end up with 1 arc minute. Okay, that is a ratio of 3,400. So take the diameter of any object and times it by 3,400. Okay, and you'll get 1 arc minute size of that particular object. Okay, so that's the ratio that you find out for the 1 arc minute. Would take any diameter of any object, times it by 3,400. You'll get the distance to it in 1 arc minute. That's a formula.
What I actually asked for was because you mentioned several times.
Go back and listen
that
to it.
The stuff in the foreground, when it reaches the point of convergence, the thing that you named the point of convergence, the stuff starts disappearing, and we see stuff in the distance behind that. Great.
Yeah. So
what I want
for
is a
instance, take
formula
railroad
for any observer at any altitude. I'll say it again. When any observer at any altitude, how far away that point of convergence should be.
Okay, so that's depending on the object, right? This is based on object size here. So if you take the object size, you'll get the vanishing point to that object size. So for instance, for a 6-foot observer, right, if we times it by 3,000, we'll get how many feet? 18,000.
I said it
Let me
twice and you
finish.
still didn't fucking listen.
Let me finish, you fucktard. So if I have a 6-foot person and I times it by 3,000, I end up with 18,000 feet. Well, that seems to be the apparent vanishing point of that 6-foot person, 3,000 or 18,000 feet. Now that's roughly, I think, 3.2 miles, 3.4 miles, something like that. So this particular conversion rate is showing you the vanishing point without any Earth curve being the cause of it. It's relationships solely straightly based on the size of the object.
He's got to stop. Bandsaw, why are you allowing this? Seriously, come on. It's not fun anymore.
I trigger you
The
fucks like
is
no one
the
knows
formula
tomorrow,
doesn't
man.
match. The formula doesn't match anything. If I go up, the amount of the distance
so
to the horizon
you're asking how
doesn't go up linearly.
you're
It's
asking
the
for
rough
how
formula.
far.
Data.
You're asking
reality.
Ada, can you hear Jeremy talking?
Yeah, I'm
About
trying to
your
answer
formula.
him.
I'm trying
Again,
to tell
the
you,
formula works. The formula works for disappearing, vanishing points. You're asking for how
Doofus
high.
was answering you.
You're asking how high can I go to see a vanishing point? Is what you're asking, right?
I'm asking for any
Shut the fuck
arbitrary
up. Why don't you
altitude,
shut the fuck
how
up and let
far
him
away
ask
the
you? You can't
convergence
hear
point
because you won't
is.
stop talking.
Both of you.
Jesus Christ. Did you hear me? Is my mic fucked up? Can you guys hear me?
It ain't. It ain't. When you
It
guys
is
hear
a little bit in the
Doofus,
beginning.
Don't
when
fucking
you
talk
guys,
to people, Doofus.
yeah, when you guys hear a mod talking that ain't in the conversation, pay attention.
Can you guys hear when other people are talking? I talked to you about this before, Doofus. Now, come on. Data,
Right, if I
don't
start
shut the fuck
talking-
up. Doofus is trying to ask you about the formula, and you don't know what he's asking because you fucking interrupted him last time.
No, I know what he's asking. He wants a distance to the horizon, a vanishing point to the horizon based on the height of the observer, which is already a calculation, which is the square root of the observer's height times it by 1.22. He can use that as a rough estimate, but at the end of the day, it's not accurate at all because it's an apparent position based on height and weather conditions. So it's not actually an accurate calculation. It can be disproven the square root times the observer's height at 1.22, but it can be used as a rough approximation, which is basically squares at the end of the day. So there's no curve involved in that. It's all calculated in squares. So if you want to look at that calculation to determine the height of that, that's fine. I'm talking about the vanishing point, which is basically an optical illusion based on vision, based on the angular relationship of our eye and the 60-degree cone of vision that we have. That's the formulations I was giving you, and I was giving you 1 arc minute calculation of roughly. That is very similar to A. Wilford Hall's calculation of the diameter timesing by 3,000. So it's very similar, right? That's it.
Let me ask a question.
Can I actually respond, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So that formulation that you gave me, Data, scales linearly with altitude, which we know for a fact is not what we observe on Earth. The distance to the horizon does not go up linearly as your altitude increases.
So what we do see is plane flight navigation. It's a horizontal surface as far as the eye can see. So if you want to now compare optics illusions to practical plane flight, we can do that because practical plane flight don't match the 6-foot observer's optical illusions on the ground.
So you don't have a formula that works.
You now have a formula that works for what? A ball? Or an optical, I'd have to take in so many factors.
You don't have a formula that works for reality.
What formula works for reality? I already told you the 1.22 is debunked, and I can show you how the 1.22 fails. So what reality are you talking about?
The one that you tried to describe with the convergence points being at some distance, which you don't have a formula for.
I just told you, take the diameter of any sized object, times it by 3,000, you'll get a vanishing point. So whatever units you want, times it by 3,000, you get the same units. because it's a constant, because it's based on the 60 degree angle, 60 degree vision of cone of vision, and a 0.02 degree angular resolution. You end up with 3,000. Take that, you'll get a vanishing point. Now go and experiment. I know that it's not 100% accurate, but I know it's a way to describe a vanishing point due to optics. Okay, and then I give you
because
then I gave you another
here on
then
Earth.
I gave you another version of it, which is based in the arc minute, which is 756 meters. A 22 centimeter object at 756 meters will produce a 1 arc minute. That ends up with a ratio
What we observe
of
here on Earth is not a linear relationship as you're describing.
Okay. So what I'm giving you is I'm giving you relationships, angular size relationships based on straight lines and angles. Okay, that's what I'm giving you.
Howard wants to jump in. Go, Howard. Jump in, buddy.
No, I was just going to point out that I took it that doofus require like an equation, like pi r squared. You know, just an equation, and I can't make head nor tails of what that is saying.
So if you want to take this size of a tennis ball, which would be 2.5 centimeters, times it by 3,000, right? And then you'll get the distance that tennis ball will appear to have converged into a vanishing point. The maximum, like the first minimum of that
It's 0.02 degrees. Why are you making it more complicated? You're back-assing inward to a 0.02 degree value for a 8 millimeter lens. What the hell? Who cares?
No, again, take the size of any object.
Wait, don't say no. That's what you're doing.
There's also another way to do it. There's also another way.
So
There's also another way.
Are you saying data with that formula that 2.5 centimeter tennis ball? If I multiply that by 3,000, now I move that tennis ball away that particular distance. That's where it's going to appear to vanish.
Correct.
Yes?
Yeah, exactly. It's just an angular relationship formula based on the vanishing point. So the ball is not actually vanishing; it's not disappearing. It's just the angles. That's at the point at which it vanishes based on its size. So you get to know the location of its vanishing point, which means there's nothing measurable there. There's no magnitude because it's vanished. But we know that an object of that size exists.
And all
there.
you need is a lens that's larger, and it comes back into size, back into
Not
view.
worried about that. Not worried about that. I'm telling you the relationship.
Well,
Now
here's the
interesting thing about the 60 arc minutes, the 1 degree and the 1 arc minute.
God, dude, you're
is
so
that the relationship for 1 arc minute is 1 nautical mile. The ironic part is that the 60 by 60 by 24. So mathematicians had to devise this navigation system. It wasn't done by exploring the Earth every step of it.
The subject.
Not change the subject.
I got one more thing to say. Zoom in on it. Thank you.
Yeah, so depending on where you're at, of course, depending on where you're at, you can resolve the object, which you've got. Now we've got like 100 times zooms and digital zooms, right? So we actually have much stronger optics, but you still end up with the same limitation in refraction, except for just at a different limit.
Same refraction. Refraction makes your problem worse.
Well, you limit your when you're using a telephoto lens, you were using refraction to open up the diffracted light that's there. That's why you can see more.
No, that's not what you're doing at all.
As the objects compress into
refraction is the bending of light downward over a surface due to a temperature inversion.
All it is at the end of the day is the change of position of light as it passes through a denser medium, and that has lots of variables in it.
All right, so I got my picture on the chat. You see it?
And through the distance, you have light scattering, you have occlusions, you have all kinds of things. But more importantly, the ground.
You're not going to stop ever. You've been going for 10 minutes, maybe a half an hour.
More importantly, the ground is not completely flat, right?
Just for the record, everyone knows that I've not been talking and Data's been talking for the last half an hour. All I've heard of.
Go, Sandy, go, buddy.
So I got a picture in the chat. If you can see it at 42 after the hour, you have an object that is hidden by something. It's hidden. We're missing half the object. It's a 300-foot object. We know it's 250 feet high, top to bottom, and it's half of it's missing. Okay. The next object from the same position, different day, shows shows that object in its entirety. And not only that, it has risen up with respect to the foreground object to the left of it. So what makes it move up and down? Is that not refraction?
Okay, so this is exactly what you would expect on an extended plane Earth with horizontal profiles, because the only way to get a normal is to have a perpendicular to the horizontal. And without a normal, you wouldn't have these
Can't answer
linear
the
lines
question,
of
can he?
you wouldn't
not-
have
he's
these
not gonna
linear
answer it.
lines. You wouldn't have these linear lines of refraction. So at the end of the
Fine.
day, what you're doing is you're showing a perfectly extended horizontal plane and the effects of light on it.
Okay,
He's
so
not
what
gonna
happens?
answer it.
So which one is the actual? Which is closer to the actual position? The one on the right, which
So
is
again, so you're analyzing a camera, you're analyzing optical images,
oh,
and the
you can see
first
with
thing
your
that
eyes. You can see this.
the first thing you neglect is what angle is going to reach, what angle is going to be the first minimum that reaches the eye to the point where there's, where's the first angle of light going to go to the point where you can't see past that angle? It's going to be wherever that convergence is, right? And past that point, you can't see. That's where light is converging, right? So
But it changes from one day to the next.
Data. The question
exactly,
is
right? So why does it change one day to the next? It has
Why is
nothing
one
to do
higher
with
than the
your
other?
Doing back and
Yeah,
forth.
why
Can you
what's the cause
relax?
of the change, Data?
What
Okay,
caused one
so
object to raise up?
Optics, distance to the
No,
object.
the same optics, different day. What caused one?
I don't
Can
see
I
that.
finish?
Show me
What
the exact
caused
same
the
camera, the
object
exact
to
same focal
rise in
length.
the field of view?
You can have focal lengths.
PM69. He used
No,
only
the
one
same
kind of
focal
camera
length,
for all his
same
observations.
camera,
Come on, guys.
same
Come on,
different
You
day.
can have foreshortening effects happen.
No,
You can have
foreshortening is just comes
increased
angled away from you. No, that's not what's causing it. You don't even know what
foreshortening
that word
effects
means.
is when that
No, that's
foreshortening
not
effects is when the
foreshortening.
angle of
That's not foreshortening.
foreshortening effects is when that subtended angle of light is compressed over a shorter distance, distorting the
No, it's
width
when
of
the
it,
angle,
the
the
length of
object
it.
with respect to
It
you is
distorts,
changing
it
due
distorts
to your
away.
elevation.
it distorts the image nonetheless.
No,
The
that's not what
point, yes,
foreshortening
it does.
means. If you're an artist, you know what foreshortening means. It's not foreshortening. Why
The
is the
angle
object
is
on the
Because
right
the image
side?
was taken, they were at
Someone
the same
please
distance
mute
away, so
Data.
it's not
Yeah.
foreshortening.
Please
So
mute
days
Data for a
apart,
second.
when they're days apart, it
Jeremy,
highlights the
do me
fact
the
that you
favor
will
you
only
do
get
him.
these effects.
Yeah, why?
You'll only
Why
get.
is every
Hold on.
Data?
Go, Zanuck.
Thank
Get
you.
it out.
We have again. All I asked was a simple question: what he thought the reason was that the object on the right of both pictures are changing with respect to the object in the foreground. He talked about foreground and background object. He talked about angular views, angular sizes, and diffractive limits. He's not addressing the. After all that information, he can't give me a simple one-sentence reason why the object on the right is risen up versus the object on the left. We can see that one's risen to the roof line of the left object in both pictures, left and right. The actual horizon is actually risen up in that field of view. What is in his mind causing that? It's a simple answer if he has the answer.
Okay, cool. Can you give a simple one sentence
Sure.
answer?
You have temperature differences between the two of them, and it's known that you have quite a bit of an effect between the morning and afternoon on how the observation will look. It would be almost as if through the
You can't give
afternoon the
us an answer.
ground. It would
You
almost
can't
appear
give
as
an
after
answer. Is that what you're saying?
it would almost appear through the afternoon that the ground swells, or there's a swelling effect due to the temperature difference between in the morning and the afternoon. In other words, it's almost like the water is breathing.
Is that your answer? The water's breathing?
It's
Do you
almost
realize how
like the
stupid
water
you
is
sound?
breathing. It's swelling,
Do you
it's
understand how
expanding due
dumb
to
that
heat,
sounds?
right? So when it's cold in the morning, everything's compressed, and through the afternoon, it
So
expands,
the
right?
ocean
There's
is
a little more of an
compressed?
energy exchange, right? Because of the difference in temperatures. When you have that effect, when there's a
So the
difference in
ocean is
temperatures,
compressed.
when you have a difference in temperatures, you can have a lot of
That's all.
different
Can you make
changes
him give us an answer,
optically.
please?
I've given you all the answers correctly, and I just didn't like how I
No,
versed
there
them.
was no answer.
I answered you,
said
dude.
okay, let me reflect to you. Let me reflect. You said that the reason that the object in the background here is risen with respect to the foreground is because the ocean is compressed or has expanded due to temperature. And if it expanded, why did the
There's a
foreground?
difference between morning and afternoon, and depending on what time of frame they were taken.
These are the same
and it's
times. These are the same time. You can see by the shadows.
You're
This is
just telling me. You're just telling me that shit. I have to take your face value, and I'm gonna tell you this.
Look where the
First of
look where
all,
the lights. Look where the shadows
I'm gonna tell you
are.
this. I'm gonna tell you this. In observations that I've made myself, there is a difference in how the waves appear to be closer to the person in the morning versus, or closer
This
in
is the same
the
time,
afternoon.
Data.
And in the morning.
Look
So in
at the
other words,
shadows.
depending on the weather,
Same time of day.
why can't I answer? Depending on the weather,
You're not
right? That plays
answering.
a huge factor depending on the morning or the afternoon. Plus the wind plays another factor. So if I have 2 different days that have 2 different winds and I have 2 different heights of waves, they're also going to cause an effect. We already know that objects in the foreground will block the bottom of objects in the background. That is perspective. That's how it works. Now, if I have larger waves on day 1 than day 2, that it will make the object appear to be dipped down or lower beyond if they're at the same point. This is why these observations. That's why these observations are made on a stationary plane Earth, because that's the only way you
say my
get these
part now?
multiple
Are you going to
effects
stop it at any point?
on a plane Earth. That's
Are you
it.
ever going to stop?
He's done.
Yeah, Data. Listen, it's talking gobbledygook. I got 2 pictures. Water's obviously calm. There's no waves. One object is risen up with respect to the foreground object by over 50 to 100 feet equivalence. Its angular position is almost equal roof lines. Due to perspective, that shouldn't happen. 2 objects the same height, those roof lines are the same height, they shouldn't be even in the distance, because you talked about objects as they get further away converging to a point. So why is the background object on the right picture, there's 2 pictures there, one on the right shows a roof line that's even with the roof line of the foreground object. In perspective, that shouldn't happen. Why did it happen in this picture without going into 50 sentences or maybe 100 sentences? Just one sentence, what you think happened. Now, your first answer was swelling and temperature, and just give us a real answer. That's bullshit. Come on.
So all optical observations seen over the ocean are subjected to the weather conditions. Number 1. Number 2, actually, number 1 would be optical height above the ground will give you the
Same
effect
position,
of refraction. The
same
lower you
camera,
are, the more
different days.
refraction. The higher you go, the less refraction over the lower surface of the area. That is. But if you're talking about your example, it's very easily explained. For instance, if I'm at if I set up a camera,
you can't do it. You just can't do it.
If I set up a camera and I have a 6-foot stick.
Why don't you
that's
have
a
it
foot
be more
away.
concise
If I
answers?
set up a camera and I have a stick that's 6 feet away from it, and then I have I say a 6-inch
I don't need
stick
metaphors,
6 feet away
examples. I
from
want
it,
the answer.
and then I take a bigger stick.
Data, what the
let's
fuck's
say,
wrong with you?
well, I'm trying to give you an example of how
You're
they
not,
can
I
line
want
up.
an example. I want the answer. Why
I'm
is
giving
the
you the
background
answer.
object? So is it loomed
I'm
up? Is it
giving you
due
the
to a
answer,
stretch?
and I don't know why I'm not allowed to speak clearly. I keep getting
You're not.
interrupted by
You're
you.
not giving a clear answer.
Can I make
Here,
a
Zanuck,
try?
I can take
Can
2
I make
different
a
sized.
try? Can I make
Yes,
I'm almost
yes,
done. Can I
Rob.
just finish my statement, man?
15
You can
seconds,
have
bro, and
you can have
15
you can have 2 different sized objects separated from each other. If the smaller object is closer to the observer and the larger object is farther away, at a point it will appear as that the smaller object is the same size as the object way farther away that is much larger than it. That is actually how perspective works. And when you zoom in on something like that, you actually have even more distortion effects due to the convexity of the lens. So it's a very easy and explainable thing that you can do over a flat surface with smaller and large objects apart from each other to show the same height. That's perspective 101.
So you're not going to give me the answer. I wanted to know why.
Not you, Zanuck. Not
It
you,
doesn't
Zanuck.
matter.
Come on.
It doesn't matter. Lightwater wants to talk, so let's let Lightwater talk, please.
I have seen several very much so examples of magnification. You can see the difficulty is sometimes there is also mirages, but in some cases there are no or almost none in mirage. What happens when you get magnification, especially with zooming, because then you make the magnification even greater, and you can see that in the amount of detail in waves at the horizon, that it builds gradually up, and when it's at the middle or at the convergence point, then there's no more possibility for projection of the surface. Then the sky takes over, right?
Well, there'll always be a limit, refraction or diffraction. You can experiment at small scale by laying your camera down on the ground and zooming out. You will see that eventually you'll have to lift your camera up slightly, even though if the ground is completely parallel and horizontal to the camera, that lens, because it's convex, will appear to produce an effect where the ground is now taking over the lens, but it's not. And that's just the bending of light. So it's an optical effect. So if you're wanting to go back to
Why
that,
are you allowing this? Seriously.
if you want to go back to all the observations where you see boats going over the water, you have to realize it's just an angular limit to the height of the observer and the way that weather conditions and the refraction of light. It's an optical illusion. Now you can have dips in these oceans too. So you can have, let's say the boat is at a 10-foot wave, 15-foot wave, and you're zoomed in 10 miles, whatever. So 7 miles, let's say, and the boat's appearing to go down over the
Not
edge.
fun
It
anymore.
also could be
It's getting thrown on.
dipping. It also could be dipping into a gully past a point. There's so many effects that can block the bottom of the boats to a distance. The fact that it's optical should be the main
All right,
understanding.
you're done. You're done, Jordan. Yeah, you can't speak in one sentence, can you?
Let's change the topic. This has been flogged.
Well, can I make a last comment here, and he can respond?
Yeah,
And if he
closing
doesn't,
statement.
it'll be very
Closing
telling.
statement.
Okay. The both of you get one closing statement, and then we're changing the topic because
20
I'm
seconds.
sick of it.
20 seconds.
Okay. So
Yeah, 20
Flat Earth data clearly could not answer the question. It should have said, like, that's caused by refraction. This caused by this, caused by that. He didn't. He just went into some diatribe about something I have no idea what he's talking about. I gave a picture. It's very clear. Showed a picture on the left, showed a picture on the right. The one on the left showed half the oil rig missing, and it was lower than the foreground object, oil rig. The one on the right showed the oil rig was equal roof lines, even though it was at a much further, twice the distance. And due to perspective, it should be lower. So I'm thinking that possibly that's caused by refraction. He would never say what caused it to rise up in its field of view. He just talked gobbledygook, and he couldn't give the answer. So let it be known that he did not give an answer at all. And so I think that the one on the right is caused by refraction, looming it up, because the horizon actually is higher, and it shouldn't be equal roof lines because due to perspective, it should drop down with distance, like the left-hand object, which then clearly shows the oil rig being hidden at the base, half of it being missing at over 10 miles. So that's my final statement. He can make all the nonsense he wants and just take the floor for half an hour and just talk about nothing, or you can look at what I just put here, and he can give us a coherent and cohesive answer to why this might have happened.
All right, Data. Round it up quickly, please.
So you can have perspective effects that you need to experiment with forcing perspective. In other words, take objects that are smaller or larger and put them in your field of view between each other. And you will notice that you can make a really large object appear to be the same size as the smaller object, depending on the distance to the camera. So there's all these forcing perspective effects that take place. I highly assure you that anytime you're looking at telephoto zoom lenses, you're looking at optical effects due to many factors, which refraction, diffraction, foreshortening play a large role. I'm almost done. Play a large role into these observations, but more importantly, the weather conditions. And any observations that you look at going forward, you should come to understand to get the complexity of these observations are only possible on a plain Earth, for the simple fact is that everything is deduced from straight lines and angles to get refraction, to get all these anomalies. And you don't work from curve to flat, you work from flat to curve. So there must be a reason for that.
Boom.
So basically no answer. So everyone, for the record, there is no answer given. Thank you.
All right. We're changing the topic. We're going to talk about angles or Coriolis or something else. We've got to do something, right? Because
You
we
got a
can't.
real problem.
Yeah.
You got a real problem with dark energy. I'm telling you right now.
I got a
What's the
question
issue
for
with-
I got a
what's the
question for
problem
the
with dark
globe.
energy?
I got a position for the
No,
globe. where,
Data. You and Zanuck need to take 5 minutes and relax.
Yeah. We have to we've got to let some other people jump in the room for a minute. So please,
Jeremy, you were saying?
Yeah.
Does anyone else have a topic maybe that didn't get to speak up or anything?
Howard wanted to say something.
Go for
No,
it,
I was just agreeing to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you got something, Nate, throw it out there.
Does it have to be about like flat Earth, the shape of the Earth?
Well, if it's interesting.
Yeah, what do you got, bro? What do you got? We'll shoot you down right away if it sucks. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's just
No, you guys are putting me on the spot. Let's get someone else. Can't put me on the spot like
Put me
that.
on the spot.
Yeah.
What do you got for us, Doofus? You got something for us, Doofus? Come on. Put on your fighting gloves. Let's go. Ding ding.
Oh, okay. If you want to have a fight, we got this one.
I have a question
uh,
for Doofus. I have a question for Doofus.
Oh,
Doofus,
thought you
the
were
origin.
Oh, no, Data, you got to sit
This is
back.
a
You've
really good
had
debate, though. This is a really good question.
no.
You guys will like it.
No, I opened up the floor to other people. I just asked you two guys to sit back for a minute, and Doofus started to speak. So let Doofus have the floor for a minute, please.
Doofus won't. I will. Doofus won't
Data,
mind if
put
I
it in the
ask.
chat. If it's that important, put it in the chat.
Yeah.
No, you can answer too, Danik, later. But I think
No,
Doofus will like the question.
No,
All
it
right.
doesn't matter. Doofus has got something. He wants to have a fight. So fight me, Doofus.
All right, here we go. This ought to be fun. A mechanical gyro compass, when you rotate it, it aligns as best as possible with its reference frame's rotation. However, when we affix it to the Earth, it aligns to true north, specifically because the Earth is rotating. Go, have fun.
I've never seen a gyro aligned to north. What the fuck?
You don't know what a gyro
A
compass
gyro
is?
compass. It was very
A
specific.
gyro compass, I've never seen aligned to north. It's always wound up and then set as a disc. And from that, you turn the dial to the disc, and then you set the gyro to it, and then it locks in north. That way, when it deviates from it, it goes back to your original setting. So you have to lock in the setting. Yes, you do. You have to lock in the setting first, and then start your gyro. Yes, you do, dude.
This is flat
No,
Earth
you
data
can put it
exposed.
in
This
any
is a good one.
orientation, and it will find true north.
You have to set it. You have to set it first, and then calibrate it, dude. Sorry, try again.
Gyro
No.
compass is on the thing, right?
So this gyro compass, because I don't know how they work, Doofus, at all. I've got absolutely no idea. So if I was to buy myself a gyro compass and spin it up, right, it finds north all on its own. I don't have to point north towards the north.
Right. If you have, so before you spin it up, you can check that the weight on the platform itself is balanced, so that when you do spin it up, it's going to point straight to true north.
But it doesn't have an additional dial on top, just like a compass would, right? You have your declination. You have your declination compensation, but then you also have to have a point where you lock it
There's no
into
declination
position.
compensation. There's no declination.
Data, do you understand
You're looking at falling.
Do you understand how it works, Data? Do you understand
you have
how
to calibrate it. You always have to calibrate it first.
We're gonna take a back seat. What happened?
No, you don't.
Right.
You
What you
always
do
have to
is you
calibrate
make
it, yep.
sure. What you do is you make sure that the platform, the gyroscope inside the gyro compass is situated in, is balanced. You check the weights first, right? Once
Here's my issue though, is that your north.
Let him finish, Data.
Back seat, man.
Once
Take a
is
5-minute break. Go and drink some water. You know.
Here's the issue with magnetic
once
north.
that is set, once
It's
that
not
is
magnetic north, knucklehead.
Jesus Christ, Data
Well,
won't
then what
let
are you
it
locking
happen.
into?
He doesn't want to let somebody
It's a
actually
reference
describe
frame
the thing.
determined.
He doesn't want anybody to actually say what it is or how it works.
Not at all. It's not true at all.
Tell
right.
me how it works, Doofus.
No, maybe
All right, I'll have to
Data should
start
tell
over
us how
because
it
I don't know
works.
exactly when he started to interrupt me yet.
Tell me your understanding of how it works, please.
Right. So when you have the platform that the gyroscope within the gyro compass is situated, once you have that balanced, once you spin it up, and it doesn't matter which way it's facing, when you start it spinning up, it will process slowly until it reaches true north. That's the orientation it's going to try to stay with.
Okay, so it goes to a geographic map.
It doesn't
No,
have a map.
knucklehead. So
Jesus
you don't know
Christ,
how it
dude.
works. Just admit you don't know how it works.
No, because this is how a compass works that I'm familiar with.
It's not a compass. It's not a fucking standard magnetic. It's a gyro compass.
It's a gyro compass, dude, which means is to keep its direction towards north. So when you deviate on a boat, it keeps your position relatively north. I know how it works.
How does it do that? How does it do that?
By keeping its horizontal position, right? Keeping its rigidity in space. So if it deviates from that rigidity, it's correct.
No.
So that's how gyro works.
There's a precession. There's a precession force that's injected into this mechanism via what area? What area of physics?
So first of all, the reality behind it is a compass itself experiences different positions of magnetic
It's not it has nothing to do with magnetism.
In other
It
words,
has nothing to do with magnetism. Nothing. It has
okay, so
nothing
you
to do
either
with
have a
magnetism.
map. You either have your map. You
This
either
is
have
a
a map for your.
physical. This is a physical.
You either
This
have
is
a
a
map
physical
for your.
orientation due to
You
rotation
either
of the
have a
Earth.
map that gives
There's
you
no map.
your. Well, then what are you comparing it to? You're going to go magnetic
I'll
north
tell you
then.
what, if you stop talking, we'll tell
True
you.
north. That's it. It
No.
only points to true north. It doesn't have a magnetic compass in it. It's not magnetic. You don't need a magnetic declination.
Okay, so what coordinates gives it its true north?
Rotation.
It points towards true north. You don't give it anything.
Rotation gives it its true north. You guys are such fucking liars, man. It's so gross.
You don't understand
full-blown retarded or just liars.
Once you figure out how it works.
Why can't you say I don't know?
I've read on them. I've read
Data.
on them.
Why don't you just say I don't know? I don't know. Stop mocking what you don't understand.
You have to orientate them. I'll tell you why. Because on ships, you have magnetic interference due to the mass.
It's not magnetic.
Mass metal of the ships. Number one. So they have a dial on them. That dial is what you have a map. With a degree setting on it, and then you regulate it to that map for your heading. That's what I've
let him talk.
seen in the operation.
He can hang himself. Go ahead. Keep on talking, Data.
The
You're
gyro
hanging
itself
yourself.
is just meant to give its rigidity in 3D space. That's it. The setting where it's set at is calibrated from either your position on your coordinates from a map, and then you have the magnetic declination to measure against the map coordinates, so that you get your longitude, latitude on the map. So I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about, man.
Data. The more you talk, the worse it becomes for you.
Do you have a citation of any sort that you can post that says that you have to set this gyro compass to true north? Have you got anything there? No.
That's what I mean. You guys are fucking full of shit.
Of course not. He has no information. He has no idea how it works.
Your true north is based on a geographical map.
Hey,
right?
Hey, Dada.
No.
Who are you asking?
Hey.
No.
Yes, it
Hang
is.
on,
Why don't you ask?
That's not actual north.
Why don't
Wait,
you? Yes,
Data,
actual
relax.
north
Data
is the
and
axis.
Can you two stop talking?
No.
Who was Banso asking?
Hey, now, did you hear my question, Dada?
Did they have a citation?
No, I asked you. I said, do you? Because I don't know. I don't know this. This is the first time I've heard it that it has to be set. Right? I know nothing about these things. I was just asked, like, do you have a citation to back up what you're saying, that the gyro compass has to actually be set to true north? Right? I'm not full of shit when I ask this question.
Well, I never claimed that it has to be set to true north. I said that if you're going to calibrate, it has to be calibrated first. And what I thought, there's a dial that you calibrate based off of your coordinates for your map. In their case, they're saying that it will automatically do a geographical true north, which was, I'm like, how does it do a geographical true north when a geographical?
Let us explain, because rather than just torturing you,
a geographical map is based on coordinate systems. That's mathematical.
Can we
coordinate
explain
systems,
to you?
It's not based on
Can we explain
physical.
to you?
It's not based on a
asked the question.
physicality. It's
You
a
want the answer or not?
representation. That's why
You don't want the answer. So he doesn't want the answer. He just keeps on talking. It's oriented, as Doofus said.
Okay,
What?
I've got a question for you, Sanning. Right?
Go ahead.
Because I don't know how these things work. So we have a magnetic north and we have the true north. Yeah.
Right.
Which these gyro compasses point towards true north. Yes.
Correct.
Yep. Okay.
Yes.
So when we very first set up these gyro compasses, because I presume everything has to be calibrated in some way, shape or form. I could be incorrect, but I'm just making this assumption. So when they very first set them up, because I know that on all ships, for argument's sake, right, every 12 months on all ships, they need people to go in to these ships, right, and check their gyro compasses and recalibrate them. This is what they do, right? I've got first-hand experience of this. Right? So they make sure that they are still set and true to where they've got a point. So they've got to be calibrated in some way, shape, or form. Right? So then they can find exactly where they have to be pointing to. I would presume. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
You're incorrect. But you're
Hold
talking
on.
about other types of. So you want the answer or not? You
He's
want the
not.
answer or
He's
not?
not.
Okay.
I
Okay.
didn't say
entirely
So a
incorrect.
gyro, in essence, a gyro compass is set up to where it starts to spin. First of all, as Doofus said, you set up the platform so it's perfectly balanced. It's balanced with
Right.
respect to down, the plumb lines. It has to be perfectly balanced. And once it's perfectly or near perfectly balanced, you wait and you spin it up, and then you wait. And by rotation of the Earth, will tell you and add a precession force, which will force this device to orient itself so you'll know where north is based on the rotation. So all you have to do is have it set up balanced with the force of gravity showing a plumb line, and then the rotation of the Earth will add a precession force so that it will align itself perfectly to the axis of rotation to know where the true north is. That's in essence how it works. No other input needs to be done. And it's completely independent of any magnetic field of the Earth. Completely.
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it's got anything to do with the magnetic field at all. I'm just thinking that they have to be calibrated because I knew someone that's exactly what they used to do in the ports of Gladstone. You know, that was their job, to go onto the ships and recalibrate the gyro compasses.
Yeah, make sure
Right.
it's balanced.
Yes, the purpose of doing that is to make sure that the system doesn't have any outside torque on the gyro compass as it spins around.
Right. Okay.
So they can wait. Similar to the 3-ring laser gyro, they can wait an hour or whatever, and they can actually detect rotation.
I'm happy to accept that. Yeah, like I said, I've got little to no idea, but so they're just making sure that these things are still true and perpendicular and whatnot, and set up right in there.
Correct.
Wherever
Right, and the specific orientation of them is not important during that phase. Then they spin it up to make sure that it's
okay,
still functioning.
Cool.
See, the problem with that is that if you change latitudes, do you change the adjustment of the rotation of the Earth compensation for it? Because I don't see that in the literature. Yeah, because it doesn't, right? It doesn't
There's
have
no
to.
reason to.
So,
There's no.
well, the velocity of the Earth changes.
It's not a velocity based. It's an angular velocity based device.
It still changes. It's supposed to be an effect.
No,
There's
the
an
angular
apparent
velocity is
effect on
always
weight.
the same.
There's
The angular
an
velocity
apparent
is
effect on weight, right?
the
There's an apparent effect on weight. So if there's an apparent effect of weight
you're
on each
wrong.
latitude line, why doesn't it affect the gyro at each latitude line?
Because the angular velocity
would
is still the
affect
same.
weight change would affect the motion of the
You're not
gyro,
listening
right?
because you keep
Acting
on
force.
talking over me.
It's an
The
acting
angular
force on the
velocity,
gyro, right?
the angular velocity never changes.
All right, the device is a qualitative measurement of Earth's rotation. It functions if the Earth is rotating. It doesn't change whether or not you're at a different latitude because the Earth is still rotating.
This is a concept so far beyond data's comprehension that it's mind-blowing.
It's not exactly, because the only reason that he would say that it needs to be different for different latitudes is to just throw a wrench into the conversation.
That's true.
Can't Bandsaw and Doofus hash this out?
I don't know. I don't know enough about them.
No, Bandsaw is asking the good questions. You ask great questions, and those are explained by Doofus. Has been trying to explain some of them to you as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you and Data ain't gotta like ad lib in the back.
Well, no, because he won't say we're so. Well, he's calling us names, insulting us, telling how stupid we are that we assume you got to be completely crazy if you think this works without being able to reset it or point it toward magnetic north. He said it several times. Everyone's heard. The fact that he asked those questions and how he asked them shows he knows nothing about them. He doesn't know they exist, doesn't know how they work, can't even conceive how they possibly can work. And that's a problem. Where Bandsaw is actually saying, hey, I know these things exist. I don't know exactly how they orient. I thought they go in there and set up and adjust and do something. He was being very honest. Flat Earth Data was not. That's my only point.
So they line themselves up apparently with the true axes of Earth, or the north axis.
Right, as best they can. They're restricted to process within a single plane, and the torque that results from that causes them to process as best as they can to the alignment with the rotation of the axis of rotation of the Earth.
And why do these things need a rotation of Earth to work?
Well, okay. If we have a gyroscope spinning up real fast, it's trying to conserve its position by conserving the angular momentum as best as possible, right? So it's the orientation of its axis is something we assume is, trying to maintain position in 3D space. We're familiar with that, or orientation, I should say. If we then have a rotating Earth, for instance, or any rotating platform that the thing is on, we'll notice that the gyroscope deviates from that rotating platform. If we restrict the precession or the deviation of that gyroscope to a single plane, that causes a torque on the gyroscope, and that torque is least, and it's in a single. It uses a right-hand rule. I can't explain that. All right. Well,
It's very different.
it processes as best as possible to align with whatever platform it's rotating on. And you can do this with any gyroscope that's fixed to a single plane, or fixed to be able to process in a single plane on a rotating platform. And notice that it's trying to align as best as possible with the axis rotation of that rotating platform. This doesn't work on the North Pole and the South Pole geographic poles, because they'll just spin around and around, because there's the plane that it's restricted to just allows it to spin around.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can start this thing off and point it at 45 degrees and stand back and watch it, and it will slowly align itself to true north.
Yep. And the orientation.
I'm sorry, you
started
said it
in
doesn't
get
work
to
with
true
geographic north? You said it doesn't work with geographic north?
Yeah,
Right,
it does.
'cause
True north.
So
yeah.
if you're sitting on the
Said that.
geographic North Pole exactly, it will rotate around at 15 degrees per hour.
So if these things
Have we ever? Go ahead, man, Tom.
If these things are designed to point at true north, being the axis point, doofus, right? Now, these things sit in their mechanism, in their housing. They sit horizontal. Yes. Yeah. They keep a horizontal plane, or are they on
That's the
whatever
plane that
angle
they are
you want?
most commonly restricted to. Yeah.
Okay, so they're on this horizontal plane. So now, if I'm leaving the port of Melbourne, for argument's sake, right, and this thing wants to point to true north, so then now it's pointing in a direction, right, that kind of goes into outer space. Like if I was to draw a tangent line, like a horizontal line from that gyro compass, it would be pointing straight out into space. You know what I'm talking about? So why doesn't it want to point straight to the North Pole itself? What restricts it from doing that?
Right. It's the weights that I mentioned earlier on the platform. That's what's keeping it in that one plane of precession. And when it arrives to the orientation that is most closely aligned with the axis of rotation of the Earth, is when it stops precessing in either direction. Right. If I think you were trying to get to a specific example. If you said you'd leave the port of Melbourne, you trying to go somewhere else?
Well, if I wanted to go to say the port, well, I was just using the port of Melbourne because it's kind of on the bottom of the ball. You know what I mean? And we want to point. This is what I'm saying, and Doofus. So like leaving Melbourne, it's on the bottom of the ball, and it wants to point to true north, which is going to be underneath the boat, right?
Right.
If that, you know what I'm saying with that. You know, it's kind of like through the water, through the earth, to where that axis point is, and so instead but it points in a direction, and that direction just kind of points into outer space. But you know, it gives me a direction to follow, right? It's not saying going out of space. Yeah, yeah.
Each end of that gyroscope, the north end and the south end, are still horizontal locally to you. That the whole reason that it works in the first place is specifically because anywhere on Earth that is not the geographic North Pole or geographic South Pole is where it's getting torqued because it's restricted to this one plane of precession. Like, so the reason that it works in the first place is because that the geographic north is in an orientation that's, down through the ball, as you would say.
And this machine works purely because of the rotation of Earth. Yeah.
Right. It's a conservation of angular momentum principle, basically. That's how it does what it does.
Okay.
It's trying to get into a configuration where the angular momentum is changing the least.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what longitude I'm on, because on the ball you're always changing speeds, yeah. But this thing accounts for all this change of momentum and everything, still to orientate itself.
All it needs, it's a qualitative setup. All it needs is any rotation. It doesn't matter exactly how much. Yeah, that's it, really, I guess.
That's a good way. That's a great way to end it too. Perfect, Doofus. That was a good way to explain it, and with a stamp of approval. It's not a matter of, it's not measuring magnitude. It just measures, it's a vector, or it measures direction, not a magnitude. Sorry.
Well, I'm finished with my line of questioning. If you want to jump in, Jeremy, if you had a question.
And he mentioned it's just I think I posted it too. It's just extending that thumb, the right hand rule of thumb there, with the direction of the angular momentum, and that angular momentum is parallel to the spin axis. And the reason it stays parallel is because to conserve angular momentum, it has to be parallel. You can't deviate.
So at the South Pole and the North Pole, this thing will just spin 15 degrees an hour?
Yeah, because the plane it's restricted to is the same plane that any gyroscope, not even a gyrocompass, but any gyroscope would also deviate in exactly the same way in that same plane.
I'm guessing we don't have either of the poles, though, doing that, though, do we?
I mean, if you want to go there, you can, but it falls out basically of the basic laws of motion. That's what it would do, because that's what it would have to do.
But the claim that it happens, though, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We don't know.
Well,
it would
last
have
I
to,
checked,
given the basic laws of motion.
Last I checked there, Jeremy, it's just paperwork. It's never been demonstrated at the North Pole. And apparently when that's brought up, the South Pole, somebody says, I think Nasha Schill likes to say that it's been done in the South Pole to show it's a 15-degree constant, which I don't see that in practicality. So if you got a demonstration or something I can do personally to detect it, that'd be great.
If you want to disagree with the laws of motion, that's fine. You can do that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with the laws of motion. I'm just looking for their physical effects.
Right. So when we're somewhere else, anywhere on Earth, that means Melbourne, that means New York, anywhere else, we can take this gyrocompass, turn it on, and have it process towards true north, verifying that the Earth is rotating. But we're going to ignore that part and just focus on the North Pole and South Pole.
True north is a geographical representation. Now, when I look at a map, that's a true north representation, a geographical representation of Earth, but that's based on a polar north coordinate system, right? So when this object is pointing to geographical north, like you say, or true north, that has to be fundamentally based in a map, because it's either magnetic that's pulling it. It cannot be a map unless there's coordinate systems for a polar point. So what would be, you claim that it's rotation drawing it, but I've never seen an instrument.
No, we don't know where the North Pole is. It can move.
I've never seen an instrument process to the North Pole in real time or any demonstration as you describe.
Yeah, gyrocompass does that. Okay, listen, if you hold on one second, the map is just a representation.
The gyrocompass has to have a geographical position of true north,
okay,
which means
your point. You said your point.
So how
You
does
said
the
your point.
machine?
The
How does the
map.
machine?
Stop, Data. Let someone else talk for a second.
Let people
The
respond
machine is
to you, man.
programmed,
Like,
guys.
Data. Stop for a
Data,
second.
don't you talk to other people in real life? Like, is this how you do it?
I know it's
Come on.
unbelievable.
Go ahead, Zanuck.
So we have a map, and it maps the Earth. We don't know where the axis of rotation is of the Earth. We just have a map, and whether it be a flat map or a round Earth, we just know that here's this area of Antarctica. We don't know where the center point is. We don't know where the axis of rotation is. We find that with the gyro compass because it will change over millions of years. We all acknowledge that this axis of rotation might change on our Earth.
Well,
So
will or might.
that doesn't have no bearing. What we do determine with the gyro compass is where we have to be operating based on the laws of motion. We have to be operating parallel to the axis of rotation. That follows
If there's
the
laws of motion,
conservation of angular momentum.
there'll be physical effects. Now, here's the thing with the reality: is there's natural precession. There's also
over millions of years.
They have to do the instrument itself. There's instrument error. There's dampening effects. There's all kinds of errors with. I know on ships that there is magnetic interference because of
not a magnetic compass,
motion of this.
It's not a magnetic compass.
In any instrument that's put on board a ship is subjected to errors, guaranteed. That's why they all need calibration. Any denial of that is completely disingenuous and you should be known as a liar. The geographical position that you suggest is the geographical location of the north, but that requires a polar point coordinate system. Because there would be no direct location or point because it's not under Polaris, is it? If it's under Polaris, then there should be examples of this 15-degree shift under Polaris. But you're claiming this gyro compass already knows a geographical position. You guys are just full of shit, man.
All right,
There's
cool
programming and
story.
calibration
If you
involved.
do actually take this thing, which you can take apart on your own if you want to, or get even flat
No,
earthers have done this
I
themselves.
fucked around
If
with
you
gyros.
take,
I've fucked around with gyros enough, dude. I fucked around with gyros
so
enough.
I was in the middle of talking. I'll go ahead and just continue with me talking instead of you.
Yeah,
All
like
right.
can Data get
gyros
muted?
don't?
Because he's over talking everyone now.
Yeah, relax, guys, relax.
All right. So when we have this mechanical gyro compass, which is not just a gyroscope like Data is referring to, a gyro compass has the build that I mentioned before that's restricted to precess within a single plane of precession. When you go look at things, flat earthers even, like FE Core, like I posted just moments ago, look at one of these things and try to make it not work. And it continues to work even underground, absent any massive magnetic ships or anything nearby, causing it to do whatever he thinks that it does to this thing, even though it's specifically made not to have that problem. It still finds true north.
What's the difference between true north and magnetic north? How far off are
You
they?
can look at a declination map. I can actually post you one.
Oh, I was just
That's
asking.
that's the main issue is that none of the compasses will match the position of Polaris. They'll be off
for a
due to
gyro
magnetic. You'll be off due to magnetic declination. They're claiming that this geographical position is Polaris to the point where it's the center. It's the subpolar point of Polaris, and that's the geographical position that this device apparently is claimed to direct itself to.
Magnetic north is not true north. We all get that.
No
You
shit,
know
it's
why? You know why?
geographical. Which true north is based on maps, dude. When you say true north, you're using
True
a true
north
north
is based
in the
on
map.
the axis of rotation.
True north is
True
a
north.
geographical representation of where north is,
Yes,
but it's
based on
in
what we've
maps.
measured to be a.
No, there's no measurement
Yes,
involved.
with
No,
what we have measured.
There's not because there's nothing. There's
Yes, we've
nothing
measured
under
about how
Polaris.
it moves about the North Star.
Nothing.
How it
I
moves
don't
about
see
the North
any.
Star.
Show me any data under Polaris. Like we have consumer cameras that can get
So
Polaris
silly.
rotate. We
Yeah,
can get a
360 degree
consumer.
sun.
We can get a consumer camera.
360 degree
to
sun, pal.
Get, to
Look
get
at that.
maybe what? To
Choke
get
on
like
that. Choke on that a little bit.
to like a quarter of a turn. We can get a Polaris. We can time lapse stars to get Polaris to do a quarter of a turn. So why isn't there footage of NASA or anybody else getting Polaris rotating in a full circle? Right, we can see camera footage of Polaris rotating in a circle, right? So there is no polar north that you're referring to geographically. It has to be polar point coordinates based on a mathematical equation from the equator, which is a mathematical system It's an abstract formula that you apply on the surface of the Earth. That's why you have to do correction after correction after correction.
Just wrong.
Note that none of this addresses the fact that the device actually works.
So I'm not saying the device doesn't work. It's used, but there's no magnetic. You're telling me that it's going to be.
It doesn't use magnetism.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're saying it's a geographical position. Well, that would require a map. But you're saying that you get this perception.
Rotational orientation, conservation of angular momentum. The
It's a
orientation
piece of
has to be
machinery,
parallel.
dude. It doesn't require a map. You don't give it a map. It's a piece of machinery.
Geographical position is based off of the actual. That's what maps are. Geographical that's what a map is. A geographical translation of the surface of the Earth.
Let's spell it out for you really slowly.
There's no way a device can adhere to a geographical map. It would need a polar point coordinate.
You keep complaining about whether or not the geographical position means something on a map or not. Doesn't change the fact that the device still points to true north.
But Doofus, the problem is even deeper than that. We all know where Polaris is. We've made maps. Hold on.
North.
We've made maps based on the North Star and our rotation about that North Star. That seems to be the geographic position that we can actually make. We made We made maps and we developed a gyro compass, and the gyro compass validated that. And is actually more accurate because no matter what the maps look like, no matter what the North Star was when we made these maps, the gyro compass will actually operate due to the conservation of angular momentum perfectly parallel to that axis of rotation. And don't you understand? It's fixed to the surface. It's always going to be relative to plumb, and no matter where we are,
you don't have to calibrate it. And you don't have to calibrate it.
All you have to do is make sure that it is perpendicular to plumb.
You have to calibrate it.
How do you calibrate it? Now you're making an assertion.
What if you had a storm?
Now it's on you. How do you calibrate
back and forth?
How do you calibrate
all that metal? Then you have all that metal, and then as you transverse over the Earth, you have magnetic field changes.
Now
you have magnetic field changes, right? So you have tons of interference.
There's no magnetism involved whatsoever.
It's
no magnetism. There's no magnetism involved whatsoever.
On a
it's
big
still not
ship,
a magnetic compass.
You're going to get interference. Bottom line, it doesn't matter if you're
There's
rotating.
No magnetism.
You have velocity changes due to the weather, all kinds of stuff.
The velocity changes due to the weather. Are you listening to yourself?
Oh my God.
You've never talked about more nonsense in your life.
If you have a storm and the ship is being tossed back and forth, if you transverse over the land and there's magnetic field changes.
No, it doesn't matter. It's going to plumb. It's oriented to plumb.
And you have a big
It's oriented to plumb, Data.
And you have a big metal ship.
It doesn't matter if the ship sways.
You have a big metal ship in salt water.
So gyro compass. Hey guys, we have a storm. We better turn off the gyro compass because it doesn't work.
Bottom line is
they all have to be calibrated. Things that have never been said on a ship. Things that have never been said on a ship. Hey guys, we have a storm. Turn off the gyro compass. It's not going to work. That's never been said before.
They all have to be calibrated. Yeah.
No, you're saying it. Doesn't make it true because you know very little about anything. In fact, if you want to take a regular artificial horizon and put it into plane,
the fact that you say they don't need to be calibrated and then lead with a sentence afterwards that I don't know anything, buddy.
Can I make
you're just a fool.
Can I make a point? If let's say that there was nobody on Earth, okay, and you suddenly just appeared on Earth, nobody else was there, and then this device just appeared in your hand, okay, it would point somewhere. But the idea, the concept that the place that it points to is true north is entirely decided by what humans decided to call the direction that it points. The fact that you understand that it points true north is only because that's what human beings have decided, have agreed to call that direction. But if you just appeared on Earth and this device appeared in your hand, it would point in a direction whether you knew what true north was or not, and whether or not you decided to call it that.
So what's your point?
The point is, what he was saying earlier is absolutely correct about it needing to be, the determination of it being true north is not based on the device itself. The device doesn't tell you that it's true north. The device tells you this direction. You decided to call it true north.
Okay,
right. That's. I mean, I could go with that, except that what I'm seeing on this device is it is aligning with the Earth's axis of rotation. If I want to say that direction is true north, I'm free to. I'm also just seeing that it's aligning with Earth's axis of rotation.
Yeah, and the alignment, the adjustment is done by.
It's called true north.
Wait.
The device
No,
didn't
but
decide
stop
it's
it.
true north. The device
Stop
just
it.
pointed in a direction.
That's true north.
That you've decided is true north, yes.
Yes.
But the device didn't say it's true north, did it?
The device aligned with Earth's axis of rotation.
But the
If we
device
have no
didn't say that it's
markings,
true north. The device
if we have no
just pointed in a
markings,
direction.
if we have no markings, if we have no markings on the device, yes, we would then put N where the thing aligns.
There you go.
It's important. It's important to note here because Data kept saying about all the metal. These things were manufactured. They were developed for the need of a directional device that would not be affected by the metal of the ship.
They're electronic, buddy.
That's right. They are.
Which metal? Okay,
They're
which metal is
electronic.
affected
Times
by
as
a
well. He
magnetic
doesn't want
field?
to pay attention to that.
Which? Take a break for a second. Which metal is not affected by a
Brass.
magnetic field?
Brass.
Correct. That's incorrect. I'll get you a citation right now.
It's relatively
paramagnetic.
non-magnetic.
So it is
Yeah.
affected by a magnetic, and I don't have to.
In a
magnetic
very,
field, and I
very
don't have to
small
get a
way, but
citation.
doesn't really
Thank you.
matter.
Thank
It doesn't
you.
matter. The magnetic field of the Earth is so incredibly weak.
Except it's the
Right,
biggest. It's weak, but it's the biggest one, and it affects everything everywhere.
That's a straw man, and it's
it
also
doesn't-
a non sequitur. What we're talking about.
My vehicle doesn't align with true north just because it's sitting there. It doesn't affect all metals everywhere.
Yeah. Which metals aren't affected by a magnetic field, and when? Okay. Do
Jeremy, you're
magnetic
being
fields?
ridiculous.
Do magnetic fields end?
Do they end? No.
Yeah. Is there ever an end to a magnetic field, or does it go forever?
Thought I already
Direction
answered
or
this. No.
circuit? What does that mean forever?
No, they don't end. Okay, Xanax, shut the fuck up. Why don't you sit with Data in the penalty box and throw? Don't throw any rocks from there.
Hey, buddy, you're using my argument now, and you're fucking kicking their ass with
Come on,
it. So
guys.
what the fuck?
Right. And so what does that do to the gyro compass?
So the magnetic fields don't end. Agree on that. And you said brass is affected by what's this thing made of?
It's made of several different materials.
Okay, pick one.
Any of them.
Yeah, pick one. Go ahead, whatever.
If we want to talk about a specific material, let's pick brass. What that means
brass.
when it's paramagnetic, what that means is the weak attraction that you have to it is regardless of the orientation of the magnetic field. Now, if the orientation of the magnetic field doesn't matter, what does the Earth's magnetic field do to the gyro compass?
Okay, magnetic fields don't end. I don't know the answer to your question. Magnetic fields don't end, and brass
Just say you
is
don't know.
affected. I know you're gonna try to derail this and talk over me and never answer a straight question. I know, but
I fucking answered it.
Let me just ask my thing here, or get to my point. So we know magnetic fields don't end. Earth has a magnetic field. We know brass is affected by a magnetic field, right? Yes or no?
Right. What way?
No. Yes or no?
In what way?
Is brass affected in any way by a magnetic field?
The orientation of the magnetic field is unimportant, so it is unimportant.
Is brass affected by a you can't? I don't know why I even go down this road. Go ahead, Data. You won't answer simple questions. Shut the fuck.
Oh, and Data does? You didn't answer
Just make it
anything.
very specific
I've
then.
answered all of those questions you've given me. The reality is that there is a
same category. Cool, Xanax.
there's a magnetic field, bottom line, that interferes with all of our instruments. We have an apparent effect that you want to claim is geographical north, which if you look at a map, that requires a polar north coordinates. Now, which came first, the polar north coordinates or the instrument measuring the polar north coordinates? Because you'd have to have one or the other to find the true north as you describe. This instrument apparently does that for you. So I ask you, it's a chicken and egg question. What came first?
All right, I'll get to you in a second, Data. Jeremy, brass is paramagnetic, which means the orientation of the magnetic field is irrelevant. It always is attracted to that magnetic field. So if I change direction, it's still going to have the same effect, which is nothing.
Cool. So when you guys say this thing isn't affected by a magnetic field, and we know that magnetic fields don't end, and things made of brass is affected by a magnetic field, you're lying, or
But you're not listening? Even if it is, it doesn't matter. The effect is no
Bullshit over
effect.
again. Why don't you
can
do
say
that?
it doesn't
Lie
matter.
to everyone
Fuck,
else here
Jeremy.
and be the dick
Zanuck,
about it.
hold
Lie
on,
to
Doofus.
everyone
You're
else
talking
here
right over
and say
everyone.
that
Relax,
glass
man.
has some sort of effect in a magnetic field
I got a
and not
bandsaw. I don't
be
know.
specific about what that effect is.
I'm just gonna listen, Doofus. You can't. When other people are talking, I talk. Zanuck talked, and I talked again. You were just talking throughout the whole thing. You can't talk while other people are talking. I don't know what to tell you. Even if you're the one getting interrupted, I was responding to what Zanuck said. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, he said very clearly that it doesn't matter. If there is an effect, it's always going to affect. It's not going to change anything.
I'm actually, while you guys have been talking, to actually calibrate a gyro compass, it actually seems like a fairly difficult thing to do. It's not just kind of making sure it's mounted properly in the housing or anything like that. All these things that you have to take into consideration, which, to be quite honest with you, I don't know what I'm reading, right? But it seems like they have to do quite a bit of calibration with the gyro compass to make sure that it is in actual fact pointing where it needs to be pointed. And it
Well,
seems
let's
to be
talk about that.
well, like I said, Zanuck, like I said, what I'm reading at the moment, I've got no idea what I'm reading, right? But it just, from it seemed like it was a very easy thing to calibrate. Like you just adjust a couple of thumb screws underneath the housing to make sure everything's level and blah blah blah, this sort of stuff. But yeah, you're taking into consideration lots of different things, ship speed, all this kind of stuff, to make sure that it is working correctly. Now, I'm not suggesting that it's not working the way you guys are saying that it's working, but it seems in actual fact that they do have to be calibrated to make sure that they are pointed in the right direction. They take another one with them that they know is calibrated, so they have a reference, right, to make sure that it is pointing in the right direction. So they have to reference it with something when they are adjusting it to make sure that it is pointing exactly where they want it to point.
Yo, just do a Google search for gyro compass calibration. Tons of results comes up telling you how to do it. They need to be done. I mean, I don't know why you guys are even arguing this shit.
Yeah, this
Right,
is what
and
I'm
I
talking
mentioned
about,
at the
Jeremy.
start of this conversation that there was calibration involved at the very
But if
beginning of this conversation.
Yeah, but if they had to take it,
Unfortunately, unfortunately, many times over, many times over, I was denounced and called names for bringing up that very subject, calibrating these instruments.
We talked about it's very simple to do. We talked about the main calibration is making sure it's level and it's oriented to plumb. That's the main calibration. The small adjustments afterward. There is always calibration. He's right. We said there was, but the main object of this device is to orient itself so that it's parallel to the axis of rotation. That's what it does. All the other calibrations are just to make sure that we have the N at the end of that arrow.
But if you have to have, sorry, Doofus, go, man.
Yeah, there was real quick. You mentioned the velocity of the ship as far as a correction factor. If the thing is affixed to the ground, we don't have to worry about the velocity of the ship correction. That correction can be eliminated.
Yeah, but a lot of these things are calibrated when they're on the ship. When they're first built, Doofus, no, they're not on the ship. They're built and then they're put on the ship. Now, every single gyro compass, right, has to be certified here in Australia every 12 months, so the ships are allowed to come in and out of the ports. Like I do know this, right? But when they are going onto the ships, they take another gyro compass with them that they know is calibrated, so they have a reference point to work alongside. So
It's the easiest way to determine that their adjustments have been successful when they start it back up again.
Of course, yeah, of course. You want a reference point of something that you know has been calibrated right from the very get-go.
Okay.
Yeah. So the very first one that was ever made was calibrated to point in a certain direction, and then everyone built thereafter is calibrated to that first one or whatever. But you know what I mean when I say that.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Happy days. We're all on the same page. Gee, that was easy.
Right. I would expect one of these guys that says magnetism affects the thing to at least pull up FV Core's video and determine whether or not that's actually true.
We got their data. We know that something's affecting it.
Right.
Wait, you talking about the one with the compass
I'm
where they
talking
got
about the
19,
gyro
18,
compass
19?
video.
All right. I'm just saying, brass is affected by a magnetic field. Magnetic fields don't end. The Earth has a magnetic field. It's obviously being affected by it.
You say that, but if I take a piece of brass and I change its orientation 180 degrees, it is affected exactly the same way. So it's not about how brass is responding in a magnetic field, because it's always responding the same regardless of orientation.
So it's not affected by a magnetic field.
Not here on Earth.
So where do you think we
Not by
figured
Earth's
out brass?
non-moving magnetic
Where do you
field.
think we figured out brass is affected by a magnetic field? And on Mars?
By moving a magnetic field next to it. Earth's magnetic field is not moving with respect to each day. On a single
You're
day,
moving the
Earth's
gyro
magnetic field doesn't move enough for it to actually matter.
You're moving the gyro compass.
Okay.
So you're not moving the magnetic field, you're moving the gyro compass.
It can be moving, but if we start one up when it's stationary, affixed to the surface of the Earth, then what?
Then it points in the direction you set it to.
That I set it to? What did I do when I calibrated it?
You make sure it pointed in the right direction that you wanted it to be set in. How do you think they calibrate it?
In the modern ones, Jeremy, all they do is download data. Unfortunately, if you go look at it, there's just two data sets that they
if you have a
download.
if you have a three-ring laser gyro, you don't have these issues.
Modern world,
right?
Modern world,
Modern
Jeremy,
world
they
use
don't even have
three-ring
to
laser
think about it.
gyros.
Modern world, they don't have to
Modern
think about
world
it.
use.
They download
Can you say the
coordinates.
same? Can I say something that you said it 3 times already?
They don't
Modern
download
world use
velocity,
three-ring laser gyroscopes.
So the velocity of the
Can you
ship.
stop talking? Is it possible?
The velocity
three-ring
of the
light.
ship and the closest satellite tower is how they basically do it nowadays, and that's where they get the data
That's
from.
not how they do it. So three-ring laser
definitely not how they
gyroscopes
do it.
basically will you don't leave three-ring laser Three-ring laser gyroscopes actually allow a pilot, before he takes off, to verify that the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour for the same exact reasons that a gyro compass works. It's less susceptible to any errors that you might get for its adjustment. The errors you talk about in the calibration is done by how fast it can actually adjust itself due to the precession forces acting on it very slowly. Similar to why those pendulous vanes work on the artificial horizon we talked about many discussions ago. So it does work. It's very accurate. It does show the perpendicularity or the parallel to the axis of rotation without any kind of adjustments or setup. That's what the adjustments are: make sure it's flat and make sure everything's aligned by where the arrow is pointing and is that north. You got to make sure that's all correct. Where it does orient itself, if it's sitting there being adjusted initially, will be north, because that is showing it's parallel to the axis of rotation. If you start turning the boat wildly or quickly, like airplanes, if they start doing maneuvers, it takes a while for the precession forces to the precession forces to actually self-correct itself. It has a self-correcting mechanism. By the way, it's not acceptable to magnetic fields like those ferrous materials in the hulls. In finding true north of the direction of the Earth's rotational axis, it's opposed to magnetic north. It's not the same. It's different.
So again, here you go. So you have to download the data. So I'm just going to read quickly, just something that just
data
shuts you down. So gyro
There's no
compasses are
use with
mechanical
anybody down but
devices.
yourself.
This is for purposely for gyro compasses. Okay, and again, you guys are just full of shit. So it says gyro compasses are mechanical devices and subject to calibration problems. Where possible, the ADCP user are modernizing to ship orientation systems based on multi-antenna DGPS receivers. In other words, like I said, you download to calibrate your device, you download the information now. It's a fucking thoughtless process for you people. And at the end of the day, these coordinates come from a polar point geographical position, which if you have mathematical abstractions, it's easy to create a longitude-latitude system with a polar point. And you always have something claimed true north in your system, you're full of shit. I'd love for you to take any device yourself, a gyro, set it up and show me when it's going to point north for you. I'd love to see that.
Okay, IB Hunter has already done it for you.
I've seen all the videos that are out there now. I've never seen a gyro process to north for me. So what device is he using?
Well, you didn't see all the videos then, because as I pointed out just a moment ago, FE Core released a video that did that very thing.
Yeah, and what device did they use?
A mechanical gyro compass.
So the big large disc, right? So they did the large disc one, right? So they've got.
It's
they
a
must have
piece of machinery. Yeah, it's got a disc.
They must have. They must have contrary videos then, because the one video that I saw, they have a gyro where it doesn't process, just maintains its rigidity.
Right, it's processing toward true north every time they turn it on. So thanks.
What
for
kind of gyro is it?
reminding me
Is it a gyro compass or some other gyro? There's many gyros inside of an
It's a
airplane.
bigger
or a
one.
ship.
It's like at least hand-sized gyro. Anyways,
Is it a gyro compass? Is it a gyro compass? There's a difference.
So what's the difference then, Zenek, in the gyro compass versus the gyro? Because the
Oh
gyro
my God, we
works
started out by
fundamentally.
telling you the difference. The difference is that it has actually oriented where it has to be fixed.
What mechanism is attached to the cage that orientates it? What gives it its directions?
It's like if the pendulous vanes were forcing it to always point down, always.
So it's attached to the cage then. So the gyro is driving the cage. You have sometimes these devices.
Oh my God,
These devices use liquid, right, to dampen the movement of the precession
What is that?
and the interference.
What'd you say? What was that? What was that?
Some of these instruments, some of these gyro compasses use fluid to dampen the effects, the precession.
Of course,
the mechanical,
not precession, just damping. They're used for damping.
Mechanical imperfections, dude. Like you have errors in your gyro compass that need to be calibrated quite frequently.
That's just the screen.
So
it's
I'm
not
gonna
the
ask you,
actual
what came
gyro.
first?
The gyro is
What
not
came
spinning
first?
the gyro is not spinning in fluid.
Yeah. What came first, the geographical map or your magnetic north?
The
Don't
geographical
address
map
how the
came
thing
first.
works. Let's ignore how the thing works and go back to our point about the map.
Your magnetic north came first, right?
There's no magnetism in the gyro
The thing
compass.
itself is spinning around and
Yeah.
it's processing toward true north. How is it doing that?
It would be definitely, to me, it would be magnetic field lines. It would be magnetic field lines.
No, of course not.
No.
It would be magnetic field lines because it changes your position. So to maintain that position, it has to lock into that meridian line.
It doesn't have
right?
any magnets in there. There's
Or
nothing
that-
to orient
that
that
polar
magnet.
point-
Why would you say that?
polar
It's not a
point.
bar magnet that has a north
Because
and south.
it
Like
has to- it
it's
has
not
to-
a compass. It's not a compass. We
If
have
you lock
compasses that
into
can do that.
something-
We
if you
have
lock into
compasses that can do
something-
that. It's not okay. It's not a compass. It's not a compass that has a little arrow that points to north. It is a gyro compass, which operates itself to be parallel to the orientation of the axis of rotation.
And you can still do courses and use the degree on the device to do courses in small locations, right? You can still use that device for looking at objects in the distance and maneuvering the ship with that device.
Used
right?
What device? What device?
The gyro compass. You can actually look at it as an angular measuring device and look at it where you're looking at objects and know where to navigate your ship, right? In
Because
small
you know
locations.
where true north is. You know where true north is, so you know where true
Would you
west
like me to
is,
read?
and true
Would you like
south,
me to read
and
some
true
more
east
stuff
is.
for you? Yeah.
You've already
Anyway.
explained this to you.
You
So
guys-
a gyro
you guys
compass
are just-
has
you
an
guys are just
orientation
bullshit.
that is fixed to the plumb line, fixed to gravity. Because it's fixed, that means it cannot move. It wants to be fixed in space, and it wants to be fixed. So it's actually we're fixing it to down. So when we start rotating something or moving it orientation wise, it'll produce a precession force because we're not allowing it to be to move freely in space. We're fixing it directly down, only down. And because we're fixing it down,
if you're looking at that one,
hold
you're
on,
looking at a
hold on,
weight, a
hold on.
pendulum at
You
the
got to get
bottom.
this point. You
There's
got
a
to get this
couple of
point.
different.
I'm
there's a
talking.
couple of
I'm
different
talking.
ones.
Hey,
Yeah.
fuckwit, stop it. Because it's attached down, we have fixed it. That means any movement this thing makes will add a precession force to the gyro, so it will move that pointer accordingly. And that happens to be parallel to the axis of rotation. End of story. It's not a gyro it's not a gyro inside of an airplane. It's not the artificial horizon, which also has pendulous vanes and other types of ways of keeping it from pointing or oriented down. But it's not forcing it for a precession unless the pendulous vanes force a precession force on that compass.
Unfortunately, you're in dreamland, Zanuck. I told you
Yeah,
again.
but you know,
devices,
it's funny how I've
these
used
devices,
these and took them apart and know how they work. And you,
these devices,
so the guy who lives on the internet doesn't understand how a gyro compass works, thinks he knows how it works.
These devices lose calibration. They are mechanical in nature. They are backed up and then recalibrated through data port, through receiving a data signal.
Tell me how a gyro compass loses calibration. Right now,
it's mechanical.
Tell me how it loses calibration. Tell me how it loses calibration.
It's mechanical. Number
Tell
one.
me how it loses calibration.
It's mechanical. Number one, which is machine.
Tell me it's mechanical. Doesn't give me an answer.
And it
how?
has friction.
How?
It
What's the
has
mechanism
parts.
for which it loses calibration?
It has friction because it has parts.
So friction causes it to lose calibration.
Friction is the byproduct of the rotation that it. You're struggling, Zanuck. It's okay.
No, you're struggling. You're not giving me a reason why it loses calibration.
Because it's mechanical. In other words,
that's
it's
not a
machine
reason.
Let him get 3 sentences out, Zanuck.
Okay, that is absolutely a reason. That's 100% a reason. It's the same thing that anything mechanical in the entire world and the entire history of all mankind breaks down. That is literally the reason, because of those things. It is mechanical. It is not. It's not invincible. It's not able to avoid the
that wasn't the question.
And friction and all
that
those
wasn't
things.
the question.
It absolutely is a reason.
Buddy.
No, that wasn't the reason I was looking for. Mechanically, how does it lose? How does it lose accuracy? How does it lose it?
It's mechanical. Number
That's
one.
Not the answer.
Yes, it is. And actually, all the documentation regarding gyros, mechanical precession is the error fact due to the fact that it's a mechanical part.
Gyro compass and how it loses.
Are you ready, Zanuck? Are you ready, Zanuck? I repeat. It's a mechanical device that has inherent errors because it is mechanical. This is in every manual when it comes to gyroscopes. Do you disagree with this?
What is the answer you are looking for, Zanuck?
What's the question?
How do they lose accuracy? Mechanically, how does that occur?
They are mechanical.
This particular mechanical apparatus, when it's spinning and it's a fixed, if it's not directly flat and perpendicular to plumb, then it will have inaccuracies. And so, yes, that is part of its inaccuracies. But if it is affixed to plumb, tied to vertical, it will always spin and orient itself as you move with the direction perpendicular to the axial rotation of the Earth, which means you always will point to the true north, always.
Zanuck, they fall out of
the issue with the loss of calibration, because if it does lose calibration, then when it's recalibrated, it still functions. So if it's properly calibrated, if it's properly calibrated,
we're actually discussing your guys' illusion on
it's
why
actually
and how it works.
self-calibrating.
If it's properly calibrated and does function, so then what?
They use calibration all the time, and then they download it from their servers, basically, onto the ship. The system gets recalibrated. Yes, buddy, please do your fucking research. Do your fucking, just please. Spare me your shit.
Let me give you the errors. Here's the errors. The errors are easy.
Downloading data from the internet or servers or GPS.
Knucklehead.
They
We
get
talked
it
about,
from the
I talked about
towers,
ship.
buddy. Go read it. Go wherever their servers are, wherever their satellite dishes are. They get it downloaded onto the ship,
mute him,
and they
please,
get
so we can have a normal
recalibrated.
conversation.
Okay then. Okay, Zanuck.
Thank you.
What do you think?
So there, I mentioned the errors earlier, and these include these. It's called, I don't know what it's called, but it's called. They actually have a name for it. I looked it up. It's called a streaming error. Maybe where the rapid change in course is made. Speed and latitude cause deviation. Therefore, before the gyro can adjust itself. So because it doesn't respond instantly, that is an error that can be adjusted to. But that's not an error that we're talking about. We're talking about why this thing, if there isn't these kind of errors that are not due to mechanical, it's due to actually an application error. It will always align itself with the rotation of the Earth. It has to, because that is due to the law of conservation of angular momentum. This is not up for debate. I don't know why you're fighting it.
Yeah, but Zanuck, okay, apart from those things, there would also too be mechanical errors in them. One of those being friction. Right? It makes logical sense that these would also to contribute to the errors, these mechanical errors.
Yeah, friction will cause a persistent force on a gyro, but it will be counteracted by the rotational orientation of the gyro due to the rotation of the Earth and its desire to always be aligning itself parallel to the axis of rotation.
Yeah, but there's friction in there. So if there's friction in there, these parts are going to wear out. They're going to need lubrication or new neo thing, bearings or whatever the case may be, because these parts will wear out. They have to be replaced.
Right. So it could lag behind. It might be a couple degrees off of north or something. Yes, due to some kind of mechanical wear. Yes. So those calibration, yeah, that needs to be taken into account. These precessive forces that are due to either the rapid change of course, which we're not really talking about, or some type of friction or bearing going bad in the gyro, that can cause errors as well.
Yeah.
So the simple test.
There's at least a handful of different things that can contribute to the errors.
Right. If you have a mechanical gyro compass that's properly balanced, and you see that it has a 2-degree error, 2 degree is enough to cause it to be taken apart and replace the bearings in it, because that's too much.
Yeah. But prior to that, before it gets to 2 degrees, there's going to be 1.5 degrees, 1.25, 0.9, so forth and so on. But you may or may not be able to allow for this or calculate it or whatever the case may be. But yeah, that's why these things have to be regularly checked to make sure that this 2-degree error or whatever isn't there.
Right.
And maintenance has to be done.
So,
right. And the question over whether or not something is calibrated regularly doesn't change the fact that once it is calibrated, it does work.
Doofus, I have a gyro. Doofus, I have a gyro, and I want to test this claim to see if it'll tell me at the rate of precession, because I could time the rate of precession and deduce my latitude. Is this what the implication of the angular conservation of angular momentum will tell me?
You need a gyroscope that has a very high rate of rotation and very good bearings, and I'm very sure that you don't have one that's that good.
Sure. No problem. So if I have one and I rotate it, I have it and it's in motion, it has its rigidity. Now what is going to oscillate to true north? Is it going to be the cage outside? What oscillates to that direction? Or does it process to that direction?
The key point is a gyroscope and a gyro compass are not the same thing.
No, I understand that. So I'm asking you, how does it orient? How does it process to north? Like if I just have a gyro, right? You're telling me that if I have a gyro, I have to have it orientated to some sort of zero position, and then from that zero position, I would have to find how it indicate north for me, right? Because that's the whole point. I need to find north, so I have to be at. I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm saying that this is the device. So if I wanted to run through the experiment, right? Because you're telling me that. See, what I'm familiar with is there's always a coordinate system set in electronically, and that's how you get your geographical position north to match up your latitude longitude lines. That's what it makes sense to me. I haven't done enough yet. I haven't done it. Well, this is what the paperwork says. I haven't done enough.
No, the paperwork doesn't say that.
I just read it, dude. Would you like me to give you? I'll tell you the link to go look at it.
Right. You can send me the paperwork for a specific system, and I can give you another specific system that doesn't have any of that. That it's just a mechanical gyro compass, and it doesn't get any downloads. It doesn't get any downloads from any DGPS or anything from any server on the internet. It doesn't have any communication in it.
Are we talking about electronic gyro compass? Are we talking about
mechanical? You dumb fuck.
Okay, I know we overtalked you a lot there, but please don't call names and data. Please stop with the overtalking, man. Jesus Christ,
This is out of control, data.
You're out of fucking control too, Zanuck. You're like it's like the pot calling the kettle black.
What up, people?
I talk for such a short period of time.
I tell you what,
like the cigarette calling the joint smoke.
on your own.
Yeah.
That's what we need to do. You guys in
Hel-
your own
hel-
room.
Hello,
Hey,
everybody.
Silent.
How
Hey,
you guys
Silent.
doing?
Yeah, good buddy. Good buddy.
Oh, we're great. We're great, Silent. We're
Yeah,
herding,
Doofus,
herding cats.
what
We're
Doofus
on
was
top
asked
of
to
the
do
world.
is talk about how this thing is actually oriented and forced in the relative to the down position, and that's the part that Data's having a problem with. He doesn't understand how this can
I want to
actually
know how you
impart.
I want to know what device you attach to the rigidity that orientates to itself. Is it the cage? What is orientating itself to that position? Because what I see is a disc. So how are you picking a point and then having a zero reference frame to calibrate to that point? You're claiming that it's Earth
Zero
rotation,
reference
right?
frame?
Well, you have to have
Yeah.
zero to get a direction,
Oh
right?
my god, dude.
So
Are you
so
looking
when
at the design? Are you looking at the design of a mechanical gyro compass and then wondering how it is you're supposed to build one? Because that would be a
No.
really weird question.
No, that's in your own head, dude. I'm asking you to explain how it orientates. When you're building it, what device are you going to get to orientate to that position? And then when you calibrate it, how do you know you're calibrating to the rotation of the Earth? You're saying it's
The
doing that
gyroscope
because
is free to process in a single plane of precession.
Sure,
Until
but
you have it
but you're
restricted
claiming
to that single plane of precession, you don't have a gyro compass.
you're claiming that you have a precession due to mechanical errors that you need to dampen for.
I'm
So
not
are
claiming
you?
mechanical precession. That's you.
That's what these devices go through. So I'm just trying to ask you
You
because
can say that if you want to. You can lie to everyone else here.
Dude, you're being
I'm not
ridiculous.
lying. I'm not lying. I'm talking about
You're
a
being ridiculous,
geographical.
Data.
I'm talking about a geographical polar point coordinate system downloaded to these devices in modern times,
Except
which
for
is they're all
mechanical, it doesn't
electronic. Which
require
they're
that.
all
You can
electronic
keep lying to
gyroscope.
everyone else here and say that it needs downloaded data when the mechanical device itself doesn't need downloaded data. You can
So-
keep lying, but I'm going to call you out every time you lie.
I'm not lying. I'm asking you for you to describe the gyro compass that you're describing that will actually precess to the north direction based on rotation as opposed to either magnetic interference or friction. And because you
I
have
already posted.
You
I
keep
posted it in the
inserting shit
chat
I'm
how
not
it works.
saying. You keep inserting shit that I'm not saying. Why do you keep
Okay.
doing that, Data?
Well, try it again. Maybe I got you wrong.
All right. So we have a mechanical gyro compass. You have to have a gyroscope within it, restricted to precess within a single plane of precession. Okay? Until you at least have that much, you don't have a gyro compass.
So you have dampeners on this particular precession, right? That's the whole.
It's not a dampener. It's a damper, and it's not a damper we're talking about. Damper is for
Well, that's what they are. It's either a weight at the bottom or
not
it's
a
done with
dampener. There's
fluid.
no such word as dampener. It's damper, and it's not what we're talking about.
Dampener? What did I say? Dampener? Damper. Yeah, it's a damper. It's a base inhibitor, essentially, right?
We're not talking about pendulous vanes either. We're talking about an orientation that this gyro is
Yeah.
restricted to in
How
a
do you
certain
know that the
plane,
orientation
in a
of how do you know the
horizontal
orientation?
plane, so that if it does move, it will have a precession rate on it to make it rotate. Precess and show that this orientation to north will always be fixed. That is parallel to the rotation of the Earth. Now, if you want me to do a drawing for you, I can do that.
Yeah. How do you know that the orientation to the rotation is not specific to the magnetic field line of the device that it's being moved through? Because as you move,
Because
it's
it can
apparently
constantly
going to
see
keep,
that the deviation
if you
from
move,
magnetic north is different than the actual north.
well, how do you do
True
that? You
north.
need a geographical representation. You would need a map.
No,
Yes, you would. You would need a
they have
map.
the North Star. They can use the North Star.
You
They
would-
can use the maps.
The North Stars
Magnetic
don't match
north,
up with the map.
magnetic north is not the same as true north. You know this, right?
The north. Were you talking about Polaris
True
is
north is
matching up
not
with
the same
maps?
as magnetic north. If I'm flying a plane and I'm using magnetic north, I have to do calculations to incorporate
God.
true north with magnetic north. You understand that, don't you?
So again, geographical is what
Do you not get it?
this device.
Do you not get it? Okay, so when I'm using
This
a map,
geograph-
which is based on true north, I have magnetic north, which
the
is different.
geographical representation that you're claiming this device
Dude, you're such an idiot. I
locate
can't even deal with you.
He's
either
not an
is
idiot. He's
corroborated
dishonest.
by two things, either magnetic declination or a map. You have to confirm whether the device is keeping you on your heading. So if you have a geographical claimed heading of the device, then you need a map that would show true north. because that's how maps work. Maps have true north, which is a polar north coordinate, and then you have to subtract magnetic declination from that heading to get the actual position where you want to go, right? So you're not, you're in reality. You're not actually on a fucking map. You actually have to navigate for magnetic declination. It affects your location. So what you guys are saying is this is all bullshit.
A mechanical gyro compass. A mechanical gyro compass doesn't give you magnetic north.
Again, if you're talking about a geographical position, that it has to have some sort of representation to an actual location physically, because that's what geographical means, right?
Yeah, the geographic north is the same as
Which
true
means
north.
the only way to
which is
confirm
everyone knows
that,
what this is.
which means the only way to confirm
And we
that is to
keep it
have
that way because we know
which
that's the
only
rate of
way to
spin.
confirm
Based on the
that
North
is to
Star.
have a.
That's why we
Which only
don't
way to.
use a magnetic compass in this application. Magnetic compass
I
have an
only
error.
really have.
True
I
north
only
is
really
based
have
on
one.
the.
I only
Yeah.
have one. Well, I only have one real question here: is why does Data get to continue to lie about the mechanical gyro compass repeatedly, and we have to go through this over and over again? Why
I'm
does he
not
get to
lying
do that?
about the device at all. Bullshit. You guys are full
Right.
of shit.
So why do you say things like you have to use magnetic declination and account for that when they don't give you magnetic north?
So how are you going to determine you're on a geographical
Because that's based
coordinate
on
system that maps
true
up
north
with a
also.
map if you don't have
Big
something to
ships
compare it
cannot
to?
have a magnetic compass. You know that?
You
They
don't need
cannot
to
use
compare
magnetic
it to
compasses.
anything.
They can't use them. They cannot
You
use
need
it. They
a
have to use
map.
a gyro compass.
You need
They
a
have to be
map.
going geographic north, which is basically the same as true north. True north and
You need a
geographic north are
map.
one and the same. What is
You
wrong
need a
with you?
map
Why are
for
you such
true
a
north.
fuckwit?
You need a map for true north, which
No,
is a
you don't.
geographical. You need a
The
map to
device
locate.
gives you true north. What the device does is what the device doesn't do. It does not give you magnetic north. And if you use it in various locations, it always seems to never need to be calibrated against magnetic north, because that's not what it's giving you. It's giving you
Yeah.
something that's definitely not magnetic north.
Okay, so your maps are based on true north, which is based on geographical position. You have a polar point position, correct?
Doesn't change what the gyro compass gives you. That doesn't
So the
give you
gyro
magnetic
compass,
north.
the
It
gyro
never will
compass,
give
but
you magnetic north, no matter how
the
many
gyro
times you
compass,
keep saying it must give you magnetic north. It
the
never
gyro
does.
compass, the gyro compass has to have something to compare against to figure out whether it's true north or not, right?
No, it doesn't,
Because
because it just gives you a reading. That's all it does.
it gives you a heading, right?
Yep, and you read it.
Okay.
Which is reading a heading. Play with
Well,
words,
that's
though.
what a
I love
heading.
it when you
That's
play
what
with
a heading
words.
is. It's no different than a fucking a heading in an airplane. It's a gyro compass in there. Same thing. So it's no
Almost.
different.
A heading
Works the
indicator is a
same
little bit
way.
different.
It works the same way, dude. If you lock into your heading, it's locked into that plane of reference, and if you deviate from it, you still have to calibrate because of velocity changes and so forth. So I'm saying is once you're locked into the heading, it has to be locked in through either you're claiming it's rotation of the Earth, that's what's locking in the direction and heading, and I'm saying it's a magnetic field line. That's the difference.
So what is causing it to process towards true north if it's affixed
Well,
to the
here's
surface
the
of the Earth
problem.
and not
Here's the problem.
moving?
Here's
I couldn't even get the whole question out before you said, "Here's the problem." I couldn't get the whole
Yeah,
fucking thing
Taylor,
out
knock
because
it
you
off,
jumped
man.
in.
I hear
Here
you.
we go.
I hear you.
Let's try it one more time.
We've got you, Doofus. We've got you.
All right. If the mechanical gyro compass is affixed to the surface of the Earth and it's not moving relative to the surface of the Earth, how is it pointing out true north instead of magnetic north?
Here's the thing. How do you know it's true north? What are you comparing it to? What is your
Well, I'm
reference of
certainly
point of
not
true
comparing
north?
it to the ground. I'm not comparing
What's
it
it
to the sky.
lining
I'm
up
not comparing
to?
it to anything else. I'm looking right
Okay, so
at
what's
it,
it
and
lining
that's
up
what's
to?
telling me that it's pointing to
What's
true
it
north.
lining up with? What's lining up with it to know that
You
it's
can
true
use the
north?
sky.
What? You can't
You
say
can
the
use the
device.
sky.
Hey, look, the device is the dampeners work on it, or dampers work on it now, and then you got the device. Oh, now look, it's pointing. How do you know it's true north? What have you lined up to it?
Well, I mean, yeah, okay. I was mentioned just a moment ago. You can use the sky if you want to figure out where Polaris is. That'll tell you.
That's what you do. And you have a dial that I've seen them with a physical dial on that you calibrate to, dude. It's a disc that you rotate. You find Polaris, you navigate it, and then it keeps your heading that way. That's what I've seen in practical
Where's
operations.
the dial on that? Where is it?
On the top disc. So you got the ball, you've got the gyro underneath
right
it,
here.
the
This
gyro
one right
underneath
here.
it, spinning. I don't know where
This
that
one.
is. I'm talking the one I've seen. So
Okay,
in the reference,
this one. Where's the dial on it?
The reference to me, because you have to calibrate it at sea, right? You have to have a way to calibrate it. You have to have
You
some
don't have to
reference.
calibrate it at sea.
Listen,
In fact, you
have to
shouldn't
have some
calibrate it at
reference.
sea.
Listen, Peckerhead. You have to
Why
have
would you
some.
calibrate it at sea? Who
Listen,
does that?
Peckerhead.
Can you tell me somebody that calibrates it at sea? Who does it? Who calibrates it at sea?
I don't know. Don't call names, Data. Come on. And stop with the over talking, man. What the fuck?
The point is you have to have a zero reference frame at some point to calibrate it, whether you're at a port or whether you're stationary at sea, there's a calm day, whatever the point is, you need a place to have a 0 point to that, a point of reference to know that it's calibrated. Whether it lines up with something anyway, you still need a reference point. You can't just say, well, it's lined up, it's done its job. How the fuck do you know it's done its job? What's your reference point? So if you're looking at nowadays,
the plane of rotation.
now
The plane of rotation.
fuck up with your
The
plane of rotation
has
bullshit.
to be the
You have
same.
no way to
Data.
check that.
You got to
shit.
stop occasionally. You have to.
No,
The
dude,
plane
you
of
got full
rotation,
retard.
The plane.
Again, what is the
You have
what's
to
the
have a
reference
plane of
frame to
rotation.
know that it's at zero?
You know, how do you? This is why you'll never learn anything, because all you do
Danik,
is talk.
don't go full retard on me, please, buddy.
Come on, let Zanik finish. Let Zanik finish.
Oh, did he go?
This axis of rotation has to be parallel to the axis of rotation of the Earth. That's how it's fixed. That part is fixed in the gyro compass, and that's how it adds a precession force to the rest of the mechanism to align the pointer to north, always, because that'll always align that axis of
How do you
rotation
know it's?
to
How
north.
do you know? How can you verify that it's north? What do you do to back up that it's true north? What do you do to verify that?
You can validate with the North Star. You can validate with the maps.
Oh, the North Star, right? Okay,
Right,
so
and
your
basic
North
laws
Star,
of motion,
your North Star is your plane of reference, right?
No,
Every
not a plane of
device I've ever
reference.
seen that's
Not a plane of reference.
how do you? Okay, so
It's a
let's say it's
direction.
a.
It's not
Let's
a
say
plane.
we've been
It's a
in.
direction.
Let's say we're in a storm, and we want to calibrate our gyro compass.
Why
What do
would
we
we
do?
calibrate? You don't need to
We're just
calibrate. I told you it
because
already
our
rotates.
because none of
It already
our
aligns
was
itself.
none
It
of
aligns
our
itself due to the
equipment
conservation of momentum.
none of our equipment is matching up, and we're getting different readings all over the ship. So
Well,
we
you
need
know
to
you can count on the gyro compass.
we need to so now we need to calibrate. We have no way of downloading anything. So what do we do to calibrate the devices? All of our instruments are not coordinating. So what do we do to get them coordinated?
You're just making shit up.
No, dude. I'm actually
What he
talking about a
wants to
scenario
do
where
is
your
have the least
your
number of
instruments
data
are all
sources
off.
available in
They're
order
not
to
matching
assert
off.
that we
You have to
don't have any
calibrate them.
information.
You have to calibrate them also. How do you do it? You're at sea. Your instruments
Make
are
sure
off. They're not
the gyro.
matching. So
Make
how
sure the
do
gyro.
you match them up?
Make sure
What do you do?
that action. Here's how you do it. Let me tell you. You make sure
Yeah.
the gyro is spinning with orientation perpendicular to plumb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Then you can assure that when you see a change in it, that change will add a precessive force to the gyro compass that will point directly to north, because that'll be parallel to the axis of rotation.
Yeah. So how do you verify that? How do you make
That
sure
is
that that's
verification.
true?
That is
law of
verification.
How do you that is a claim.
So,
How do I
so if the
verify
Earth
that
suddenly,
claim?
if the Earth,
So
if
in
we
other words, if
suddenly
I have a
got hit by a
hypothesis,
meteor, if we got hit by an asteroid and changed and
Danik, if
knocked
I
the
have
Earth off,
hypothesis,
you're
if
right.
I have a hypothesis,
Listen,
if I have a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is that you have a phenomenon that you're observing, which is not a natural phenomenon, by the way. You're observing a mechanical procession by a man-made device, and you're wondering, wonder why it's processing. You think that it has to do with conservation of angular momentum. Great, right? Perfectly reasonable. It's the Earth's rotation causing it, right? That's what your claim is, right?
It's the law of motion. Yes, we
Okay,
know that to be
so
true and
so
undisputable.
I have no way of testing that theory, by the way.
Correct.
Zero.
No way. You're
Bottom
right.
line.
You're right. So the only option is if the Earth was hit
It's an
by an asteroid.
unfalsifiable.
Stop fucking talking.
It's an unfalsifiable claim. First of all, right?
It's not.
It's an unfalsifiable claim.
Hold on. All right, we've hashed this out. Zanik, Doofus, a flat Earth data. You all have exactly 20 seconds to make your final statement, and then we're moving on because we ain't getting anywhere. All right, so I'm going to unmute your data. You can go first, data. You got 20 seconds.
He's already
Go.
been going. He won't stop.
Zanik, you will get your chance, my friend. All right, you will get it. All right, go data. 20 seconds, short and sweet. Round it up. If you don't take it, you don't get it.
So my point is that if you have a hypothesis, and the thing is you observe a natural phenomenon. In this case, you observe the phenomenon of this device taking on a direction. And in this case, my hypothesis is that if the Earth is rotating at X amount, I'm going to get X amount of precession pointing to true north. Right? That's my hypothesis. Now, how am I going to test for that? Well, this device has to have a reference point. Well, I'm going to say I'm going to point this device at North Pole, and then I'm going to check my hypothesis. That's what you're claiming happens, and I'm saying that's never been done.
All right, bang, good, thank you. All right then, okay. Doofus, go for it, mate.
All right. Well, at least in the sane world, we can have a gyroscope. We understand that it tries to retain rigidity in 3D space. If we affix it to a single plane of precession, and we notice that it precesses to a specific direction, the only reason that it can precess to a direction and then stop precessing is if the reference frame it's in is rotating. That is it. The Earth is rotating.
Happy days. All right, thank you. And Zanik, your time starts now.
They orient the flywheel perpendicular to the axis of rotation, and any precession that is viewed, it'll always want to be fixed in space, but it's actually oriented via gravity, the direction of gravity, which is a plumb line. So any movement it takes will always keep itself parallel to the axis of rotation. So that is the benchmark. Now, if it's incorrect, it only means, and only can be caused by the Earth being hit by an asteroid where we've been knocked off our axis of rotation. And so, yes, we would be going to a position on the Earth which is not true north anymore because we've been now oriented differently. We're spinning in a different direction. So that's the only time it could not work, is if the Earth has been knocked off its axis and spinning in a different axis relative to the Earth shape and locations of those things on the Earth.
Boom. Thank you,
Dan, so I got a good video for you.
All right, mate.
If you're interested.
Yeah.
It's a good demonstration of how it works.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, I'll check that out. Thanks, Doofus. Cheers, man.
No problem.
Damn, you guys. It's like herding cats. I swear.
No, it's just data. He has no ability to have a coherent conversation.
All right, let's move on and start talking about how these Jews are doing these terrible things here. All these Jews we got
what? What Jews?
Hello, YouTube.
I'm just messing with you guys. Come on now.
Yeah.
Hey, Nate.
Yes,
What do you need to create an angle, my friend?
What do you need to create an angle? You just need 2 rays to meet at a vertex, and you have an angle.
There we go.
You just need a strong enough imagination, Bandsaw. Come on now.
Nate.
Yeah, just 2 rays to meet at a vertex, and you have an angle.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right.
2 straight rays meeting at a point, and then we have an angle.
They don't necessarily have to be straight. They just have to be rays.
Oh, well, how do we work out the angle?
Oh, to
Do you
work
guys
it
know
out.
much
Well,
about-
to work it out is different. Like, I thought you just, how do
Yeah.
you, like, find an
Oh,
angle?
yeah, to work it out, probably. Yeah, no, to work it out.
You guys know about the fifth postulate?
Most ordinary people would, trigonometry and straight lines. But if you're really good at mathematics, you don't need to draw lines.
You don't know, no, you don't. No, but you've got to establish a direction of where that line may be going, though, with the mathematics, wouldn't you?
Why?
Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you, Nate, have to establish a direction with the mathematics to establish that angle?
I don't know, Ben. So that's why I'm asking you. Why would I need to establish direction when I'm trying to figure out an angle?
Well, you'd have to have that angle, right? Because we know that you need two straight lines. I can't even believe we're talking about this again, mate.
Yeah, you would need two lines, but I mean, what you just said is a bit curious. Like, why does either direction matter?
Well, that calculus, right, that we're using, right, will calculate a direction, right? The direction that it comes in and the direction that it goes out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Yeah. I know you
Okay.
don't want to say it.
Maybe not.
I never heard that before, Ben. So I don't know if you're right or wrong. I've never heard that before. I gotta look into that.
Hey, Nate, have I ever been wrong? I haven't been wrong yet, my friend.
Yeah, not
Right?
yet. Not yet.
Not yet, I haven't, right? So
Yeah.
this calculation would establish a direction of a ray coming in and a ray going out at
Mm-hmm.
that particular point, right? And these directions would be pointing in a straight line, wouldn't
You lost me. You lost me. I'm trying to stay with you, but you lost. I don't understand why direction matters and what, because it's a line. It's not an arrow, right?
they? I'm not saying it's an arrow, right? But it's the direction of that ray, right?
So it has
This
magnitude.
well, no. I'm not saying it has magnitude at all. I'm just saying that like through mathematics, right? I can predict if a ray comes from this particular point and hits a curved surface, a curved mirror, it is then going to reflect off at this particular angle. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't have to draw any lines for it. Don't have to draw any lines whatsoever. I can do this all purely through mathematics, can't I?
Okay, but a ray of light. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's
Whether
okay.
it's a ray of light, whether it's a ping pong ball hitting a curved surface, tennis ball, cricket ball, baseball, basketball, whatever. So this particular thing coming in to hit the curved surface will hit it at a particular point. And through mathematics, without drawing lines, okay, then I can work out what angle it's going to reflect off at. All right. And what that angle will be.
Okay, in that situation, yeah. I mean, that's like a real life situation. You're dealing
Exactly.
with the ray of light. Yeah. It's a
Well,
bit
a ray
different
of
from
light,
just yeah.
basketball, whatever. Even an imaginary situation, right? Like if I had a unicorn and I threw a unicorn at a curved surface and it was to bounce off at that particular point where the unicorn hits that curved surface, right, I could work out just purely through mathematics without having to draw any line whatsoever. I can work out what angle it's gonna reflect off at on that
Yeah.
curved surface. Yes, exactly
Yeah.
right. But these mathematics, right, will in essence, right, give me the
Represent a straight
direction.
line. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
if you threw it in a straight line and it somehow deflected off in a straight line. But yeah, okay, what you were saying in these examples you were given, I totally agree with you.
Yes. Okay then. So
Yeah.
now if I threw a ball and that ball had a curved trajectory, right? So it's curving all the way before it hits that curved surface. And then it's going to bounce off, and it is going to bounce off, right, at a particular angle. But it is also going to take a curved trajectory off that
Mm-hmm.
curved surface. But that angle, right at that point where it hits that surface, right, the
Yeah.
mathematics to work out that angle on that point, right, will establish right points of straight lines, so I can work out the angle. Because
Yeah,
anywhere
yeah.
else, yes, exactly. All right, cool.
But
We're on the
it
same.
depends how you calculate it.
No,
Definitely,
no,
if you were doing normal geometry and trigonometry, you would want to establish a tangential angle, and straight lines. But if you were doing something like polar geometry, or polar coordinates, I don't think you would need a straight line band. So I just think it depends how you go about doing it, and there are ways you can do it where you don't need to establish straight lines.
okay.
Most people wouldn't do those ways because those ways are pretty difficult.
Yeah, but that angle at that particular point, right? Whether or not we do it through geometry or mathematics or calculus or anything else, that angle is representative, right, of two straight lines, right, at that one particular point. Because if I was to extend at that point, right, the direction of what that calculation was, it would extend into space as straight lines of angle, because it's gonna bounce off it at say 13 degrees. So my angle is going to be 13 degrees going out into infinity, isn't it? At that point, I'm not saying anywhere else along that point, because everywhere else along that point, we would have to recalculate our straight line to work out our angle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I hear you, Benson. It's just
Yeah.
there might even be ways I'm not aware of as to where you could do this without straight lines. But I hear you. Generally, yeah, that is how you would do it. The way you are explaining it isn't wrong, but I just feel the other ways you could do it.
Okay then. Well, I'll leave that
Yeah.
with homework for you to
Yeah. No, don't worry. I'll definitely bring them to you. I'm a bit
Yeah, no.
engrossed in this video game, but yeah,
No.
I got you.
You're right.
I got you, man.
Yeah.
That was crazy though.
Oh,
Zanuck
wasn't it, man? That was insane.
and Flatter. You. I don't know if they don't like each other or what.
I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on. But those two in the same room. It's bad enough just having one of them in a room at any one particular
You
time,
know?
let alone two at once. It's insane.
Yeah. I think it's because Gio's not here, so everyone thinks they can act up.
Oh, well, not really. Jeremy and I, you try and keep on top of it though, Nate. But
Mm,
like seriously, you want to sit back and enjoy it too. Like what the fuck?
yeah.
It's not fair that grown ass fucking men can't just like
Act this way. Yeah.
yeah yeah exactly like I feel Jeremy pulling his phone out of his pocket every 5 seconds, muting. I'm doing the same. Fucking
Yeah.
oh, crazy.
Man, it is what it is. I think maybe
Mm.
for both of them, they just need timers, so they each get like 30 seconds, and then the next guy. If only there was a feature like that where you could just give each person 30 seconds to say their point. Oh well.
Yeah, it just gets to a point there where you just got to go, you know what, this ain't getting anywhere. Round it up, fellas.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy. Gyro compasses. You ever worked with a gyro compass?
No. But I did know a fellow, and I was serious with what I said, that used to go on board the ships, a lot of coal ships and stuff like that at Gladstone. And his job was to, because I think it's part of the maritime law here in Australia that the compasses have to be checked and recalibrated every 12 months, so they can have access to the ports. And if they don't have that certification or certification of that they've been calibrated, they're not allowed entry.
Why not? But what's the importance of it being calibrated? Will they
Well,
navigate wrongly?
well, yeah, you don't want a ship hitting the Great Barrier Reef or whack
Oh
into
damn,
the
yeah,
you know what I mean. So it's
yeah,
vitally important. They've got to know exactly where they are, or working their way through the channels and all that sort of stuff. If they're not in the channel, they've got to run aground, and if they're full of coal or gas or oil or whatever, it could be a catastrophe waiting to happen. So that's why they're pretty strict. Like I said, it's every 12 months, and he goes on board and checks them out, and he's got one that he takes on board as a reference point too.
Mhm.
Make sure everything marries up. Now, how he calibrates it and what he calibrates it to, I've got no idea. But it is a thing that does happen
Yeah.
for sure.
All right. I don't get what the fascination is about them. I mean, yeah, I get that they kind of tell us that the Earth is rotating and whatnot, but I mean, I just don't see how you can argue about how something does or doesn't work. If the person that makes it says it works in a certain way, like how do you argue against it?
No, I'm not going to argue against it. I know nothing about them. I'll just
Yeah.
ask. I'll just ask questions. To people that think they know something about them. But none of us in here really. I don't know.
Yeah,
When
true.
none of us are experts on the matter.
Oh, gyro compasses, yeah.
It would have been interesting to have IB Hunter in the because
Yeah,
he does work with gyroscopes and gyro compasses on, I think.
yeah, I see he's been posting a few.
Yeah. I had a bit of a chat with him about a month ago in regards to an experiment that someone wants to conduct with a couple of gyroscopes or gyro compasses or whatever, slightly modifying one and having them side by side. He gave some pretty good feedback. Actually, he wasn't actually too sure on the answer, and went away and thought about it and came back with some answers, which was good of him.
Nice.
Which I passed on. Yeah, but I asked him some questions that he actually hadn't even considered, and what I was asking him about were what do you call it? Like the the gyroscopes that they use in planes. They got a different name. I can't remember the name of them. That's not his thing, but
Like a pendulous thing or what?
yeah, they've got
No?
pendulous vanes in them, and they have the false horizon in them, and all that sort of stuff. That's
Yeah.
not his thing. He doesn't work on those, so to speak. He works on maritime ones, I think.
Okay. Is there a difference?
Yeah, there is a slight difference to them. He says.
Okay.
One, they don't have the artificial horizon on them. That's one.
Oh damn.
But as far as the pendulous vanes and stuff, yeah, look, I've got no idea. No, I know about it. I know as much about them as what you do, my friend.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't really know much about these things. I don't work with them. I've never really looked into gyro compasses. They're not that amazing to me because they're really just used for navigation. And yeah, like outside of that, I don't really see any practical use for them.
Yeah. Well, the whole
Yeah.
gyroscope thing itself, I get the theory behind it. You wind them up, and they horizontal and all that sort of stuff, and you can move them this way, you can move that and that way, and they keep the horizontal.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty straightforward thing to get your head around. but the actual gyro compass itself, I'm not. But anyways, that's what it is. It's quieting down now. Jeremy's got a headache. I'm gonna check out myself, mate. So
All right, man. So I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
All right, brother. Speak to you later, mate. Have a good one.
All right, man. Take it easy. Yo, Lightwater, talk to me, man. I keep seeing you light up. No. Okay.
Can you hear me? I just
Yeah,
wanted,
what's up, man?
I just wanted to talk a little bit about the strong reaction of Kool-Aid with Bendy, just to look at that again, but he's gone now.
Yeah, I think it's late over in Australia.
Yeah. He should have been in bed a long time ago. It's what time is it now? It's
Not sure.
it's a quarter past a quarter before 10. So it's
like 5 in the morning, huh? In
yeah,
Australia.
something like that. Yeah.
Jesus, man, so.
Maybe he feels sometimes a little bit too much responsibility to be here. Yeah, but he's his own boss, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm guessing with Gio busy and stuff, him and Jeremy have to like, take care of the server for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he do a good job. He keeps the conversations going, and
Yeah, he does.
hats off for him. Yeah.
Yeah. Jeremy not so much, but yeah, definitely Banso's a pretty good mod.
Jeremy
Fuck
just
off.
Did you say that because you saw Jeremy jumping on right now?
Yeah.
He's an instigator. Instigation at its finest.
What? Look who's talking, man. I learned all of this from you, Jeremy. All of this from you. What's like your view
My
on
God, man, what a shit show, dude.
Yeah, that was crazy, man.
Come on, guys, work with me.
It's crazy.
Xanax, a spaz. I mean, what the fuck, bro? Data is very long-winded.
Yeah.
He does get interrupted a lot, though. Like, he gets interrupted and then starts answering something someone asked him in the middle of his interruption, and it's like, now he might go on for another 30 seconds because he's fucking responding to something somebody said.
30 seconds goes from hours. Guy doesn't stop talking.
Yeah, Jeremy, you being a bit, easy on data.
I'm just saying, if somebody's talking for 30 seconds and then they get interrupted at the end of their shit and ask something, or somebody makes a point and they start responding to that point, like, what do you want to do?
I hear you, but it's not like that happens all the time. Like most of the time, data will just repeat the same thing and just monologue for like 5 minutes. You
He's
can't deny.
long-winded. He's long-winded.
Yeah.
We definitely got to work on being more concise, guys. Please.
It's not long-winded. It's Tourette's. I mean,
What?
he works. He finds the long way for every calculation he's ever come up with. We all know the angular resolution is 0.02, and then he finds this totally obtuse way of finding the answer through all these big numbers, multiply this, divided by that, and come up with the exact same answer we all already know. I mean, it's just ludicrous logic. Just time-consuming waste of time.
Would you hold your hand up and admit you do spaz a bit sometimes?
Oh, when he's going on his rampage and I can't get a word in, yeah, I spaz out. It's ridiculous. It's like retarded.
You're always spazzing. You're spazzing right now.
We're not spazzing now. We're talking like normal adults. He's not a normal person.
Yeah. That was
he can't have a coherent conversation with him.
Yeah, that was just crazy to see, man.
Zanuck, I hope you saw it, man.
You can't have you just won't allow us to have a interaction. That's an adult level conversation. I asked you a
You didn't
question.
get
You
it.
can't answer it.
You didn't
Well,
get it, did
They
you?
talk for 30 minutes about something I didn't even ask.
You didn't get it, did you?
I get all of it.
And you still haven't saw it yet.
About the gyro compass or about what?
You still haven't saw it yet, huh?
About the gyro
I mean,
compass?
I would say aside from the
You
shape
can't even
of the
answer a
Earth,
simple question.
you
Can't
two
even
are
do it.
like, yeah, but I would say aside from the shape of the Earth, you two will like tend to agree on most things. Like you guys are pretty similar in reasoning and thinking. Like just like get along, right? No.
We're not similar at all, but that's okay. But thanks for trying to make peace.
All right.
No, he's completely unreasonable, does not think straight, completely illogical. If he doesn't understand something, it can't be true. It goes on and on and on and on. We've already explained to him how a jumping company. He wants to know how this thing is affixed horizontally. What axis is a cage locked to horizontal? No, the actual axis of that flywheel is tied to a weight that is directed down, which is called vertical, and it's due to gravity. It's a vector down, and it always will be down. And because it does that, it adds a precession force to the gyro. That's how it stays parallel to the orientation or the axis of rotation. And getting back to the geometry and trigonometry, that's all fixed too. That all follows laws of perspective. There's no angular size change of things that doesn't follow the laws of perspective. Angular size change goes down with distance directly proportional. Absolutely never been seen to deviate from that ever. And things shouldn't rise and fall in your field of view due to perspective, other than how it works out trigonometrically. There's no things that would deviate from that other than if there was refraction. So the answer to one of the questions I asked him was, why does this object go up in the distance? He should have said, due to refraction. Now, they both could be due to refraction. One might be true, one might be false, or one might be affected, one might not be affected. But he didn't say that. He had to go into a complete diatribe about something that had completely nothing to do with what I asked.
It happens, man. It happens. Aside from all that, though, how's your day going, man?
Day's doing horrible, man. This market's just killing me. I've been doing a lot of stock market trading the last couple of years, and this is this war and their economy and Biden and all the nonsense. I'm just done. I'm gonna take a vacation for a month or two.
Why not holler at Jeremy? I mean, he knows all about stocks and bonds.
Oh, what about your crypto, boy? Jeremy, what's up with crypto?
Oh man, that shit hit shit the bed big time.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's everything.
I still make a few hundred a month off it, but nothing compared to what I was.
The volatility is not even that good in the crypto. It's just hovering in the
I don't trade.
40,000 range.
I don't trade. It's from staking.
How are you making money then if you're not trading it?
It's from staking. It's you don't listen. That's what it is.
I don't know what staking is.
So Jeremy, you'd have to put in at least 20 grand, right, to kind of get that kind of money. Like apparently, well, in and around 20 grand. I got max in there 1,500 in Binance, and I have it all staked because I'm just doing the 90-day to 120-day contracts just to see if I actually will get that coin. And it doesn't pay out, even though it says 20%, 10%. I think I have one that's 120% actually, because you get paid in coins, right? And then you can take those coins and convert them to BNB or whatever you call it, the other Binance chain coin, right?
Well, the interest rate will go up and down a little bit, but I mean, it also depends on the price of the coin. Like you'll get, if it says 120%, you'll get 120% of the coin. But if everyone's getting 120% and they're just selling and selling and selling every day, then the price drops. So it's not like if you put $100 in, you're not going to get 120% on that if the price drops or something.
Well, that's the whole trick, though, too, right? Is that the value of the coin, if it devalues, it doesn't really matter the interest you earn on the money. If the coin devalues, sometimes you can be at a loss for what you've purchased the money, even though you've earned the interest, right?
Yeah, like if you put 100 coins, say you put 100 coins into something that gets 120%, and now you have, at the end of it all, you have 220 coins, but they're a fraction of what you paid for them, then you're going to end up either not making money or losing money, or you might only make 10%.
That's the problem with staking, is what I'm just going to mention, right? That's the risk you take with staking. So you go into a contract for 90 days or 120 days, right? And then you auto subscribe your earnings, right? Which is peanuts at the end of the day. So if you have $100 of this coin, $100 of that coin, or whatever, it adds up. then they'll put those into like an interest earning account as well. But it hasn't really made any money. So the only way I've ever seen it is somebody like on YouTube posting. I think they put 20 grand and 60 grand, and to actually make money per day, you need like at least 20 grand to kind of make that kind of money, right? So I don't know. Maybe you got that in
Well,
there.
I mean,
don't know.
I get like $10 a day off it. I got a few G's in there.
Yeah. So yeah. Slowly accumulating.
Yeah.
Do you have your XRP?
I got like $100 worth of it. Nothing crazy.
Yeah,
Man,
they're claiming
you have
that.
10 G's? Like in Bitcoin?
I probably got like 10, maybe. I don't know.
That's a good chunk.
How long did it take you to get all of that?
I have no idea how long it take. I've been in Bitcoin since it was worth like $100 a coin.
Oh,
I cashed out a lot of stuff over the years, though.
It's treated you well, yeah. Too funny.
Yeah, I'm up. I can't even lose at this point. The money I got in there now, if everything went to zero, I still won.
Mm-hmm. I heard XRP is the long-term winner here. Apparently, that the SEC, the theory is that the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission for stocks, investigated Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, all when they came onto the market, and apparently the theory is that considering all of those were investigated by the SEC, that being that XRP is being investigated, it's because they want to understand it and be a part of it. So the theory is the reason why Bitcoin and Ethereum are the winners or the favors, because XRP is a threat to both Bitcoin and Ethereum for the fact that they can process transactions really quickly. So the SEC won't classify Ethereum as a currency at the moment when XRP asks, or Ripple, the company, asks, hey, is Ethereum a currency? Because the SEC is trying to determine what XRP is particularly. Anyway, the point is that this is, if they got the $120 million transactions that Ethereum and Bitcoin have access to, it would equal to about $3,000 a coin. And right now it's at 83 cents Canadian, I think 65 cents American. And so their theory is that this company will go big because just like Apple and Amazon and, they went big. So therefore XRP should follow suit.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna buy a few more bucks of XRP just in case. I don't know how big it's gonna be, but
Well, they claim that Europe will, by the end of this year, the UK government is looking to introduce a digital currency coin, and it looks like XRP, the mainframe or the backbone, I suppose, of their system, their coin will run on a XRP. That's the rumor anyway, but whether that happens or not, I don't know. And then the rumor also with World Economic Forum, it seems to be XRP is associated with that bunch of people as well. So I don't know. It's sitting at 65 cents American right now, so a share.
Oh.
So it's good in the hood, man.
Not too much.
Yeah. You chilling like a villain?
Yes, let's go with that.
You making money fucking bitches?
What?
What?
Say again.
What did you hear?
Making money is something.
No, I'm playing, man.
He said, "Get money, up bitches."
Get money.
Yeah. Something like that.
I've been buying a little bit of stocks here and there, $10-20 worth on Cash App. Nothing crazy. I bought some Tesla the other day. Bought a couple. I love the ones that give you monthly dividends. Those are sweet. Like REITs. I don't know what they call them. Realty. It's realty shit.
But how much dividends you talking about? Like a nickel?
Oh, dude, it takes tons of. Yeah, it would take tons of money to get anything real. I think every 20, 25. I think every 20, 25 grand you put in, you can get about $100 a month. I'm just building it up slow. I wish all this shit was around. Yeah, I wish all this shit was around when I was a kid. I mean, you get 8% pretty steadily from the S&P index fund. That does a yearly about 8% average.
Okay.
So if you put like 10 grand in it, you get like $800 a year. Which, I mean, that's not really a lot. That's like $2 a day.
Mm.
$10 grand to get you about $60 a month. It's about 20, 25 grand to get you $100 a month. So 250 grand to get you a G a month.
Is the return worth it though? Like you putting in so much to get out so little. I don't know.
Well, your shit grows. I think it grows over time too. I don't know. Like you got a chance to grow or lose. Honestly, you could go all the way down. Yeah, it's risky, man. I mean, the only thing that's safe is putting your shit in a bank account and getting 0.000 fucking 3% interest a year, which gives you nothing.
What about like buying government bonds because you're guaranteed like I don't know how much it is right now, but between 8 and 12% in like 5 years.
Yeah, 8% a year. Yeah.
Yeah, over 5 years. So, I mean, obviously, I
could do
mean,
that.
them shit's expensive, but you could like go to, you and like some homies could, come together, connect thoughts, scrape some loot together, and like, buy some bonds. And I mean, obviously, if you was in a third world country, that would be risky as fuck. But when is the American government ever gonna fail?
That shit could happen any minute, bro. We've been on the brink of it a couple times in the past.
You think so? Yeah, it's true though. Like
Oh,
especially during
government
Trump.
shutdowns. You always got the risk of
Yeah.
hyperinflation.
Yeah. How does that happen though? Like, how does the government? Like that shit never made sense to me. Like when they were talking about Trump having to shut down the government if he doesn't enact this deal or this package in 10 days. Like I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck does that even mean? Like, what am I still paying taxes for then? If the government's about to shut down.
Nah, I hear that.
Yeah, that shit was so weird. I didn't even know that was possible.
Yeah, I'm just chipping away at it, buying like 10 $10-20 a stock every once in a while. Right on Cash App, it's mad easy.
You got any stock in Coke? Coke
No.
like Pepsi? You
I mean,
should.
I might inadvertently through. I got a lot of ETFs and mutual funds and shit, so I probably do have some kind of very small vested interest in them, but not any actual Coke stock.
You should get some Coke stock because Coke is in literally every country in the world.
No. Do they pay dividends? I'm really like, I was kind of hesitant. I bought Tesla the other day, and I really didn't even want to, but because I only like stocks that pay dividends. Like
Don't
if it
all
doesn't have my
stocks
money
pay
taken in,
dividends?
huh?
Don't they all pay dividends? I thought.
No, Tesla
Ah,
doesn't. There's a lot that don't. I
what?
don't think Google. Yeah, there's a lot of stocks that don't pay dividends.
Then
A
what?
company can either take the money they make and reinvest it into the company for growth, or they can take the money and distribute it, the money they made, and distribute it to the shareholders via dividends. Or they could do a little bit of both, but some places just take the money, focus on growth, and they make the stock worth. Their goal is to try to make the stock worth. I mean, everyone's goal is to try to make the stock worth more, but they're trying to like grow and build and shit, and they need that money to build.
So like, but then isn't that a better thing to be a part of as opposed to something that's gonna pay you out? Why not like grow and build with the company? Like make your stocks increase in value.
Most of the companies do grow and build. Like AT&T is a company that has dividends, but they don't. I don't like the company that pays dividends. They don't give it all the dividends. They probably keep a little bit for
Yeah.
growth and shit. Like
Okay, yeah,
AT&T.
true.
What's that?
Hey, how's my sound?
Oh
What?
shit! Throwing bridge
How is
over
my sound right now? I'm driving. I'm just curious.
You sound fine, man.
Oh, okay, good. I was gonna say the only two stocks that I mean, no stock is absolute certain, but the two stocks that I know that you could probably count on, Apple and Tesla.
And Coke?
Tesla's
Come on.
undervalued by majorly right now.
What about Coke though? Like, how come no one's got confidence in Coca-Cola?
I think I don't know. I don't know enough about their business. I think
Yo,
it could be said that they're sort of like branching out into other things, but basically the market for sugar water, I think it's steadily going to be declining, like the market for gasoline-powered cars.
Coke's probably a pretty safe bet. If you want to hear an interesting fun fact about Coke, is a long time ago, Santa Claus used to be depicted in all kinds of color outfits. Sometimes it'd be blue, green, red, yellow, all kinds of different colors, all the colors. And Coke did this giant marketing campaign and always had him in red for the red and white colors of Coke.
That's right.
And now Santa's always in red and white.
Get the
Because
fuck
of
out
Coke.
of here. For real?
Because of Coke, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, Coca-Cola is where you get your idea from of Santa.
My mind is fucking blown. What?
Santa's red and white because of Coke, bro.
Yeah, Coca-Cola.
They did a massive marketing campaign and they just burnt it into people's heads, and now he's always depicted as being in a red and white, the Coke colors.
Like I just assumed.
I'm full of
Santa was
useless
always
information like that. Like that's never gonna help me in life. What I just said.
But that's fucking interesting. Like I never.
Yeah, but
I
who
mean,
cares?
yeah. No, but it shows you the power of like advertising. How Coke has become. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Coke's probably a pretty safe. Coke's probably a pretty safe bet as far as stocks go.
Yeah.
Because they're everywhere. They're not going nowhere.
Coke is one of those self-perpetuating type of deals. Like if you talk about tape, you talk about Scotch tape. If you talk about gaffer's tape, whatever, you talk about duct tape. And if you talk about watercraft, personal watercraft, you talk about jet skis. Those are all brand names.
Yeah.
So is Slinky, so is Rubik's, so is Tetris.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that have been like a sawzall. Like there's things that are there's a lot of things that have been like whenever you refer to the thing, you refer to it in the brand name and not the actual thing that it is.
Yeah, jet ski is a Kawasaki product.
I can't remember what that's called though when people do that.
I don't know
There's
what
like
it's
a
called.
word for it. There's a
Is
specific word for it when people. Yeah.
Like someone show a tablet, they just say iPad, whether or not it's an iPad or a tablet.
True that.
Yeah,
The
Cokes
other one,
are. Go ahead.
yeah, the other one was there's a few things in you know why they call it footage? If you're shooting a movie or whatever, they call it footage. I mean,
Yeah, why?
think about it. They call it footage because it's the amount of feet of film you're shooting.
Aha.
That's why it's called footage.
Shit. What?
And yes, footage.
I've never fucking thought about that. Why they call it footage?
Yeah, you see photos and then you see footage. And footage, if you say it too many times, it sounds stupid. If you say footage, you mean feet of film. Whereas, in fact, we don't use film anymore, but it still remains. The other great one was, you're in an argument. Hey, just cut to the chase, okay? When you say that, say just cut to the chase. What do you think you mean by saying just cut to the chase? That was from the old black and white films. You know the Keystone Cops.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the old black and white. What was his name? I can't remember his name now. But the
Ollie
guy.
Chaplin?
No, it was one of the directors, guy that made films. Hal Roach. I think it may have been Hal Roach. And he would say, instead of having the boring bits, just need to cut to the chase. I mean,
Oh,
that's where that comes from.
cut to the chase scene almost. Yeah.
Yeah. Just cut the film to the part where there's the chase. That's what that means. There's so many idioms and stuff like that. I love it. The more I find out, the more I want to find out. Like footage blew my mind. Yeah, it's awesome.
What about rain check?
Yeah, there you go. Rain check. That probably has it's probably obvious, right?
Yeah, I'll take a rain check. Yeah, maybe because it's raining, I'm not gonna go out. Yeah. I don't know.
There's lots of sports idioms, and there's lots of biblical idioms. So anytime you refer to someone, anytime you refer to a company that's huge, you refer to it as Goliath. And then the baseball ones, there's hundreds of baseball idioms. I don't know about hundreds, but there are loads of them.
Coke since its inception is up 655,000%. I think. I don't know. At least at the chart I'm looking at.
Oh, really? How's
They do pay.
Tesla doing? Is
They
Tesla
do
over
pay.
$1,000?
I don't think so. They do pay dividends though.
All right. If
Tesla.
Tesla splits,
That's why I bought some. That's why I bought some of it and hope that it splits. Yeah, no, Tesla's down from when I bought it. I bought $20 worth, and it's only worth $17 now, and it was under 1,000 when I bought it. So.
All right. Well, it's gonna. If it splits, it'll split 4 ways, and that means more people will be able to buy it, which means the stock will go up. And yeah, if you pay attention to, I pay attention to Tesla. Pay attention to that stuff. Holy smokes!
Phew, excuse me. Oh.
Anyway, good fun. Good fun.
Crazy.
That or Apple. Apple's like $2 trillion right now. Some stupid amount of money. Apple.
So Apple pay dividends?
I don't know. I don't know much about stocks, to be honest. My son, he is our stock. So my son advises his mother, my wife, on what stocks to go with. So that's kind of hilarious. So she does all the investments and stuff, and he's the one that advises her. It's
That's
pretty.
pretty cool, man. Yeah, he's like her financial advisor.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's
Yeah.
it makes you proud as a parent.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, because it shows like he has an interest in something real in the world.
Yeah,
Not like comic books and dumb shit. Yeah.
he's
I
not.
had $10. I had $10 worth of realty income. It's a REIT. It's a monthly dividend. I get for $10. I get 4 cents a month.
All right. I don't know. You could do better than that, surely.
Well,
When you
that's a
touch your son,
monthly.
maybe
That's
you can help
monthly.
him.
That's monthly. Most do quarterly.
Right. It's a bit of a game, though. I don't have enough confidence in any stock. There's so many tales of people investing billions in a surefire stock that couldn't possibly fail.
Well, the safe way to do it is do something like Vanguard or an ETF or a mutual fund or something
Right.
where they have hundreds of stocks and there's a guy actively managing it, and it's his job to
Right.
not lose everyone's money.
Yeah, that's less of a risk. Absolutely. Yeah.
Still risky, but I mean, my Edward Jones guy does great.
Cool. All right. Chaps, have a good afternoon. I may be back in a little bit, or maybe not. I will talk to you better soon. I'm just picking up my son, my other one, from his state-sponsored work camp for delinquents.
Nice. Alright, man. Laters, bro.
Laters.
Hello.
Yo, what's up, Bacon?
Hey, what's up, Nate?
Where you been?
Working.
Oh shit. All right.
I still am.
You still at work right now?
Yeah.
You're allowed to Discord while you're at work?
I work at home.
Oh.
I'm a software developer. I don't need to leave my house to work.
Yeah, I hear you.
In fact, if I had to go to the actual office of the company I work for, I would have to travel like a couple 100 kilometers. Because
Oh.
they
You're like in a totally different city or something?
yeah, different state. The company is from São Paulo, which is a Brazilian state you may have heard of.
Yeah, yeah.
It's also the name of the city.
Yeah.
Like, there's a bunch of states that the capital has the same name, like São Paulo.
Isn't Rio also like that?
Yep.
But Brasilia? Is there a state called Brasilia?
Brasilia is the capital of Brazil, so almost.
Okay. What about? I don't know what the states are in Brazil. Okay. And which state are you in?
I live in Paraná.
Never heard of that before.
Yeah, it's not that famous. Around the world, at least. My girlfriend lives in Amazonas, which might sound familiar for you.
Sounds like the Amazon. So okay.
Yeah, Amazonas is the largest Brazilian state, and it's completely inside of the Amazon forest.
The whole state. How do people live there?
Well, because they built a city there, a very big one actually.
In
there
the
are,
forest.
yeah, there are 2.5 million people, I think, 2.5 million people in that city. There's a bunch of stuff there. Like one of the Coca-Cola's factories from South America is there.
All right.
And like the sister, my girlfriend's sister, she dates a guy who works at that factory.
Okay. Yeah, we were just talking about Coke earlier. It turns out, did you know that apparently, like, Santa Claus? Apparently, he used to be different colors, like blue,
Yeah, green, right?
green, yeah, green, yellow, and whatnot. And then because of Coke, they had like a big Santa ad campaign where he was
Yeah.
just red. And now,
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
yeah, like my mind was blown when these guys told me just now. I had no
Mhm.
idea. That's crazy. Yeah. So how's your day been, man?
It's been chill. Not a lot of stuff to do at work.
Nice. Are you working from home because of COVID, or that's just normally how you work?
No, I'm not sure because when I joined this company, when I got hired, got hired by this company. It was already during the pandemic, so. But I think they had jobs like they had people working remotely before the pandemics because they're the employees on this company from all sorts of countries. It's a very big company in Brazil.
It sounds like it's a multinational company. You got people all over the world.
Yeah, it's
Give me a
a.
job.
Sorry.
Give me a job, bro. I'm trying to come work in Brazil.
Well, if you come you come to Brazil and then you work for a foreign company, you make a lot of money because of like dollars and euros. They're like a lot here.
Yeah.
So just a minimum wage of a different country can be a lot of money here.
Be rich in Brazil. Nice.
You're Muslim, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you speak Arabic?
Not that well. I used to when I was a kid, but yeah, not anymore. Why?
I don't know.
You just make a conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are a couple words in Portuguese that came from Arabic.
Yeah,
But actually,
Spanish as
there's
well.
quite. Yeah, I mean, Spanish and Portuguese are almost the same language.
Yeah.
So most of the words in Spanish, the Portuguese version is like it's just written slightly differently, or sometimes the same, but it's pronounced differently.
I get what you mean. Yeah. I'm guessing you can. Maybe you can't speak Spanish, but you understand it, right?
Yeah. Well, I can try to speak. Yeah. If I try, people usually understand me.
And
Mm.
is there a difference between Brazilian and Portuguese?
Yes, it's basically the same difference between American English and British English.
So there is no difference. It's just like an accent thing.
No, I mean, it's not just the accent. The way they form sentences is different.
Give me an example.
Sorry?
Give me an example.
You mean between English or Portuguese?
Between Brazilian Portuguese and
Right.
Portuguese.
Like if I say I'm speaking, right? In Portuguese of Brazil, you would say exactly like you say in English, I am speaking. But which is like estou falando. Estou is like I am, and falando means literally speaking. But in Portuguese from Portugal, they would say like I am to speak, something like that. It's a different way to say it, that it doesn't make sense in English, but it does in Portuguese. But in Brazil we don't use it, they just use in Portugal, which is like estou a falar, which is they don't conjugate the verb, they use the verb the way the verb is, but then they add they add a prefix that makes the sentence make sense. It's a different phrasing of the same sentence that we don't use, and it sounds weird if you actually use it in Brazil. People are gonna like that's gonna sound very weird here.
So
unless you speak a circle.
I was gonna ask, so would you be able to have a conversation with someone from Portugal if you both speak in Portuguese?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Like it's like the same language. Like even though we don't use the same phrasing that they use, we know that phrasing. Like we understand. Like it's part of our language. We just don't use it.
Will you change your phrasing to be like theirs, or they change to be like yours, or you guys speak with
No.
your own phrasing, but you're still
Yeah.
able to?
Exactly. It would be weird if we try to speak the way they do, just because we're speaking to them. It would sound a little bit like we're mocking them, you know. But there might be the case that a Brazilian and a Portuguese person might not understand each other because sometimes Portuguese people speak too fast. So their accent, when they speak too fast, is a little complicated to understand. But the same is true for some regions of Brazil, because like Brazil is like very multicultural. The way people speak here varies a lot from like a state in the next state. Even if the states are neighbors, you can still have a very different accent between the people from each state. So this might be true for Brazil as well. Like maybe the Portuguese person won't understand someone from like Pernambuco, which is a state here in Brazil. Or Brazilians in general might have difficulty with Portuguese, that people that speak too fast.
Pernambuco. I had a friend who had a name like that. Because apparently, like in Brazil, they tend to name you after the state you were born in.
No, I don't think so.
Something like, because his name was Pernambucao.
That I think that wasn't his name. It might be his nickname.
Maybe, I don't know. But everyone,
Yeah.
like his parents, called him Pernambucao.
Was
Like, we all
it
called him.
Pernambucano?
Hmm?
Was it Pernambucano?
Pernambucao, yeah. We all called him that. Maybe
Right.
that wasn't his real name. Yeah, you might be right. I have no idea, but I just assumed
Because
that was his real
it makes sense, because like if you are born in Pernambuco, you are Pernambucano. That's like someone that was born there.
Okay.
And so it's often the case that we might call people by, like we give them nicknames based on their, like where they were born. Like if you were British and we started calling you the British guy, you know, or just British. Does you know?
But that's weird, yeah. I'm guessing they do it so that people know where you're from. But then there must be a lot of people with that name then.
There's a lot of states in Brazil.
Oh, how many?
Well, actually, it's not that many. Like not as much as the U.S., but there are 27, I think.
Okay. But then would
Oh.
everyone from Pernambuco or whatever the state is called have that name, that nickname?
No, but like if you're born in Pernambuco, usually you live in Pernambuco. You don't live in other. You don't live in São Paulo. But if you go to São Paulo, you're not gonna find a lot of Pernambucanos there. So you're probably gonna be the only one. So people might call you Pernambucano because it makes it easier, given that you're the only one.
Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. So it would kind of be a nickname. People in Sao Paulo would start calling you so that to let people know where you're from.
Yeah.
Because you're not from there. Yeah. Okay. No, that
Or
makes
because it's like sometimes they forget your name, but you're clearly from Pernambuco because of your accent. So they just call you Pernambucano, like the guy from Pernambuco. Which is very likely what happened to your friend.
Yeah. That's cool. Man. Oh. Yeah, you missed an eventful day, man. These guys were arguing about
Gyroscopes?
Oh, you were listening.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the whole thing. But yeah, like it's not easy to have conversation when you have Flat Earth Data trying to argue against Zenek and Dofus. I mean, they don't go well together.
Not at all.
You might, like I personally haven't been able to have a good conversation with Flat Earth Data ever. Like people like Zenek, you can have conversations with them, but that depends on how you're trying to talk to them. If you try to talk to them the way Flat Earth Data does, then yeah, just gonna be
Yeah.
mess.
Yeah, it's gonna go nowhere. It was just funny how they wouldn't let each other talk or listen to each other. I don't know. It's weird, man.
I tried to join the conversation like twice or 3 times,
Oh
but
yeah, I
I
remember.
sort of
Yeah.
gave up.
Yeah, you actually tried.
I was like, never mind. And at some point, someone said, "Well, Big wanted to add something," but then they didn't give me space to add. They just mentioned that and kept talking, and I was like, well, why mention them?
It's impossible with those guys, man. I'm getting a flu. Already knows. Yeah, you ever been to that thing? You know, there's that big party you guys have.
Carnival?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more like the state I live in doesn't have that. Like, it's not very culturally related to that. However, the more northern states do a lot, and this year I was in my girlfriend's state during that time. So then I joined one of those huge parties. Yeah, it was nice.
Oh, nice. You and your
It's
girlfriend
not
getting
like the
married?
ones you see on TV. Sorry?
It's not like the ones on TV.
The ones on TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the ones in TVs are the ones that you're going to see in Rio or in São Paulo.
Oh.
That they create these huge events in which they create this like big how can I
Yeah,
translate it?
yeah, like the whole street is packed. It's like Mardi Gras almost. I don't know if you know what that is.
No. But yeah, that's gonna happen on those like the main cities. It might happen in actually it does happen in the city my girlfriend lives in, but not the I'm lacking words here. There are words I never said them in English. I have no idea how to say it. But like during this party there's a competition of like groups of people that go to a street with like a big car, like a huge car that they personalize with some theme. So for example, my group has the theme, I don't know, magic. So I'm gonna create like a car that looks like a magical car. Their dance is gonna try to resemble magic. They're gonna do magic tricks, and they're gonna dance samba in the process. And then another group goes into that same street and do their performance. It's like a performance competition. This might be the thing you're picturing. If that's what you're picturing, that doesn't happen in all cities. But the huge party with everyone packs in the streets, that happens in a lot of cities. It also happens in my girlfriend's city, but that's not the kind of place that I went. I went to like a more private party.
Yeah,
Of
I'm more
Carnival.
picturing the one in the streets. Like that's what we tend to see on television. And the women get dressed up. They look like peacocks, you know?
Yeah.
It's the best way to explain it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I never saw one of them, one of those big parties with the costumes and stuff. But I've been to a smaller one. There were some people using costumes, but I mean, there was no competition. It was just a party. A lot of people drinking, a lot of people kissing, a lot of people passing because they
Oh,
drank
people
too
what?
much.
Oh, passing out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
passing.
I don't touch alcohol.
Yeah, I don't. I
You
avoid
don't?
it as well.
Alright. Do you smoke?
No.
What do you do for fun?
Well, the other stuff. Why is that necessary?
I mean, if you don't want to say, it's cool. I was just asking.
No, I'm just saying that, like, I don't feel like that's necessary for you to have fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Like, I drink with my girlfriend, but I don't drink a lot.
Okay.
I don't like it that much.
Yeah.
Do you smoke?
Oh yeah.
Do you smoke nargile?
Do I smoke what?
Nargile, I'm not sure if that's the name of it for you, but it is how we call it here.
I'm not sure what that is. Nargile? What is it?
Yeah, let me show you.
Yeah.
Hmm. It's one of these. Sent in Livestream on text.
Oh, hookahs. Hookah
Hookahs.
pipes. Yeah, no. I mean, because I don't see the point in those things. You know, they don't do anything. It's like smoking
That's true.
water.
They disturb other people.
Yeah. Yeah, all that
They
smoke
ruin
in your
parties.
exactly. Yeah. I
Because
don't like.
here, like this wasn't common here. But it was brought by, I think, a Muslim culture. Because all the people that I knew that used this were all people that were Lebanese descendant. And then other people started, like, other people that are not Lebanese descendant, you're just like Brazilian, also started using it, and now everyone uses it, and I hate it because like whenever you go to a party, there's this thing, they form a circle around it, and
Exactly.
there's a lot of smoke, and the fun just ends there. Is that a movie you're watching? Is that a movie you're watching?
Can you hear it?
A little bit.
Oh,
There's a bit
I'm
of.
sorry.
No,
No,
I'm not
it's a video.
complaining. It's very low.
No, it's just a video game.
All right. 1 second. Getting a phone call.
Time, bro. Oh shit.
anything going on in here? Hey, Witsit, did you enjoy that interview with Bob and Ken Wheeler and David?
Not cool with it.